Baby. All right. I'd like to start off how I usually open it. Let's give it a big Zebu Live! Zebu Live! Woo! All right. Now with that, so excited to open up nice and early, 9:30 a.m. Thank you so much for being here. You're the real ones. For those that were here at 6:30 when I closed yesterday, those are also the real ones. So thank you also for being here. It's really amazing to see how this conference has come together. So many amazing people behind the scenes have made this happen. So if you see anyone with a staff badge, please thank them. They're amazing. The AV crew, production, volunteers, Flight 3 team, Flight Story team, all the sponsors, community media partners. They're amazing. They made this happen. I'm just here trying to keep it all running. For those who don't know me, I'm Ashton, or Cashton.eth. I've been with the Flight 3 team since really we started off Zebu Digital. I was the first full-time employee and started off with DeFi Live back in 2021, early days, and can't believe how far we've come. And to see this venue, to see the people here, to see the vibe, to see everything, real life, working on it for so long, it's just incredible. So just want to say thank you all. I'm so excited to kick it off today with a very special guest, two very special guests specifically. Oliver Yonchev is going to moderate a fireside with Mo Gaudat. For those that don't know Mo, Oliver's going to intro, and you're going to see him very shortly here live virtually. He couldn't, unfortunately, be here in person, but he's an amazing speaker. We're so blessed to have him, regardless of where he is in the world. And I want to give it up to Oliver Yonchev, who's going to kick it off, co-founder and CEO of Flight Story, the man making everything happen behind the scenes, bring us all together. Thank you so much for being here, and give it up for Oliver. Woo!
This is an amazing setting, by the way. Round of applause for Ashton, like this guy. I love morning energy. I massively respect morning energy. We're going to kick off by introducing Mo. And I probably wouldn't do Mo justice if I introduced him. So I'm going to ask something that I often ask people. I ask them to give us their 2-minute life story. Then I'll explain after why a 2-minute life story matters. But Mo, you're dialing in from Amsterdam, I believe.
Yeah, somewhere around Amsterdam. I have no idea where that is.
Well, firstly, thank you so much for being here. And I'm going to put you on the spot and ask you within 2 minutes to tell us about your life.
I've spent my entire life attempting to build a background like Stephen Bartlett's podcast. So, hey, did you see? I now finally did it by sitting in front of a window. And I've just wasted 30 seconds of my 2 minutes. That's good, because I think my life can be summarized in 2 lives. One as a tech executive, all the way until what I would consider one of the top tech positions in the world, really, Chief Business Officer of Google X, a life that everyone wishes for, that is not exactly what people think it is. And then a second life that started in 2014 when I started to write about happiness when my wonderful son left the world, and ended up being an author and a speaker and a sometimes thinker that people listen to the thoughts of, and in an attempt to make our world happier at a time where I think is going to be challenging, whether geopolitically or economically or climate or AI and so on. I still stand strong by my mission, and the mission is 1 billion happy.
Wow, 1 billion happy. And I want to get into this because it's Friday, and I think we could all take some good energy and talk about happiness. But before we do, I want to speak about this big word that's looming around, artificial intelligence. You wrote a book, Scary Smart, in 2019, and that for me was very eye-opening. And I say eye-opening very deliberately. But as we've progressed to today, many of the things you spoke about, arguably warned about, are starting to manifest. I suppose to start today, could you share your perspective on why artificial intelligence matters and why the people in this room should pay attention?
Yeah, I mean, it's the biggest event in human history. Hands down, the biggest disruption of human civilization, in both a good way and a bad way. So it's a singularity that stands to lead us into a utopia where humanity, as we know it, will not see hunger or see disease or see wars in the way that we have built throughout civilization. Even we would not need to see work as we've done before. So we could end up in a life that is truly pro-humanity, pro-life in every possible way. But also we could, along the path of getting there, stumble upon challenges that I sometimes refer to as challenges of handover, as our how do I call it? As our primitive intelligence hands over to superior intelligence, my tendency is to believe that the old systems will resist the new, and we may end up in places where things are challenging.
What do you say to the skeptics? Because it seems to be such a polarized topic. I would argue the people that understand have been involved in developing artificial intelligence for a long time. You guys appear to be on the most existential, but then I suppose it's been trivialized in many respects because we're talking about using ChatGPT to write poems about cats in the style of Eminem, So what would you say to the skeptics that say, you're being hyperbolic or you're exaggerating about artificial intelligence?
I fully understand their position. I mean, the reality is that anyone who tells you that they know what is about to happen is either lying or arrogant. I don't know what's about to happen. I know that we're heading on a trajectory that, if matching the previous technology adoption and acceleration curves, would bring us to a place where where science fiction becomes reality. We've seen that before. Anything that you've seen in Star Trek or iRobot or whatever, self-driving cars and so on, a lot of the tech that we've imagined has become a reality over the progression of the technology acceleration curve. And so, what most people don't understand is when you see technology from the inside of the lab, it's very different than what you see on the outside. When people were first exposed to Netscape in 1997, if I remember correctly, Netscape wasn't the internet. Netscape was just a window that showed all of us, the rest of us mortals, what was actually happening in the internet for the previous 15 years. And similarly, ChatGPT in 2023 is not the core tech of AI that we've been developing since the turn of the century. It's just the browser that suddenly it gives exposure to everyone of what is possible. And if you ask me, in comparison to what we who have worked internally on AI are predicting, ChatGPT is still reasonably dumb. It's not really that kind of super intelligence or general intelligence that most of us are saying is the singularity point, is the point where we can no longer predict how the events will unfold. And so, I understand the position of anyone who's skeptical, similarly to anyone who is skeptical that we would end up with COVID, right? If you haven't seen a pandemic in your lifetime, you don't predict or you don't accept the predictions that there was a pandemic in your, that a pandemic is going to happen in your lifetime. And interestingly, when you really think about it, it didn't really matter what warning signs were given to us. We had SARS and we had swine flu and we had scientists telling us all through that something might happen, but you had to wait until patient zero, and even then you don't react. You have to wait until we're all locked down, and then you see the size of the of the challenge. Okay, and even today, as we look back at COVID, there are still skeptics, right? And there are still skeptics, rightly so. I think the world should always be skeptical. But wouldn't it have been better for all of us if we had just taken the warning and were cautious? And this is what I call for. I'm not calling for a panic attack across the world. I'm just saying, if I told you that an alien civilization with superior intelligence is heading in the direction of planet Earth, and might actually take over everything, would your response be when? Is that in 10 years, 20 years, 70 years? Does it even make any difference if it's in 10 or 20 or 70? And would your response be proof to me that they are going to cause us harm, or would your normal human smart response be, oh, that's an event that we should prepare for. We should assume all the possible scenarios and try to put ourselves in a place where it works in favor of humanity, whichever way it plays out.
It seems that we all suffer from cognitive dissonance. We see the signals, the red flags, the warning signs, but I suppose we continue to trivialize these incredibly powerful technologies. What can the individual do? Because the way you describe the problem with big, significant innovations is it feels so removed from individuals. It feels like we don't have agency over what's about to happen. What can we do?
That's not true at all. I mean, we've always had agency, and believe it or not, even if you take a mega size event like COVID, you always had agency over your own life and what you're planning to do with it, and you always had agency on the impact of that little life on the rest of the world, right? And I think I wrote a book. I write a lot more than I publish. I wrote a book back in 2018, if I remember correctly, that was called Understanding Fate. And understanding fate was not a sort of a fatalist approach to the world to say that the world is just happening, unfolding, and we're living in it. It was a mathematical approach to show you that destiny is an aggregation of several free wills. There is the free will of the universe itself and the machine of living and of the mechanics of the universe. There is the free will of everything else around you, from a tiny little germ all the way to your boss or the president or the prime minister of your country. But there is your free will, and if you're wearing pink today in the audience, you've made that choice to wear pink, right? You had other options and you made that choice. If you made a choice to have coffee or not, that's a choice. And even though we trivialize those choices, they have an impact on your life and accordingly the life of everything else around you. And destiny at the end of the day is the sum of all three free wills, right? And I think the reality of the matter is, when it comes to AI, we are much more empowered than we think we are. We are empowered on one side as individuals to jump on the bandwagon and learn the skills and be the best in the world at it. When Lotus 123 came out, the concept of a spreadsheet was so new to all of us, and some of us continued with their pencils and general ledgers, and yes, I did live at the time when Lotus 123 came out, so yes, apologies for all of you young spoiled people, but the truth is, some of us jumped and learned how to develop macros within it and understood everything about it, and they got an advantage. And I think for the next 5 to 10 years, the clearest advantage is that those who will learn AI inside out will outperform and hopefully do a better job at whatever it is that they do than those who don't. So your number one responsibility for yourself and your family and your loved ones is to learn the tools. And I always get asked, so what tools should I learn, Mo? And I say, why are you asking me? Go and ask Bard or ChatGPT and say, I'm in the finance sector. Give me a list of the top 10 AI tools that I should be competent at, right? So this is one side. But the other side, which most people don't understand, is that in the intelligence of every AI out there in the world is fully informed by two things in parallel. One is a tiny piece of code. I think, don't quote me on the exact accuracy, but it's approximately correct. ChatGPT 4 is, the core code is 4,300 lines, right? It's not a very complex piece of tech at all. I mean, it's incredibly clever and algorithmically sound, but it's not like the biggest code we ever wrote. The reason why ChatGPT is where it is, or where Bard is where it is, or where, why DALL-E can produce incredible images is because of the size of the data set that they're exposed to. And the data set simply is the average, the summation of all knowledge and all ethics that are human-based, right? So when you really think about the responsibility that we have as individuals in terms of teaching those AIs, and we are heading in a direction where each and every one of us will have a personalized AI. Interestingly, we already do, because in a way, your social media engine is highly personalized to recommend to your personality, right? But more and more, if you ask the question in India, to an AI, you may get a different answer than if you asked it in the UK, just like is the case with Google today. So as we interact with those machines, our reinforcement learning approach to them is going to show them what it's like to be more intelligent, and at the same time, it's going to show them what it's like to be more ethical. And I think this is really the goal, because none of us has ever made a decision based on our intelligence. We make decisions based on our ethics and values as informed by our intelligence. And you can imagine that, for ChatGPT or for an AI, a large language model, to recommend an answer to you, if the answer is, is not informed by a sense of respect that doesn't discriminate or doesn't, exclude anyone, then the answer itself might actually sound and read very different than if it didn't have that value. And believe it or not, it's one of the values that we're attempting to teach engines such as ChatGPT and others through reinforcement learning. The challenge, of course, is we're teaching them in California, right? And so, the set of ethics that we send them are not necessarily global in their approach. And I think the trick would be, how does each and every one of us engage so that your perception of what an AI ethical, answer should be is taken into account.
I think when I hear you describe or present the case for we have more control over our outcomes, I'm encouraged, because we spoke about this before, but I think every magical thing we see in the world is a consequence of human ingenuity, and you have to have belief that collectively we can address the unknown unknowns that maybe artificial intelligence creates. We have a few minutes, so I do want to segue into something, or leave on it's Friday, by the way. I am going to say it's Friday, so I want to lift the room a little away from not necessarily the big questions, but get your take. You talk about your second life being one of making the pursuit of helping 1 billion people be happy. This room is filled with people that are building in Web3, and Web3, crypto, more broadly, has had a really tough time for the last year. It's been difficult, so undoubtedly I'm sure many in the room have faced stresses, loss. Talk to us, or leave us with some guiding principles about happiness. How do we deal with the inevitable stresses that being in industries at the forefront like Web3 entail?
I mean, you're talking about stress and happiness, and these are two topics that I try to address repeatedly. So, my approach to stress is finally coming out next spring in Unstressable, and my work on happiness was in, in that little voice in your head and solve for happy. We can take them one by one. Stress, if you compare stress to how objects are stressed in physics, stress is not just the result of the force applied to you, it's the result of the force applied to you divided by your skills and abilities and resources to deal with it, right? Similarly, in physics, you divide the force by the square area of the cross section of the object that is stressed. And so, stress is not just the result of the external environment, it's the result of how you deal with the external environment. And in many ways, those downturns and challenges and so on are just the furnace that we have to go through so that we show our real elements. And interestingly, if you look at those as as a trigger for your stress, in a way, you're bound to be the one on the losing end, not because of the events, but because others didn't react the same way. And so they capitalized on the opportunity. And yes, I will have to say that the crypto casino last year and many years has actually disappointed if you think about it. And that maybe Web 3.0 is not going to be just crypto and it's going to have a lot of AI in it. I think the truth, however, is that if you're as old as I am, this is not the first time, right? It happened many, many times with the internet, the dot-com bubble, and with the 2008 derivatives market collapse. And it's funny when that happened last time at Google. I was known to be taking the average age of Google up as an employee when I joined, because if you talk about how many of us were really sort of salt and pepper, not too many actually. So when 2008 happened, it was between me and maybe Eric Schmidt, our CEO, and Alan Eustace and Jonathan Rosenberg, product and so engineering and product heads and so on. These were the ones that were getting the average age up. And as the whole company panicked, we were celebrating. We were saying, "Oh my God, this is an amazing opportunity to help our clients. We have technology that can make things different. We have the ability to thrive, if you think about it, because every challenge comes with an opportunity." And this actually is my definition of happiness. My definition of happiness is that calm and peaceful contentment that you have within you, regardless of what life throws at you, because you're okay with life as it is. And that is normally triggered not by the challenging events, but it's triggered by a comparison that happens in your head between the event and your expectation of how the event should be, right? And I don't know if anyone is in business and is not expecting challenges. If you're a startup entrepreneur and you're not expecting life to test you, then I think your expectation is wrong. This is truly what it's all about. And in times like those, as I say, if you realize that the event is not, oh my God, life's annoying me, but the event is life is throwing a few interesting new opportunities my way. And if your expectation is, and yes, by the way, to succeed, it's going to be difficult, your response is going to be, okay, that hurt, but let me see what I can do to make things better going forward, right? And the most successful entrepreneurs I know, and the most successful enterprises I have started, were when I was in the mindset of, yeah, shit happens. Sorry for my English. And my chief job is shit cleaner, right? This is really it. As a founder, your job is to hold your team together, focus on what really matters, and just put your head down and say, okay, what can I do to make tomorrow a little better? Right? If you do that, not only will you be less stressed, not only will you be happier, but you'll become more successful, right? And I have to say, anyone who is old enough to have seen those collapses, anyone who's old enough to have seen those disruptions, will tell you, yes, after rain there is sunshine. Okay, and this is truly a question of how often have you seen this And can you at least start to believe it so that you react in that way, so that you tell yourself there will be challenging times. The outcome of them is that I'll change direction and learn, and then there will be amazing times. And with my learning and skills, I will do amazing, right? And when it comes to AI, just to close the full circle, because I really don't want people to ever think that I'm advocating a doomsday scenario on AI. I'm trying to say about AI is that we are about to hit a patch of unpredictability. The world as we know it is not going to be the same. And you can put your head down, like most speakers on the topic, and say, existential risk, robots are going to walk the streets and kill us. I don't think that's the case at all. I think the reality is we're going to get through some challenges around jobs and job definitions and skills. And, intelligence, the most valuable thing on the planet, is becoming commoditized, right? But as we go through that, as we go through how bad people may use that, how politics will change, about, how society and the fabric of human connection will change, as we go through that, the ones that take it with calm and peace, that work on themselves to change their little world, are going to, venture out on the other end winners. But at the same time, believe it or not, even if they don't, when the rain stops, there will be sunshine. Eventually, I call it the fourth inevitable. Eventually, intelligence will realize there is no point annoying humans. We're too insignificant for that. Okay? And I think that the truth is, as the world will inevitably change, it will go through a down cycle, then an up cycle, and will end up in a good place.
Mo, thank you so much. I could selfishly, and I'm sure on behalf of the room, listen to you speak all day, but I don't want the guilt of you missing your flight. So, no, thank you.
Yes, thanks for that.
It's always a pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was amazing, though I have to take, I don't know, a complaint against Mo. He says after rain there's sunshine. He obviously doesn't live in Ireland. We don't always get sunshine after rain. And I do like what he was saying too as well, that strife is there. It is difficult, like you will meet hurdles along the way. And I know I've been through my own personal hurdles, and everybody in this room has, because nobody can live without going through hurdles. And sometimes people say, oh, it doesn't kill you, makes you stronger, or at least you have your health. And at the time, you want to slap them around the face and say, that's ridiculous, But you do get past. And when you look back afterwards, that's always hindsight. If God gives you the grace, or the universe gives you the grace, whatever you believe in, to look back and you go, oh, okay, I survived that, and I'm here, and I'm resilient. So now, we're getting into the sort of pointy edge of topics now, DeFi, the most important use case. Now, I thought that cat memes were the most important. Well, anyway, so today we're going to have a really interesting talk about, is DeFi, well, the most important use case? I think we're going to, if you voted at the end, we might say yes. And it's led by our moderator, Max Carmichael Jack, who is the co-founder of Elixir, which is a research and analysis company. So Max, I'd like you to bring your panel on and introduce your panel. Thank you so much indeed.
Hi everyone, welcome to our panel today. The topic is DeFi as crypto's most important use case. And we've got a great panel joining us. We've got Alex, Maya, Evgeny, and Dylan, and I'm going to let them all introduce themselves. So if you guys want to come up. You have to get some stairs.
I didn't know this was a bring your own chair event.
Yeah.
All right, man. I'll sit next to you.
Oh, look. We should have a good range of differing opinions, and we've had two people who have said they like controversy, so it should be a very entertaining panel.
It's not you and me, though.
If you guys want to introduce yourselves.
Sure. So I'll start. My name is Alex. I'm the founder and CEO of AngelBlock. AngelBlock is a non-custodial, fully on-chain fundraising protocol, which allows us to do some pretty cool stuff. Most notably, I'm also the advisor for Alv0, which is a new layer 1, privacy enhancing layer 1 that does 100,000 TPS. In the past, I was mostly associated with centralized exchanges, so I do bring a bit of the centralized aspect to this panel as well. And pretty avid angel investor in this space. invested in probably something like 15 to 20 pre-seed and seed startups.
Very good. Good morning. My name is Dylan Layton. I'm very croaky today because I had the wonderful opportunity to go out drinking with Gillian, Godsill and friends last night. So please excuse me if I croak my way through it. I'm with the Bumper team. We are an alternative and extraordinarily novel risk management protocol, currently protecting your Ethereum, but in the future, who knows what we'll be protecting, and that could even move out into the TradFi world as well. So very exciting. Come and see us in the main hall.
Cool. Thanks everyone for making it to the panel, to the event. My name is Evgeny. I'm the founder of Re7 Capital, and we're effectively a DeFi hedge fund. So we do a few things. We run some yield strategies. We work with foundations to provide liquidity to their ecosystems and invest in liquid venture strategies. We've been in the space for, well, pretty much since day one of DeFi, and it's pretty exciting to see it evolve.
Hi, I'm Maya. I'm the senior marketer at Meld, and Meld is your one account for crypto and fiat.
Lovely. And the way we're going to run it is conversational. I'm going to throw out the questions to start with, and we'll dive in deeper with the more interesting points. If you have something burning, then jump in. If not, we can run through it one by one. The first question, and I think it's something that is quite important to figure out before we talk about how important DeFi is what is DeFi and what does it mean to you?
Okay, I'll start. I think we have headcount-wise, we have like everybody that actually uses DeFi in this room. So we actually talked about this a bit before the panel, right? And it's there's a lot of ambiguity in this space. When it comes to centralization, decentralization, what's actually a protocol, what isn't a protocol. And the same ambiguity has reached DeFi. So I even read an article this morning on CoinDesk, right? Because it was talking about liquid staking, predominantly Lido, and what Lido means for Ethereum post-merge, right? And they define DeFi as, DeFi is just, on-chain lending, borrowing, and investing. And that was pretty much it. If you talk to some of the absolute smartest people in this space, they definitely don't agree with that kind of definition. And they see Bitcoin as DeFi. They see simply using stable coins as DeFi. If you look at the actual, what DeFi, like decentralized finance, what does it mean? Is it just TradFi on the blockchain? Like that seems like a pretty limiting kind of definition, right? So if we take the definition that's predominantly used, which is like, yes, I can take my USDT, I can go to Aave, I can, either add it to a pool, I can grab a loan, then yeah, okay, that makes sense. But I definitely enjoy the broader definition of DeFi. I think that if we're actually looking at inclusive decentralized finance, then any transaction on chain can be classified as DeFi. And I think that allows us to just think about it a bit differently. Because since the DeFi summer in 2020, we've been thinking about DeFi as what can I do? Like, what gives me the next 10,000 APY Ponzi? Which is incredibly limiting to the space. If you only think about DeFi as what has a high TVL, total value locked, then you're really curbing the next levels of innovation that can happen in this space. If you only think about like TVL and what can I do to raise my TVL, like that's pretty bogus.
I'm going to croak my way through this a little bit, so please excuse me. I tend to personally come from a slightly more anarchic point of view. Having been one of those people who's lived through the last few years and seen the way that the world has changed and the way that people have allowed themselves to be corralled by certain powers that be, I've been in the crypto sphere for an awfully long time for a very simple reason that a number of years ago, I became one of the people who got debanked very, very early. So crypto for me became incredibly important, and it's definitely shaped my way of viewing this. I tend to look at DeFi more in the terms of the word defy. The clue's in the name, decentralized finance. I don't want to see simply centralized institutions and forms of finance being replicated on a blockchain, it, to me, makes a complete mockery of the whole idea that people can be their own banks and can have ultimate control of their financial lives. Needless to say, it's probably fair that I'm not a big fan of the banking institutions or any of the power structures behind them. So that could make for an interesting chat later on. So for me, decentralized finance is always going to be defined as the ability for a person to have absolute and total control of what they choose to do with their money, whether that's crypto or whatever. And I think that this space is going to be the single most important space in the entire crypto sphere over the coming years, because of the ability for people to build new products that have never been seen in the traditional finance world ever before. And I think that is the real beauty of it. We're very early into the game. Any of you that are here right now, that are listening and that have explored DeFi, you are the early adopters. You are going to be the people that see in this incredible new wave of products and services and God knows what else. So I'm definitely going to sit on the place of, is DeFi the most important crypto use case? Yes, absolutely.
I was thinking you were going to say you're my exit liquidity.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a good balance on the panel as someone who comes from banking institutions.
Yes.
I think this is a good question, right? Because I think there are two different things, right? One thing is what DeFi really is today, and one what we want it to be, right? So, and then you need to be very clear on how you classify it, right? So if you classify DeFi as, am I able to hold my assets and no bank can close my account? Yes, absolutely. That's a unique value proposition. But if we zoom out and think of DeFi as a sector, then what it is today, it's a reinvention of pretty much the same financial products, technically built very differently. And when they're built very differently, it means that they can have different features. So one of these features is that you have almost no counterparty risk. And instead of human risk, you switch it into the software risk, because maybe no one can take money from your wallet, but if you put your money into the wrong DeFi protocol, it can be hacked, deliberately or by accident, right? So you're flipping these things. The other features that it enables is that it enables anyone in the world to connect to these financial products. So you need to make a payment, you need to do a currency transaction, you need to buy something, sell something, whatever. You no longer need to wait for potentially years to get a bank account, brokerage account open, and you can get access to all these financial products. Now, the question is, and we should be asking ourselves this question, are these products actually good, and should people be using them, right? Because maybe if you are an unsophisticated financial kind of entity or an individual, maybe you shouldn't be dealing with very sophisticated derivatives on the blockchain. Maybe it's a bad idea, and maybe it's a good thing that banks don't allow you to do that very easily. Whilst having access to a payment and ability to pay your rent, that's obviously very important, and no one should deprive you of that. And so today, DeFi is that reinvention. It's being built very, very differently. The financial logic behind them is still very old, but to me, DeFi is exciting for a slightly different reason, and that's why I kind of decided to bet my career in it, and that's DeFi allows composability and invention of new things that haven't been previously possible, right? So, anyone can go and become a market maker through decentralized exchanges. You no longer need to be just one of the top 5 firms in the world to be able to do that. It's enablement of new things and new features, and and also very importantly, it's a cost savings mechanism, right? So my favorite case study here is Uniswap and Coinbase, right? So Coinbase is a corporation with thousands of employees. Uniswap by now is a large DeFi project, but it used to be a very small startup. And Uniswap, if you think of a product of DeFi when it comes to decentralized exchanges, it's a price, right? So you go to an exchange kiosk, you go to a broker, you want to get a price, you want to trade asset A into asset B. So your product is the quality of the price you get. And Uniswap is giving you a better product because you get a better price than on Coinbase, even though they don't have the same infrastructure in terms of scale of it, they don't have the same number of people, but they're able to give you the same product or better with 100 times less employees, which means that it's much more cost efficient because you as a final customer, you're paying less fees because they need to make as much to recoup their costs, right? And that is a fundamentally different way of doing finance, and that's clearly the future, but we also need to be kind of very sober about the pros and cons of that.
Yeah, for me, I think DeFi is really about taking control of yourself and your actions, and there's a lot of good in that. I think it does open up a lot of opportunity for individuals that want to be involved with financial instruments without a centralized body. And yeah, I think what's incredible about DeFi is that I'm a very strong advocate of taking full responsibility for yourself, and through being involved in the space and through using DeFi, that's exactly what you have to do. So yeah, that's what I personally love about DeFi in the space.
And we had a theme running through there of centralized entities versus DeFi. This is what's often seen as a battle, but the question is really whether it's a battle or a collaboration, if there's room for growth and improvement in both, or if it's at odds with each other. And Maya, if you lead us away with that.
Sorry,
DeFi versus CeFi, is it a collaboration or a conflict? Is there room for improvement for both?
I would say that there is a conflict. I mean, if you look at what's happened in the past with all of the biggest issues in DeFi, it's been due to centralization. I think really where we need to go from is a decentralized standpoint and move on from there. I think that would be my opinion there.
Yeah, I think DeFi and CeFi worlds are already kind of colliding and merging into one big world. So again, using Uniswap as an example, now it's when you trade with it, it pulls together liquidity from CeFi and from DeFi. So these worlds will inevitably collide together, but even more importantly, DeFi cannot scale unless real kind of financial participants start using it. And I personally think there will be two versions of DeFi in the future. So one will be a DeFi that you describe, where you have full control over what you're doing and full freedom to do whatever you want to do. And then there'll be DeFi as an infrastructure layer, where the big banks will be they will be forking that code into a private permissioned environment, and they will be using that infrastructure. Fundamentally, it will still be the same business where anyone can go and close your account, but they would save billions of dollars in costs because they can use a settlement layer of the blockchain instead of doing it in an old-fashioned way. So there is TradFi, there is CeFi, there is DeFi, but inevitably this will all coexist together.
Yeah. Well, I think you're right in the sense that there's going to be, that they are colliding, that these two are going to, for certainly some time, coexist. I think there's going to be an absolutely massive fight between them. And I think one of the things that you identified quite right is the difference between the technical decentralization and the more philosophical decentralization. So, I was sat there in, 2014, 2015, having these conversations with people over decentralization. And it's been really interesting that those conversations kind of peaked throughout the 2017 run-up, and they kind of disappeared after that a little bit. And that really concerns me, because actually what I'm hearing more from people all the time is when moon, and where's my, when am I going to get as rich as Croesus? And I tend to think that it's kind of lost some of the what was really behind crypto and the rise of crypto in the first place. Why did Satoshi create the Bitcoin white paper? It's very clear. Yeah. He said it right in the white paper. There's a financial crash. This isn't going to get better, guys. Yeah. You need to start to decentralize things, and particularly finance, or everybody is going to suffer. Now, I think it's very interesting that, like I say, that identification between the philosophical and the technical. And I think you are right to a degree that you can have certain levels of decentralization even inside of that TradFi world. Okay, and that's purely down to how the DLTs and the blockchains work. Fantastic, and there's nothing wrong with that. But actually, I tend to think that those things are going to be used. I mean, look at the idea of CBDCs. There's probably not that many people in the room right now, I'm hoping so anyway, that are really excited about CBDCs being imposed upon them. So, you know, maybe there are, maybe I'm wrong, but I think that right now there is an argument for having a resurgence of, hey, why did we do this in the first place? Is DeFi only about, cat memes, right? Is DeFi only about the ability to transact and send money to your relatives in a different country very quickly? Now, and it brings me on to another really interesting point, which is actually I think the developing world is going to be the biggest driver of new DeFi products because, I mean, they have an absolutely significant use case. Nigeria is a great case in point right now, and they're driving forward certainly the ideas and the innovation around that. Whether or not it's going to sort of grow out from places like Nigeria, I don't know. I think it's going to be more collaborative across the world. So,
just like 5 seconds. That I completely agree with you, and I think also it's up to us to stop calling blockchains and combining them all together, because I would argue that the Bitcoin blockchain, the Ethereum blockchain, and the Binance Smart Chain have nothing in common.
Absolutely.
And until we start separating them and classifying them properly, we'll keep having these kind of confusion, right? Because they have nothing in common and they don't represent the same values.
Correct.
As long as if you're going and trying to pay with crypto, you're going to say, can I pay with crypto? Instead of, hey, can you just show me your QR code, right? Which is probably on its way, then that's going to keep happening. But it's, it's really weird talking about decentralization, because I've been at this for 8 going on 9 years, and we keep talking about decentralization like it's zeros and ones, right? It's either centralized or it's decentralized, which is just absolutely bogus. Because even if you look, for the majority of Bitcoin's history, if you look at hash rate has been centralized. Like it was like 70, 80% has been centralized. And yet we're talking about Bitcoin as this end-all be-all in terms of decentralization. So that's kind of weird. Centralization is, especially now, you do need to use some kind of centralized product, entity, team, what have you, if you want to be an avid user of this space. Great, you can lend on Aave or anywhere else or on Compound, but how is my mom getting money on Aave? She's going to use a Coinbase or a Kraken account, right? Like, you don't suddenly wake up with ETH in your wallet. I mean, that'd be great, but it's not the case.
Do you remember the days of local Bitcoins?
And I was actually thinking about it this morning.
That's where my first Bitcoin was bought there.
I was thinking about it this morning. My NDA with them expired since they're out, so I can actually freely talk about my experience with them, because that was interesting. But one of the best use cases we've had in crypto, and not just DeFi but in crypto in general, are stablecoins and debit cards, right? Like if we're talking about actual usability and buying coffee, things like that, it's stables and crypto debit cards. Binance's card has probably brought in more people into the space, or Coinbase's card, if you want to go in the more regulated markets. They've brought in more people into the space than probably any DeFi protocol. Then again, I don't know how many people here traded away into the night this summer, on-chain summer. Anyone? Show of hands? Got 1, 2. Okay, so probably some Unibot holders in the crowd. But not sure if you saw this narrative that popped up over the summer, which is Telegram bots, have taken over and they're the future. We'll see if that's the case. But here you have a really, really interesting case, because is it DeFi? Yeah, maybe, I guess. They offer a bit better trading experience than the vast majority of tier 1 exchanges do on your mobile phone, right? If you look at everybody that's holding crypto, which is of course an estimate, but it's something around 420 million users globally for 2023, right? Just a bit more than the population, like a third more of the population of the US. And that's global. If you look at Telegram monthly users, they're at 550 million, right? 550 million monthly active users. And tell me what's a better onboarding strategy than a Telegram bot for a lot of people. Of course, there's this problem of how is your private key, like what actually happens with the private key. I know I did my research on Unibot and they have a pretty cool system. You can export it at any time. So you can compare it kind of like it's this in between like a centralized exchange and holding all of your own keys and just using MetaMask to connect to whatever you want. But in terms of an onboarding strategy, I think it's absolutely phenomenal. So at this stage, it's really, really hard just to say like, oh, I'm strictly a decentralized, finance user, and I don't see myself using any exchange. Like sooner or later, you're going to want to on-ramp, you're going to want to off-ramp. And I think the days of 2014, 2015, 2016 are long gone when we were talking about it's not about coexistence, it's about taking over the world and only Bitcoin and things like that, rah, 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 revolution. At this stage, it's very, very apparent that the two financial systems will be forced to coexist, whether we like it or we don't. I know there's people on both sides of the barricade that I admire and I highly respect. So it's about giving people a choice, and that's what crypto simply is. It's not about being tied down to one particular set of rules, on-ramps, off-ramps, what have you. It's about giving people, like Dylan said, in Nigeria, a choice, people in Turkey with hyperinflation, Venezuela, a choice. And that's what it really comes down to, and that's what DeFi needs to embrace. It's simply that additional choice that you have when it comes to your financial assets and your financial, and what's tied to that, your financial well-being, right? Like if you have hyperinflation, if you have like 9% daily, just inflation in your country, like you will want to be a Bitcoin user or get, like we had some moderators for Angel Block that were based in Turkey. Some of the hardest working people I've ever met in my life. And it was a godsend to them to receive their salary in USDT, right? Like they were hedging against all the, fuckery in their country when it comes to the monetary system. And this was the only stable way that they were able to support their families, right? And again, it's that choice. That's what's most important.
We touched on use cases there a bit, and we all know that DeFi's major use case over the past 3 years has just been Ponzi's, really. But do we have real use cases, very lucrative Ponzi's, but do we have real use cases now? And if we don't, what do you see coming in the future that's going to cause massive adoption and real potential?
I say that we do have use cases. I mean, the way that we're speaking about it is like, it might provide this or it might do that, but we've already seen just how incredible DeFi and crypto has been and how it has enriched people's lives and provided you an opportunity to not be completely tied to the system. And I think there's quite a lot of like negativity in the space and around this particular subject, but I think there's so much positive use cases that we can already see. Just being able to be an individual and be completely responsible for my finances is incredible. And I think a huge use case for me is something that is very obviously an amazing use case is being a validator, for the Ethereum blockchain or whatever blockchain, is doing the proof of stake mechanism. That is a incredible use case. You know exactly, the yield you're getting back. It's a very clear exchange. It's, you know exactly what it's going towards rather than putting your money in like a bond or a savings account or something in traditional finance where you're providing the capital and not knowing what's going to happen on the other end. So that transparency and I think is an incredible use case, and that's like the core basis of DeFi and all of that. And then I think there's loads more built on top of that. Not that there aren't a huge amount of house of cards situations in DeFi, lots of protocols building up on each other, and one goes down and you see the rest fall down. So that's obviously an issue, but the core mechanics And the proof of stake mechanism is absolutely incredible, and it can't relate to traditional finance because we don't have that infrastructure in place in that world.
Yeah, so I think the first and the only, well, apart from payments, which are obvious, right? Because it's cheaper and easier to send stable coins to each other, especially if you're transacting cross-border. So that goes without saying. The real use case DeFi has enabled and has really succeeded with is speculation, right? It's gambling and speculation, which is, there is a gambling industry in the world, right? So it may not be why we're all, came into the industry, but that's the reality, right? So gambling is an industry, and DeFi allows you to do that at scale, and which is both a good and a bad thing. But that was the kind of the go-to-market strategy, right? That's how we got to a few million people using this thing, on a monthly basis, and at some point hundreds of billions of dollars sitting on chain doing different things. Apart from that, it's not really practical right now because if you want to spend that money, no matter how ideological you are, you still need to go through the banks, and good luck trying to get a bank account if your money is coming from an exchange. So actually, if you want to really spend that money and buy an apartment, buy not just a coffee but something a bit more meaningful, it's still a pain. I think personally, what I would like to see DeFi to enable is to enable a truly digital economy, right? So the boomer generation, they spend most of their capital in the real world, right? Whatever, I'm confused in the current what generations are, Zoomers, millennials, whatever. But
don't forget us Gen Xers here.
Thank you.
We're very important,
So people in the 30s and 40s are spending a larger percentage of their capital online, right? People have Netflix subscriptions, and they buy stuff on Amazon, so on and so forth. A younger generation spending an even higher percentage of their capital online. It's whatever, paid stuff on Facebook, paid stuff in games, and whatever else. And what would be great is that if we can have this digital economy of gaming, metaverse, whatever, maybe it will happen, maybe it won't, but that digital content ideally should be enabled by digital finance, not traditional finance, right? And then, if you have this digital economy and people spend a lot of their lives online, then maybe some of these digital assets should be relatively valuable, and then you should be able to, to get a mortgage against them, as silly as it sounds, or something like that. That could be a real interesting use case. I think everything else will be really kind of a replication of the traditional financial system.
For these, if we can keep it under a minute, because I've got a good question for us to finish on with you two.
Great. Well, I'll just say this then, that DeFi is currently a toddler that's got its first tooth, and it's very, very difficult to say what that toddler is going to look like when it grows up, and to see what that toddler is going to provide to the world. So I think that your specific question is what's coming. I think that we're going to see what I call the rise of the new primitives. I think we're going to see incredibly clever new forms of algorithms, of products and services that have never been seen inside the TradFi world, and cannot really be replicated inside it. This is, of course, always assuming that we manage to avoid the World Economic Forum's plans for us all. That's all I'll say on the matter.
To touch upon what Yevgeny said earlier, because I know you said, and you didn't take sides, you just stated the fact that, right now a lot of DeFi is simply taking a lot of things we've traditionally seen on financial markets, putting it on the blockchain, right? I know you didn't take sides, you're just stating a fact. And I just want to play to this opinion that we do need to kind of keep doing this. And what I mean is there is obviously a lot of bad actors in this space, just because you have 24/7 constant liquidity, right? Like you're not waiting for markets to open, you're not waiting for your bank to process a transaction, right? Which is amazing for criminals and scammers. But we do need a lot more accountability and verifiability in this space. What I mean by this is, obviously with my background being more focused on fundraising, I recently did this deep dive into a launchpad platform, right? And because one of the startups that I actually invested in pre-seed were thinking of working with them. And when you load the page, everything looks great. Like the first, it's like, oh my God, this many users, this much capital, like holy crap, how have I not learned about this? And the minute you start digging, the minute you start clicking, you can tell that something's wrong, right? So there were like height of crypto winter, like I'm talking FTX implosion last November. They were supposedly doing raises for $1.5 million spread across 34,000 registered participants. If you look at those projects on chain after they've launched, they have 200, 300, 400 token holders, right? So what's going on? And they've been doing like $300 of daily trading volume since launch. Like that's not enough volume to have, 33,500 people exit this project. So we do need this verifiability and accountability on chain, because especially when it comes to fundraising, right? Like you usually, like retail investors, not you usually, but a lot of retail investors, they get in already at the end of this entire pipeline, right? You have your pre-seed, you have your seed, you have like your private sales, then you have like a community or retail sale. And if someone's telling you they've already raised $15 million, you think this is a safe bet, right? My money is safe. But when it turns out that 15 is 1.5 million and their AWS cost for the last year was 250K, doesn't leave a lot to work with, right? So we do need more education, but we just need more things going on chain where you can actually check stuff. Because otherwise people are going to keep getting screwed in this space.
And for the final question, quick 30 seconds each. What's your utopian view on DeFi and how do we get there? And it can be a realistic utopian view. It doesn't have to be theoretical.
I'll be super quick. Utopian view, everybody actually knows what they're doing on chain. Wow. Something a bit more simple, but I know there's a lot of startups like thinking about this, is UX UI. Like if you've seen my other panels, I think I've been talking about this for 2 years, but it is really, really important. And if you look at Uniswap's success, yes, the tech is great, but if you were in this space in 2015, 2016, we had DEXs before Uniswap. I don't know if people know. We did have DEXs. They were horrible, like Ether Delta, because it was taking a centralized exchange and putting it on blockchain with nothing going on and transactions getting stuck. So the real success of Uniswap and Uniswap clones is the simplicity of the UX and the UI. Like, you do need to dumb it down for people. You do need to make them feel safe. The more options you give people, the more you're increasing the likelihood that they're going to send money to the wrong place. Like even on Uniswap, slippage is still an issue. People getting screwed on slippage. So UX, UI, it's like, figure it out, guys. It's hire people. You can't do it. Like CEOs designing logos, on napkins. Like, cool story. Those days are gone.
Utopian view, how money is created would become required reading for every child on the planet. That'll do it.
Yeah, my utopian view of DeFi is that we can stop worrying about hackers, smart contract risk, and actually feeling safe, truly safe when we put our money not just into our wallets, but into anything in DeFi.
I would say that mine is very in line with what Meld are building, which is being able to have, your normal fiat services, not have to worry about getting your account freezed, but then also having opportunities to play around with the financial instruments in DeFi, and also have all of your money on chain if that's what you would like to do, and be able to earn a very transparent yield on that, and for it to be, these financial tools and applications to be accessible for everyone, and it not to be within like a bad actor infrastructure, but people like Ken who are genuinely trying to push the space forward and innovate at every turn. And I want people like that to really start succeeding in this space, and I strongly believe that that will happen.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. I think we can agree crypto was created with DeFi in mind, so it is the most important use case.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I deny any responsibility for Dylan's croak. That's all I'll say. Okay, that was very interesting. Everybody is DeFi is obviously one of the most important use cases for blockchain, and it's interesting. A couple of points that jumped out at me at the start. The guests were saying, is DeFi just TradFi on the blockchain? And I think from our conversation we know that it wasn't. And also Maya said at the very start, it's your responsibility. That's why she loves DeFi in crypto, because you have responsibility over your funds. But I think the big problem there is we've been babied in a society where the banks manage our money, and we're used to it being managed. We don't think about it. We have everything. We're so babied, and that is a question of education, and also obviously the securities. And just one funny note, I know a couple of years ago I was at a DeFi conference in Macau, and I was giving the talk around this time on the Friday, the second day of the conference. And I got in. It was a big, huge conference, very big attendance. And I got up to speak. Everyone was asleep. I mean, what's the matter? What's happened here? Of course, a lot of the audience were from mainland China, and they came to Macau. They didn't come for the conference. They came for the gambling. So I'm glad to see there's more awake faces today. Anyway, now we're going to go into another topic, which may put you asleep or may not. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Ethan Pierce, who is the founder of Borderless Ventures and also the NFT factory in Paris. So send them to sleep, Ethan. That's my challenge.
All righty, good morning, everyone. So I'm going to actually let them introduce themselves. It's going to be more fun anyways. So please give a round of applause for my rock star panel. We're going to talk about macro crypto economics. Welcome up my three fantastic panelists. That's actually pretty good. You're already awake. So usually well, our heads are no longer there, so sit wherever you would like, guys. So usually I have to ask a couple times to get you excited, because that was a really good welcome, so good. But I'm still going to ask you to do it again, because I love it when the audience gives them energy for us to start our conversation. So how are you guys doing this morning? Good? Oh, no, see, that was less. That's shit. Okay, let's do that again. How are you guys doing this morning? Good? Because we are going to just have a fun time talking about macro crypto economics, and this is going to be if you're not asleep yet, you will be soon. No, this is going to be a fantastic discussion. If you have no idea what that even means, macro crypto economics, we're going to work on that as well. So instead of introducing them, I always like to let panelists kind of introduce themselves, because it gives context and lets them kind of say it better than I probably would. So I will turn it over to Lex to say who he is, what he does, and we'll go from there.
Fantastic, thank you. And thank you for having us. I want to get just a sense of the audience. How many people are from the kind of media, creative arts side of the equation, the NFT side? Okay, it's like 5%. There was a person who raised their hand, got embarrassed, and lowered their hand. So maybe it's 6%. And then how many people are from closer to finance, financial services, trading, that kind of stuff?
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, look at you. How's that going? No? That's raw. That's still raw for people. It's okay, I've lost money too. Okay. That's not funny, whoever's laughing over there. I can see you. Okay, so my name's Lex. I am a managing partner of a venture fund, early stage venture fund called Generative Ventures. We focus on fintech, Web3, and some AI themes as well. Before that, I was the chief economist at Consensus, where I ran the crypto economics team, and I looked at token engineering, at DAO governance, treasury management. So I'm super excited for the topic today. And learning more about you. Who are you people?
There we go. Yaroslav?
Yeah, there we are. Well, nice to see you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming. Can you hear me? Yes? We're good. So I'm a partner of Faculty Group. Faculty, we build, we invest, we advise companies. Essentially, we're a VC firm with market making, venture building, Web 2 to Web 3 capabilities around that. So we started back in 2018 very much as a humble market maker and grew to 6 companies under one umbrella. So it's quite broad, it's always fun to explain, but we cover everything from economics to market making, business building, so kind of seeing the good, the bad and the ugly in the space and kind of been through the wars. So excited to share some thoughts.
And Mo.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, testing, can you guys hear me? No?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. There you go. Thank you.
Please give a round of applause for the guys who don't get to be on stage but make it all work, our fantastic tech guys back here. Please give them a huge round of They make this thing all work for us. No, all to you.
Excellent. Let's go. GM. No, let's try the next mic. GM, no mics are working. So I guess I'll just have to project my voice. Can you guys hear me at the back?
No.
No. Yes, okay. Oh,
there we
it's
are.
working now. We got there eventually. Thank you everyone for your patience. So I'm Mohammed Azzuddin. I'm the head of tokenomics at Animoca Brands. And really the vision that Animoca Brands has is all around digital ownership. Being able to have freedom around your choices, ownership of your data. We were a games company in 2017, pivoted by launching a VC firm and really started investing within the space. Yeah, our leaders saw the vision of what NFTs can potentially bring to the space. And I think 5-6 years on, we're really starting to see the beginning of that. Our portfolio is over 450 companies strong with nearly 20 subsidiaries. And really it's about a blue ocean mentality, how we can grow the pie together and really give ownership back in the hands of end users, migrating them to be members of the community.
Brilliant. So we've got three very different perspectives, I think, kind of cross a little bit, but they also have their own spaces, so that's why we're going to have a fun conversation about a bunch of different topics. But to start with, I thought I would throw out a definition of what macro crypto economics could mean. Obviously, depending on your perspective, it can be different too, but just because I think that some of you might be going, I have no idea what this panel is supposed to be talking about, so let's have that conversation. The description I found, well, I actually asked ChatGPT, so this may just be completely made up, but lovely ChatGPT told me macro crypto economics refers to the study and analysis of the economic systems and structures that govern the functioning and value proposition of cryptocurrencies and blockchain networks. It encompasses the evaluation of economic incentives, governance models, monetary policies, and overall economic principles that make decentralized digital assets function. So all that fun stuff, governance, monetary policy, network security, market dynamics, token economics, network effects, and the whole regulatory environment, which means we can talk about a lot of stuff, but we're not going to touch all that because we don't have that much time to do that. But I thought, in light of a very broad topic, for each of you, what do you focus on, or might, at least maybe if we talk about the state of crypto right now, what are you focusing on, or what part of this subject interests you the most right now? And that will let us kind of open that up and go down each of these rabbit holes depending on those different points. I've got a whole bunch of questions for you, but I'm also interested to see how this subject speaks to you already. Who would love to jump in on that very open-ended any thoughts? Well, you mentioned a whole lot of tokenomic stuff or things like that. What would you see?
So, what a rabbit hole. It's what I appreciate about the moderation is the bounding of the question up front.
Which means I did a terrible job.
I'm kidding. It's my fault. Okay, so I think it's actually, there's economics and then macro and micro, and I think ChatGPT might have hallucinated a little bit because there is let's say within economics there's the split between macro and micro. On a macro scale, you're looking at economies top down. So you're saying what's the money supply, what's the productivity of this economy, what's the GDP, what are the sort of systemic things that are driving activity. Often you can just think about it like what's the economy doing. And then on the micro scale, microeconomics is really the study of bottoms up. So you're studying human behavior, indifference curves, incentives, the theory of the firm, the trade-offs that firms make in production, hiring, and so on. And so things like token engineering and token incentives often are about, the behaviors of agents. What will agents do within some particular set of incentives that you give them? So for example, if you're a DeFi protocol and you're like, hey, we're going to give people fake money to wash trade, people are going to wash trade. That's microeconomics. That's not funny to anybody. That's really serious. Nobody's ever wash traded on a DeFi protocol to get fake tokens. Still not funny. It's only funny to you because you know what?
We're laughing with you, not at you.
Because you know what? Market making. Okay, so the other side is, the macro side, and the macro side is actually very connected into all the traditional macro factors because they're consequent. So for you to understand, like, why are people moving money on and off exchanges, or why are Bitcoin prices or ETH prices moving in some particular way, you have to understand not just the economic factors for ETH staking and what percent of people are staking, and like what are the interest rates within ETH versus some other staking protocol, and then is that real or nominal, right? Like those types of things within our industry. But you also have to go back and understand the overall macroeconomic environment, right? So what do interest rates do to GDP, to employment? What is the risk-on, risk-off trade-off for large investors? What does it mean for BlackRock to rebalance? What does that mean for hedge funds and venture funds? What does that mean for companies raising? What does that mean for people liquidating out of DeFi into cash? And what are all these flows? How are they connected? So I wanted to kind of just draw that separation between macro and micro. And I've certainly taken up more than my share of time. I'd say that for me...
And we're done. Thank you for coming. That was really great to have you here with us today.
Just to tie the bow, for me, the interesting part is really that question of, in Web3, we understand we have these tools. We can play with incentives in ways you can't in traditional startup land. We can play with macro incentives at the level of an entire project economy. But for all of that, there has to be a real GDP being generated inside of Web3. So I'm obsessed with the question of where will labor productivity in Web3 come from? Real assets, on-chain productivity and DAOs, generative AI and labor, digital labor coming into the space. So for me, it's that sort of what's the wheel that turns the whole thing.
Yeah. Let me try and take this from a... Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Let me take this maybe from a builder perspective more. And I guess there's I mean, the simplest way to think about, again, such a big topic, but what are tokens? It's programmable money. And as Lex touched on, it's the ability to imbue certain properties, traits, behavioral kind of incentives and punishments into tokens, whether they're NFTs, whether they're fungibles, whatever they might be. And the space of token economics is, as I always say, is really broken into two areas. So you have the token mechanism and the mechanism design, the value accrual systems, and then there's the distribution. So kind of how you get the token into people's hands. And when you think about token kind of mechanisms, if you will, this is the part that is often done really poorly from what we've seen, which is a case of, hey, I want to launch a token. We're going to figure out what it does later. It's kind of putting like the cart before the horse. So you start with the question of, what is my token designed to do? What is it supposed to be doing? What do I want it to be doing? Do I need a token in the first place, or is it just something that is a fundraising mechanism or something of that ilk? And you're looking at, again, who are your stakeholders in the ecosystem? What are the value flows between the stakeholders? How do they interact? Does this make logical sense, economic sense, legal sense? In the sense, are you making a security by accident and you don't even know about it? And the second part is distribution part, which is how do you get this token into people's hands? So early days we saw, the ICOs of 2017-18. Then we saw liquidity mining, back in sort of DeFi summer 2020, where we are minting free tokens off the back of a lot of wash trading, as someone alluded to.
I don't know what you're looking at. I didn't do it.
And there's that part, and there's also, we've seen airdrops, so retrospective airdrops on people. Who are the people using the system? So it's all around how do we get these tokens into the right people's hands, who are fundamentally going to be using our protocol. And so distribution is a whole separate topic, but again, just to kind of summarize that. Value accrual versus distribution, and that's the world of token econ. I think too many people focus too much on distribution and the metrics versus the actual values that actually tie back into the business model.
Thanks, James.
Not much left to say, but again, a quick touch on Bitcoin and Ethereum. The combined power between both is approximately 60% of the total market cap within crypto. So we really haven't seen any other tokens break anywhere close to that range as of now. And a lot of the points were alluded to earlier on. So I think we're still quite early from that aspect. And fundamentally, the movements that Bitcoin and Ethereum make do have a big impact on the rest of the tokens or the price action within the space. Probably keep it short so we can discuss something a bit more sexy later on.
No, that's great. That gives us, again, 3 viewpoints, but tons of subjects for us to dive into. And for context, because also why am I here? So I live in Paris. I'm excited to come and meet a lot of you because the London ecosystem is really fantastic, but a little, not insular, but we don't hear necessarily about everything going on here if we're not here. So I'm as excited to come and get to meet a lot of the people I didn't know. A lot of amazing stuff is going on. on the continent when it comes to Web3 and everything around crypto. And so with Borderless, I create syndicated investments, grouped investments into Web3 and AI. I'm one of the co-founders of the NFT Factory in Paris, which was founded by 128 people from like Ledger and Sorare and the Sandbox and Artifact and Ariani and things like that to build a physical hub for the Web3 ecosystem in Paris. It's also because it's a hub, it's because it's physical, it's also now the world's largest digital art gallery. It's 400 square meters and 70 screens. So if you happen to be in Paris, come check that out. It's a really cool place on the digital art side, but also really the hub of a very vibrant and dynamic ecosystem. So what I'd love to then maybe go from there is, if we talk about the state of so you each kind of went into some of what the topics could be. Let's maybe talk about the state of where we're at right now, just in terms of crypto, because I think that's important to maybe we you know, the idea of the bear market and bull market, and right now we're in a place where everything just seems to be kind of, so what do you think are the major factors right now keeping us from kind of getting out of this market that we've kind of been in for a while? And how do you think we can move forward? And then we'll maybe go down into some of the specific topics you brought up that way.
So I think for me, fundamentally, it's a lack of product in the space as of now. From where we were a few years back, the technology or the back end, so to speak, has come a long way. We've saturated the amount of people coming in for the decentralization, the digital ownership. The fact of the matter is everyone in Web 2 don't really care about ownership. And we'll just do a quick experiment together now. How many of us remember a few years back when Facebook or Meta bought out WhatsApp and we were all thinking, oh shit, they're gonna have access to our data? How many of us downloaded a Telegram or a Signal at that time? Quick show of hands. Okay, maybe 10%. How many of us are still using WhatsApp? And that's exactly the point here. We know our data isn't safe. We don't have ownership of that, but we continue to use because of the network effects around everyone within our networks are still using WhatsApp. We haven't really seen that migration to Signal or to Telegram to really force us to move as maybe we did when BlackBerry Messenger, for those who are old enough in the room to remember that, to migrate to WhatsApp. So I think that's one of the challenges we currently have within the space right now. The scammers in the space, crypto's not a scam, but because of the lack of regulation around crypto, people have taken advantage of that. And we saw with the Creator League as well, with the mention of NFTs, for example, and blockchain in the back end, there was a big ruckus from a lot of the creators and that ended up falling apart. So we still have a way to go from having tangible products that abstract away the blockchain. We're getting a lot closer with things like account abstraction. I think in most instances, outside of DeFi and maybe DAOs, we don't need a token first approach. Have a product there, have critical mass, and critical mass does vary from product or platform to platform. And then once we start to really have tangible data, then we can look at introducing the right kind of fungible token. But you can see the ecosystem with different forms of NFTs to really engage people and have the community buying in.
Yeah. Thanks, Mel. Yes?
I'll add to that. I mean, I think right now we've got enough infrastructure, we've got enough block space. We need to fill it with apps actually using that block space. So getting more genuine traffic, not some mercenary capital who's there to farm the latest airdrop, but people genuinely willing to stick with the app because it gives them value. The blockchain abstraction, again, I always use the analogy, if you want to drive a car, you don't need to know how the internal combustion engine works. You don't need to know which layer you're building on as an end user. If you're building on an on-chain, I don't know, Candy Crush is probably a bad example. So that's the first piece. So it's building apps that generally have user throughput and users actually using this, not for the financial element, but because it makes sense and they enjoy it. That's the first piece. I think the second piece, we still have far too many tokens that just shouldn't exist. Back to your point, I mean, let's start with building companies that solve problems, finding us problem solution sets that are commercially viable, we're wrapped in a commercially viable business model. And I'd love to see so much more equity raises with token warrants built in and issuing a token if it makes sense. Token makes sense when there's a whole plethora of pieces. If you're more D2C, there's a whole piece around content, contact, commerce. We have this kind of 3-piece rule where you can centralize that and there's a whole piece around how you could do that. Let's say doing on-chain loyalty programs. Sure, you can do that. You can do, again, you're trying to decentralize over time. You're going to start decentralized. That's natural for a startup. Don't decentralize too soon. It's going to go horribly wrong. Who here is part of a DAO? Just raise your hands. Okay. Who here has seen the level of traction or engagement in DAOs and seen it as a problem to actually getting stuff done? It is a pain. It is an absolute pain, right? So let's not decentralize too quickly. So I'd love the space to go back to lean startup principles, solve problems people care about, and then building these Web3 mechanisms off the back of product market fit, rather than trying to do it the other way around. I'll pause there.
Great. Lex?
I deeply agree with all of that. Except one bit, but I would use different. I've come to use different framing for it. So the bit that I would disagree with is not having a token, and I think that stems. It's kind of there's two separate points. One point is a lot of the participants, and like if you're in the fog and you're trying to explore the forest of possibilities and you don't know what's coming next, right? So the algorithm that gets you through uncertainty best is called novelty search. So it's not like you have a linear path from here to there. It's like I need to make 100 million in revenue, so I'm going to make 1 million and then 5 and then 20 and then 50 and then 100, and that's my plan for the next 10 years, and I'm going to do that because that's how things work. You can't linearly plan through uncertainty. So the algorithm that gets you through that, or that gets on average somebody through that, is called novelty search, where you find the thing that is most outside the bounds, that is the most weird, and you go there, and then you kind of island hop until you get to the other side. The thing about novelty search and going through the fog is that 99.5% of the novelty searchers die because they, it's not a stepping stone, it's a crocodile mouth. So it's tricky, and you do have to get through it. And I think where we are now, there's industry level deep confusion, and I'm in the industry and I have this confusion as well, but a profound confusion as to what is a Web3 business? Like, nobody here, including us, actually knows. It's not a laundromat with token ownership of laundry slots. And it's also, it's not like, no offense to anybody who's doing this, but it's not necessarily, it's like not metaverse rent plots for non-existing demand. It's not, it's not yet beautiful 3D fashion, no matter how cool that is. And it's not the financial games of Olympus DAO or Terra Luna. We know those things are not it, we've explored them. So we don't really yet know what the economic loop looks like. And so my language for it is less kind of like Web 2 lean startup first principles, and more of just what is the GDP of the space? What does that look like? And if you boil that down even more, it's, where does GDP or economic growth come from? And the answer is, well, I make a thing that cost me less than it is valuable to you. Then we exchange it, and you're willing to pay me something because you're getting consumer surplus and I'm getting producer surplus. And then we have a transaction, and we're both better off. And that's kind of the core glue at the atomic level of an economy. And so what is that for Web3? And I'm not sure yet, and I think more discovery is necessary to figure out that economic loop. But the second part of what I started with, which is actually, I think it's more likely that we do need more tokens, billions more tokens. I want every 5-year-old in school to issue securities every single day. I want that. I want it to annihilate the regulatory landscape. So it's practically impossible to reason about regulating ownership and participation. To me, that's the extreme where we have to be at, where literally it's complete nonsense to talk about I can't hold a token because it might give me revenue. I mean, that's psychopathy. It's totally destructive to actual innovation, right? I'm a book publisher, and I don't want people to have, oh my goodness, a child will send emails to other children, and there will be dozens of those that they send every day, or they're gonna text people 100 times a day. What a crazy world! We should read their text before they publish them, because we got to control what people read and think. Like, of course you don't ask the book publisher. You can't. And so similarly, I think like the industry, end of the day, has to break this idea that ownership is securities, and it has to break the idea that like revenue sharing is a wholly enshrined church of capital markets that only like Delaware corporations can do. No, like all of us should be able to issue millions of tokens a year that give you different participation, different stuff that we do. And I think that's the core value prop of Web3. But because that's not available to us yet, and because it's in the fog, I think a lot of us are kind of falling back on like, okay, well, what's worked in Web 2? What are the economic loops there? And then what rules do we have for things that look like it? And so until we process that, which might take quite a long time, it's going to be tough going.
Can I just add to that? Experimentation is good, right? Just don't hear me wrong here, because I was at FriendTech recently. If you guys are no following, you know, some of these experiments are awesome. Some of these companies may not survive. We don't know. No, I don't know. No one here knows with FriendTech will be around in 5 years' time. You know, we'll see. Maybe it's the Netscape. Maybe it's the next Amazon or Google. These experimentations are great because we get to see what works and what doesn't. Just as we saw in 2017, payment tokens, perhaps weren't the best way to do things, right? We had the V models, we had all these different models, and the only way we figure out how to move forward is by screwing up, really, and trying things. I guess the key message I want to kind of get across is, if you are doing an experiment with some kind of token, Web3 kind of token economy, having a very clear value proposition of what it is you're trying to achieve first, and then launching the token, rather than launching the token, raising into that token, and then thinking about, well, what do I do with it after? And I think that's kind of the key message there.
Yeah, that's a great, and I do think that's really important to highlight, especially where there's a lot of builders and entrepreneurs or wanting to be entrepreneurs in this space. These kind of conferences attract a lot of people who are obviously already doing it, but also want to. And one of the things we still see a little bit too much is people just being like, oh, I'm doing something, we're going to do a token. And I agree, we can have more tokens, but they still need to do something, like in the sense of there needs to be a reason, even if in the end we decide that it's still experimentation. But if you're starting a company and you need to raise money, it might make a lot more sense to raise it so that people have an interest in what you're building on the equity side. If there's a reason with the token warrants, whatever, that you throw tokens into it, great. But it seems like people are just making up tokens to make them up because they feel like they're supposed to. I think Lex wants us to do that, so that's a different opinion that we can keep going down that road. But I do think so regardless, actually, between the two views, I think the important thing is to just take a step back and say, ask the question. Should we do this? And if we err on the side of, well, let's do it because we want to experiment, we have some ideas. Cool. But if we also come to the side of it of, well, we don't really have a reason to do this, we just think we were supposed to do a token, I would argue that's probably not a good idea. But the experimentation piece, I think, is really interesting in that. So I don't want to, I think you're probably saying similar things, but I think it's the issue of doing it without any real reflection on the idea of why are we tokenizing stuff.
Let me, from an investment perspective, I'm 100% aligned with you. Both the token warrant and the exposure and the smart design of tokenomics, and especially if you have a project that's working, you don't want to blow it up with early liquidity and all this stuff, so 100%. I'm making kind of a qualitatively different point, not to undermine the what's an investable company, an investable project, and good token performance and capital appreciation, and high quality compliance and a lack of market manipulation, which are all wonderful things and should be enforced and regulated. I'm making a different point, which is nobody says, does that, you made a website, does that website need to exist? Why did you make that pointless website? Or is that tweet valuable? Have you,
we should ask that question more often, maybe.
Well, but of whom? Who gets to decide?
No,
the answer is nobody gets to decide.
Yes.
So the core principle is absolutely not. You don't ask, should this website exist? It's not helpful. Or should this tweet exist? This blog sucks. Why? Don't. There's the tokenized asset. For me, that's the invention. That's the building block. In the way that a hyperlink is for media, a token is for stuff that you can own. So absolutely, yes, go make total nonsense tokens. And you shouldn't be persecuted for it, and you shouldn't have the pressure that they have to be some holy thing that represents like all of corporate law.
I think the issue right now is that I love your vision of where that could be, but the problem is right now is if a startup wants to raise money and they throw a token at it and they try and call it utility and it just really isn't, the reality we live in still does have implications of the things being securities. So we want to break that.
You're trapped in the capital markets, okay? User-generated finance. This is the mental model. Would YouTube work if every single person who uploaded a video to YouTube had to ask, is this going to be funded by the motion picture studios and be made into Harry Potter? And the answer is obviously not. The answer is yes, you still upload your crappy YouTube video out of, because you feel like it. You're driven to create. And I think that people have a drive to create media assets, economic assets, and so on. And so I totally give it to you in terms of the capital markets framework. If you're trying to raise money, yeah, build the motion picture, build the security. But is that the right answer for all the builders here? Like, I don't think so.
No, definitely not. I think just to wrap up that piece is just the idea of some of the things, even if people aren't raising capital, some of those things are still going to fall into this shitty place of it's still a security, even if that wasn't what the point was. And so I'm just, to ask yourself the question of, let's play with this. Let's tokenize absolutely everything. But you, at the end of the day, you may have to have some serious discussions with your regulator because you cross some lines. It'd be great if we break that. But let's talk about the regulation side maybe a little bit, or also the institutional side, because I think we talked about you as builders wanting to build things. But maybe part of this macro conversation that's really interesting is the institutional adoption. How do you feel that affects where we're at right now and where we're going in terms of this larger economics idea of where crypto is at? Because we see so many big companies, big investors, large corporates all acquiring crypto or trying to play with crypto in some way or whatever. What are your thoughts about how that's affecting where we're at, and can that be the reason this gets better because we get all this more institutional adoption? Or not?
Do we really want to talk about regulation?
But we can. We've got 5 minutes, so...
I'll just link it back to something earlier on, and it's, for me, there's a big challenge in the space between motivation and incentivization, and I think it's something that's not spoken about enough. And I think it's to Lex's point, and actually the discussion we were having, that a lot of people who want to raise on a token, there's an incentive there for them to do so because it's a different way to be able to raise funds. But then for a lot of users coming in, or community members coming in, unfortunately what we've seen in the space is they're coming in because I buy a token at X and I want to cash out at 10X, as opposed to I'm motivated to come into this ecosystem to add value, where we can then really grow whatever that value proposition is together within the community. There's a lot of speculators, they go by a lot of other names, maybe I won't say on the mic right now, but we have a big issue there. And that's sort of, there's a dark cloud over the space because of the number of bad actors. So when we talk about regulation and some of the maybe larger companies looking in, they have to act within certain parameters because of either they're listed, for example, or the different frameworks that they have to abide by. So it becomes very challenging to come into a landscape where the majority of the users in the space are not actually looking to participate in any way to add any meaningful value. And I know that's a big assumption to make, but it's an assumption we can make just based on the data that we've seen. And there's very few people genuinely looking to add value. So when the larger corporations look in, it's just, okay, we can launch something, but does a token make sense for them is an entirely different question. But fundamentally, can they leverage the tech to be able to start to solve some problems and maybe derive new forms of business streams and revenue? Then yes, there is, and I think we are slowly getting closer to that. The XRP ruling a couple of months ago has been, I think, a bright light in the space. I know loads of different companies are now looking at that and being like, okay, now we have a good chance to actually launch a token because the narrative is there and there is a window. But then again, these are companies as opposed to individuals who are just like, I'm motivated to create a token like Shiba Inu or Floki, like some of the meme tokens that we've seen, who really have no utility. But at the height of the market, we had, 2 meme tokens in the top 10, if I recall correctly, and no buzzwords, no utilities. We can look at NFTs as well. When the NFT buzz came out, like I got it wrong. I generally thought in-game assets would be the big thing in NFTs, and it was PFPs, purely because of the simplicity around it. That I can associate who's in a similar community or in the same community to mine, because we both hold the same type of NFT. If it's an ape or a cat or a dog or some randomly generated piece of 3D art, it became very easy to associate who's in the same community with me, and there was that level of trust that was there that probably didn't exist before.
Yeah, there's a real kind of there's a couple of elements to that, right? The really interesting experiment with NFTs that we've seen is that it's what you saw with peer-to-peer lending back in the day, you know, the crowd cubes of this world, where I will invest £1,000 whatever into a project I'm genuinely excited about with no real expectation of financial gain from this. Maybe there'll be something, but the reality is because I'm really passionate about it and I want to be part of the club that was the early adopter of this underground thing because I was in there first. And you really see this through and through in crypto. Like, why are you buying this? Yes, maybe it's for financial gain, but a lot of it is to be part of that kind of support piece. And that's what you see with a lot of these NFT communities. I think on the institutional side, going back to your point, a lot of companies are already experimenting with this right now. The reason why the SEC and Gary Gensler is, kind of gone the other end of the spectrum, and he wants, everything is security, tokenizing baseball cards and Pokemon cards will be security at this rate. Is because there has been so much, so many bad actors, or let's say failed experiments that started in bad faith in the beginning. But I think there's so much good stuff happening as well, like on-chain loyalty. A lot of the big companies are experimenting with this right now. How do you engage either as a brand or an entertainer? We saw with Messi, for instance. Messi, Ronaldo. Instead of going to take an over $1 billion contract in Saudi Arabia, he went to play for a US team where he retains some of the rights because he recognizes that people follow Messi for Messi, not for the team that he plays. So how do I get this direct-to-consumer, direct engagement with my audience? Secondly, what are the levers I have to engage? Do I give away my data to all the intermediaries in the middle, or is there ways to build fan clubs around engagement, around tools? How do I build incremental revenue streams? And again, a good example is if you go on Amazon and you'll buy, you buy something, instead of the call to action to buy, imagine there's a button saying, join the community of others who bought the same. And you come into that community. If let's say you bought, a Russell Hobbs kettle or something, and everyone else bought it, but they might be talking about a great toaster they bought as well. There's a higher propensity to buy. So things like this unlock hyper-targeting towards your user base, hyper-engagement, new revenue streams, new channels, new ways to give them collectibles, reward them with POAPs for coming to events. So yes, minting tokens, etc., but it's kind of rewarding for that behavior. So I think institutions are playing with this, but they're playing with it less from a financial perspective, but more from a marketing in terms of increasing customer stickiness, creating more LTV and reducing kind of CAC for some of these users.
Brilliant. I would love to give you a chance to add on to that, but we are out of time. So I think what I will just say is if you want to have a chat with any of these guys, they're hanging out, they're here at the event. So please give them a huge round of applause for contributing to our discussion. And if it's not on Twitter, it didn't really happen. So we have to do our obligatory selfies. And again, thank you for coming and have a great day. Alrighty. Yeah. Thank you.
I just wanted to argue.
Well done, Ethan. You kept us awake. A very interesting look at cryptonomics. And I think what's interesting from hearing the conversation here today from the experts, it's like we're starting to understand what is money. Thinking about what exactly is money. And I think we're on a journey, all of us, to understand that because, again, as I said earlier, before we were babied by the banks because we just, we turned up, rocked up, opened our bank account, don't even think about money, and now we are. And I think that's also, this conversation is really interesting because we're all economists as well. And bear in mind that the study of economics, it's in the humanities, it's not in the science, it's not an exact science, so we're all very capable of doing that. So thank you again to the team for that illuminating panel. Up next now, investing in the future of Web3, and I'd like to bring on Filippo Cesari, if I'm saying it right, to do the introduction. I think he's been mic'd up. He's in the house. We can discuss money some more. He's coming on. So anyway, very interesting. I'm looking forward to investing in the future of Web3. I think that's why we're all here. We want to see what's going to come. It's been spoken of Web3 as a toddler. Earlier, Dylan was talking about on the DeFi panel, and he said, DeFi is a toddler. What's it going to do next? Will it burp? Will it stand? Will it walk? Will it talk? Very exciting times. So now, I may have to sing a Girl Guide song. I'm not sure I want to inflict this upon you. Or a Spike Milligan poem. I will do a Spike Milligan poem. Mary Pugh was nearly 2 when she went out of doors. She went up standing up, she did, but came back on all fours. The moral of the story is, please meditate and pause. Never send a baby out with loosely waisted drawers. And maybe that baby is the toddler that is DeFi. Anyway, to save you from more Spike Milligan poetry, Filippo, please come on to the stage and talk about investing in the future of Web3. Thank you very much.
I'm going to sit on this side, I think. Please.
Pick a side.
All right. Can everyone hear me fine at the back as well? Are we pumped? I'm pumped for this conversation. Richard is a difficult man to get a hold of, so.
What he's trying to say is that we are less than 100% rehearsed.
Yes, we are less than 100% rehearsed. In fact, last night, we got told that Elke unfortunately would not be able to make it due to her flight being delayed. So in New York, Elke is the UK country director for Coinbase. So it's going to be myself and Richard today. It's going to be a really interesting chat. Maybe I'll give 1 second of brief intro since I'm talking about myself later this afternoon. And then I'll allow Richard to maybe introduce himself and give a brief origin story of how Fabric came to be. I'm Filippo. For those that don't know me, I'm the GP of Agile GTM. We're the world's first enterprise Web3 accelerator fund, and we're based out of Lisbon. Please, over to you.
Thank you. Is this working okay? Ish? Yeah, I can shout. Hi, I'm Richard, and I've got, no, that picture's not up there.
Yeah, it's not up there.
I've noticed that there's got a picture of me down here, and I should be wearing exactly the same clothes, but that wasn't intentional. For what it's worth, I guess as context, well, first it's great to be here, great to have such a concentration of people who are passionate about this particular space and have made either are local, I guess, or have made the journey across to this side of town. I'm Okamura, have been a Southwest Londoner after my parents sort of brought me across from Australia. As context for, I guess, Fabric and myself, given that now we're having this very personal chat for how long?
30 minutes.
30 minutes?
Yeah.
As I said, I kind of got transplanted here sort of early on by my parents, and then my dad was in the music business, and kind of that inspired me and my brothers to think of what the closest thing to rock and roll might be, given we were definitely not going to make it in terms of singing and playing any kind of instrument. And back in the 90s, that felt like it could be building startups. So I've been doing that. I've been in the kind of startup gig, game, pulling the band together, trying to be extraordinarily ambitious and build stuff and get venture backing since the mid 90s. The first company I did was in the whole kind of network management space or network middleware space. That's really boring, but it was interesting in that it was one of the very earliest companies to use open source software in anger at massive scale. And folks here, some of you might remember, and there's a thread to this, 'cause it's connected to the open movement and where we are with Web3. But some of you might remember that at that point in time, the concept that you might use open source software at all was a little crazy. And that was from Richard Stallman and his romantics. And it's a nice idea and everybody can contribute, but you don't really want to rely on it. What you need is kind of like precision engineering, waterfall from requirements down to kind of delivery and testing, like you're building like the space shuttle or something. And that was the way to do it, sort of military style. And so obviously this was the era where MySQL out of Sweden, in fact Finland, kind of became very popular, and Linux and so forth. And it was inconceivable at that point in time that Linux would be ultimately at the heart of not just desktops around the world and laptops, but also mobiles, effectively all around the world at this point in time. And that anything could sort of threaten the kind of almost imperial hegemony of Microsoft that was on the rise with that fantastic Windows 95 launch scene that everybody has seen meme across the internet with Steve Ballmer shouting developers, developers, developers. But it did happen, and it was a triumph for the open approach, for the inclusiveness, the ability to get many, thousands or millions of eyes onto a problem, people's desire to participate and contribute to those projects. And I think one of the tenets of that whole open systems approach was that you're never going to be able to hire all of the most talented people who are relevant to your particular project in the world if you're running a company. It's just never going to happen. But there is a different approach to building things where you can invite them to contribute in their different ways, in a kind of, obviously in a kind of long tail, or kind of, there are very core contributors, and then it kind of tails after that. It's not equal participation, but it's important. So I think, so that was my experience in the 90s. We ended up IPOing that company, actually, London Stock Exchange, and then NASDAQ, and then merged with another NASDAQ company and got bought by Oracle, and it's still kicking around managing big data networks today. I then, and lots of lessons mainly about what not to do in that context, but please, let's go for a beer or a martini or something. I can tell you about that. And then I helped Accel Partners set up in Europe. And this was at the time when, the European and UK venture capital industry was absolutely in its infancy. There were barely any firms. There were a few sort of setting up. I remember one of the top firms notionally was 3i. I don't know if anybody's come across 3i. And it was a listed entity, but it kind of did venture and private equity. It was like just so many miles away from the high risk appetite and intensive support that you get with a kind of Silicon Valley style venture capital investing approach. And so Accel came across and Benchmark came across to set up in Europe, and I had a gig as what was called an entrepreneur in residence, which I was told I should never take such a pompous and laughable title, but it was a little bit like court jester, and a little strange actually, because and kind of, if I can link this forward to, we've got a program called Fabric X supporting people at the talent stage, which was kind of inspired by this support for people when they literally have nothing but a blank sheet of paper. Which I think is an important part of what we need to have in our, our ecosystem. But there's a kind of flip side. There's a double-edged sword, or even a poison chalice, to kind of not wanting to throw too many metaphors around, involved in being given a kind of a blank check and a blank sheet of paper. I remember asking the guys at Accel, which is like, okay, great, I'm here, and you're kind of paying me my stipend. What do I do? And they said, well, I don't know, you're the entrepreneur, you work out what to do. All we need at the end of it is a kind of billion-dollar company. I'm like, okay, fine. And it's a huge challenge, and that's part of, conjoining your kind of business model with venture, is that you are making that Faustian pact that $500 million is not enough. It needs to be billions and above. So I did that, and I built a second company, which was called Tideway, which was in the early in the kind of cloud middleware, cloud automation space, and in that sense, I sort of built something that was in Web 1 and something that was in Web 2, and we got to like 100 people and 20 million in revenue, and then hit the financial crisis and all sorts of disasters. And again, if you want me to witness me crying into my beer, we can go and have a beer, and we can talk through those lessons. And but that was interesting for a couple of reasons that connect to why I have fallen particularly into the Web3 ecosystem, which is that, again, we used open source software. We amalgamated them and used it to very rapidly build a product that, if we'd been building it from scratch, we'd never have been able to do, and benefit from the community that was making it robust. And we also, two other things I think that are interesting. We were trying to and I was listening to the panel that was just finishing, we were trying to incentivize extremely talented people who were running large data centers to collaborate. And so, because the truth is that you often ended up with a situation where people who knew the secrets of how to run a data center actually would therefore just keep all those secrets to themselves because it's just attached to a large check on an ongoing basis. That's what's known in the business or whatever as a local optimum, yeah? The reality is what you want is everybody sharing all that information so the whole thing can run better. And then hopefully people get rewarded for that. And I felt like I witnessed the challenges of driving that kind of coordination. And we experimented with lots of different things to make that possible. And actually experimented with how we would have machine learning effectively. It was very early, primitives of machine learning, trying to solve complex problems in terms of application configuration and change control within a data center, and marry that to an incentive structure for people sharing their knowledge bases and get out of this tribal mentality. And both of those kind of essentially created a sort of fertile ground for when I stumbled into, after selling the company in 2009, when I stumbled into kind of Bitcoin and then the concept of DAOs, for thinking about it and thinking, wow, like first of all, Bitcoin is a DAO and it's actually managing to achieve incredible things, coordinate people's effort and deployment of their capital on a global basis, and that principle can be extended further than that. And in 2013, I woke up to this superpower, and I'll stop so you can get me back on track. This superpower that I believe is at the core of Web3, which is this ability to coordinate at scale for the collective benefit, the actions of individuals in a way that actually sort of balances that collective benefit with the profit incentive and the power of capitalism. And so that in that sense, it's not just a technological movement, it's not just a business movement, it's actually a societal level movement ultimately that hopefully we're all kind of behind here. And so I saw those things coming together, and obviously like all journeys, there's been many meanderings of different descriptions since then, but that was the genesis of thinking, wow, how do we participate in this community? And I made the switch from building. It took a while to admit that I was not as going to be the next great kind of builder and hang out my kind of boots and switch to be the coach or whatever and be the backer for other builders, yeah.
All right, well, thanks a lot for that. That was amazing. So maybe picking up on some of the things that you said. So you said it's a socioeconomic almost paradigm. I phrase it like that, and it has had various ramifications, and it expressed itself in various ways from a conceptual level. So maybe let's start with the conceptual level. So last year or 2 years ago, we basically saw the metaverse hyped, the NFTs being hyped, and the concept of utopian decentralization being hyped. And from an investment standpoint, it looks as if right now, I mean, I haven't been in the VC space for very long, but since I have been, I can already see the rebranding happening from metaverse to immersive experiences, from NFTs to digital tokens and digital assets and real world assets, and from coins to digital currency. So there's a rebranding happening, and so I'd like to hear your thoughts. You see thousands of decks, or not you specifically, but you see them after they've been filtered. What is the trend in terms of the rebranding, and because that is obviously, that informs what is going to happen in the future. So yeah.
Look, so it's an interesting one to unpack. So first of all, if you're using a term that you're attempting to rebrand that of course is also featuring in a legal document or in a kind of regulation, that's not necessarily going to help you. And I think it was touched upon in the previous panel, and I guess we can come back to it. But I guess suffice it to say, in that space, my experience is that we're still in the situation where people have such an abstract and possibly orthogonal view of different concepts in different sides of that discussion and debate that, it's both a massive problem because that stuff doesn't happen, but also sometimes things just slip through for that reason. So then in terms of the rebranding, I mean, I think a lot of people who've been around for these past few years have seen that, well, you know, it's Bitcoin, oh no, it's not Bitcoin, it's going to be colored coins, oh, it's not that, it's kind of Ethereum, oh no, it's not Ethereum, it's about the blockchain, or, you know, all of these different phases. And look, that's always going to happen. And I think sometimes if you're thinking about your startup, if you're a founder, I think it can be powerful. And we made some tweaks, for example, to our positioning. We've always been about a new computing paradigm, having gone through Web 1 and Web 2 and saw that was what was emerging. And fair credit to Gav Wood, who we hosted at a meetup to present the Ethereum paper in like sort of Jan 2014. He coined the kind of Web 3 phrase, but in my mind it was always kind of Tim Berners-Lee who had his eye on that with the concept of the semantic web. But we've already viewed it through that lens, not as kind of we're going to invest in digital assets, or we're going to we're after NFTs. It's a stack that enables a whole range of different things that is continuing to mature. But at some point, for example, we actually switched a little bit from talking about strictly Web 3 to talking about, or in fact, at one point we talked about decentralized data networks. So it was not very snappy, and it might be literally true, but not that great. But to avoid the blockchain word to makes it too narrow. And I guess I'm sharing kind of my journey, and then anyone can reflect on it from there in a position as a founder. And then we switched to kind of talk about Web 3. But we had people sort of go like, you know, well, this is earlier on, do people really know what that is? And if it's Web 3, then maybe we'll wait and we'll invest in Web 4, and numbers aren't really particularly evocative. They're a little bit sort of clinical and sterile. And so we settled a little bit on talking about the open web. And we developed so again, building on these principles of open systems and permissionlessness and open source and the open execution of code, and where we're moving to, you know, open data that we're comfortable contributing to because it's privacy preserved, and actually moving beyond that to, in a sense, a concept of open truth, because we've got, you know, consensus around it, as well as we can rely on the provenance of that data and so on and so forth. So that was the positioning we ended up with, and that's important. But I think, as with all products and their messaging, it's really critical, you know, whether you're a technical product you're launching or a firm with its offering to founders in the service of founders, is to know what you're actually doing and know the difference between that and how you're articulating something to make that work. And I guess within that, what I'm trying to say is that don't let the tail wag the dog. Don't let people who just we're just a bit bored with NFTs and that's the wrong branding, whatever. Like, NFTs are a set of technologies. There's some standards. There's more ones emerging. Don't throw that out with the bathwater. Embrace that. Then articulate what is the benefit of that technology, and that's a different thing. And then also critically, you know, I mean, if you take one of the topics that we're kind of enthusiastic about, which is the kind of deplatforming of the concept of loyalty and payments and commerce in general. So it's actually your experience as a consumer when you go and buy stuff in that moment of payment, and what's in your basket, and what you might be interested in next, and all of that. That should be about you, and it should be about you and the communities you're part of. Not the retailer you happen to stumble into online or offline, not the brand you happen to be buying for. It should be about you. And that's the deplatforming that we see happening. And my point is, in that context, for example, it's not helpful, I don't think, to go to your average kind of person buying whatever, anything from a Starbucks to a ski outfit, and say, hey, great, now you've got NFTs relating to your head skis, and you've got an NFT relating to your latte or whatever, and don't you feel better about your experience? Thank you, Charlotte. And don't you feel better about your experience now? You want to talk about, it's just good, you know, marketing and good startup building. You want to talk about what the benefit is, and use just whatever is the simplest form of vocabulary for people to grok that, I think, and to adopt it and kind of, you know, build it with you.
Amazing, yeah. So many amazing points raised there. So maybe let's, you know, we kind of started from a more conceptual level. Let's go a level deeper, and I will maybe attempt to slip in, I'll attempt to slip in a provocation there and say we haven't achieved product market fit yet in our space. And given that, beyond of course our echo chamber, as we call it. But you have mentioned some things that have the potential to kind of break through, which are loyalty, payments, and of course customer experience. So given your investment thesis today, which vertical narratives or which vertical focus do you see kind of happening in the future? And maybe, you know, of course, please feel free to go as technical as you wish, but also keeping in mind that some of the audience might not be technical, so yeah.
And some, I'm sure, are much more technical than me. Maybe first a question. So how many folks in the audience are building something? You know, show of hands, great. How many are building infrastructure, let's call it that for the moment? Okay, about the third. How many are building something in the open or decentralized finance space? Okay, probably another third. How many people are building, well, by definition, okay, I guess roughly a third are building some other kind of application? Yeah, okay, we seem to have had a dropout from the original numbers, but anyway. And then, so how many are building something you might think of as a consumer app? You know, okay, good. This is kind of a little bit fresh, I think, in the space. So, thank you. Interesting to see, you know, what we've got. Actually, how many are terrible investors in the audience? How many people are investing? Can you leave now, please? I mean, we can talk about that. Obviously, that's not really the space at all. It's a very kind of cooperative space with lots of party rounds, and we need more, not less investment. So apologies for the joke. But so the way we look at it is, as I said, the stack has been building up. And the stack, in a sense, you can think of as building this world computer, you know, and it's compute, it's storage, and it's a consensus around, you know, a data set, this database. And I think, even though, yes, I think we continue to be self-critical and challenge, you know, whether or not we've had product market fit, I think we have had a pretty strong product market fit around that, elements of that, be it, you know, Bitcoin, be it in the broader sense, be it Ethereum in its initial state and then its evolved proof of stake. You know, that is a monumental technical achievement where there are a lot of people, you know, there's fees being generated, there's a lot of people participating in that, you know, ecosystem. I think then we've suffered obviously a little bit in a sense, and this is an unavoidable sort of risk, that the world computer has occasionally got co-opted by the world casino. You know, in the form of open finance, decentralized finance. And look, we need those primitives. Again, the way we look at it, the stack has the primitives of a stable coin, the ability to kind of make and keep financial promises, you know, on a peer-to-peer basis, stable coins, decentralized, you know, exchanges, automated market makers. All of these are incredibly powerful components of this new stack that has, you know, value, you know, identity and value at its core. And so that's unavoidable. And look, because it's so ripe, it's so perfect for speculation, we're going to end up with these sort of flurries of casino activity and therefore, you know, bad actors. Probably name a couple at this point in time, and obviously challenges with regulation. But so infrastructure continues apace. I think this whole evolution to a modular, you know, ecosystem, modular kind of blockchain stack, splitting out, you know, consensus and settlement and data availability and even kind of attention and smart contract composition. You know, all of this is happening at multiple layers. That is creating opportunity in the infrastructure play. I think it's unavoidable. I was just talking to some Ethereum researchers this morning. It's, you know, it's a fact that obviously the biggest community of developers is around Ethereum, you know, EVM and Solidity, and that they have the biggest, you know, economically, you know, based security for their chain, and that's really attractive to developers. But I think there's lots of ways that different chains are playing with to see how they can either coexist with that comfortably by having an totally alternative approach, or be intermeshed with it in a powerful way. And I do still subscribe to the view that there will be many pieces of that modular blockchain ecosystem, and therefore there's opportunity to build those infrastructure pieces, and all of that will be collectively delivering a much better experience for developers. And on the open finance DeFi space, I mean, whatever, I think that the stat is that Uniswap did more business than Coinbase last year, or in the last year, I can't remember the exact time period. I think that, we will continue to see those, metronomically deliver mostly on what they're doing, especially in contrast to the corruptibility of a centralized finance approach, both ones in our space and even ones outside of our space. And I think, the innovation in that space is going to be critical. And I still would stick by my breathless assertion back in January 2018 that the crypto capital markets will ultimately consume today's capital markets, because they're just intrinsically superior. Not overnight, but in time. And so we should be looking to that, the effort to get quote unquote existing real world assets tokenized and linked into those markets. So that's a whole bunch of opportunity. And then I was glad to see people building these consumer apps. And I think we're definitely seeing now, and a small ad for one of our investments, and where I'm on the council near Foundation, we're seeing apps like Cosmos and Sweatcoin and PlayAmber and others coming out of the pipe, doing really significant MAUs and DAUs, and that there are chains out there now, and others, that are scalable to the point that you can have sophisticated user interaction in the UI and around NFTs and value transfer and payments and whatever, to the level required or expected, and that's a totally reasonable expectation by consumers who've been trained on Web 2 apps. For a long time, there's been this kind of notion that we're waiting for the white knight of somebody who knows how to build a great UI, or just to do, in order to have the UX we need within Web 3. I think that the secret has been, and this is good news from where we stand now, that a lot of the underlying components have just not been there. Just raw scalability, but other things like account abstraction, if people are familiar with that in Ethereum, that happen to already be in there. Those underlying sort of infrastructural components make it possible to build the user experience that is actually going to work and allow us to sort of get the proverbial next billion on chain. And so I think there's real possibility, whether it's kind of proof of physical work or involvement with that payments and loyalty, whatever, in the retail environment, to build consumer apps, and that we're very excited by. I'll mention two more spaces. One where we've tried and we're trying again, and the kind of failures have not necessarily been to do with the space so far, but just the intrinsic challenges of super early stage startups. And then one where we continue to look, but I hope it's going to get there. And the first one is open, what we call kind of open work. The whole question, the whole notion of how do we embrace the kind of primacy and the like incredible and unfathomable potential of an individual from the nursery through to the nursing home. How do you represent yourself? How do you train yourself? How do you educate yourself? How do you build up your CV? How do you work out within which different tribes and communities you want to work and earn your living? How does that intermesh with the possible concept of a universal basic income, kind of a sort of a data premium of some description, or data dividend? And so that notion of being able to kind of, in another sense, kind of reinvent LinkedIn in a totally different sort of paradigm and mindset. Have there be multiple different kind of deep, job markets where you can connect yourself with them and like get picked up for what it is that you want to do at that part of your life at that time, and how you can be flexibly detached from, forget the gig economy, but a totally new type of open economy from the restrictions of payroll and how tax works today and pensions and all of those things, and reinvent that. I think that's a fascinating space, and we're just made investment in Only Dust, which is in that space, and previously we backed Missouri, and we're looking a lot. And then the final one, you can always interrupt me when I'm talking too much.
All good.
But
I have one more question that is, so all good.
The final one is not the final on our list, but the other one I mentioned is what you might call open health or decentralized science, which obviously that intersects with, where, we are literally, we're not dealing with, a better approach to loyalty or, let's take the banking middlemen out of the financial system and create more inclusion, which is super important, but we're dealing with life and death. And so the outcome is clear, and the benefit is clear, but the challenges are rife. But the people are attempting to say, if you look at the whole life cycle of healthcare, from just researching into the population as to what the issues are and gathering that data and then running clinical trials or possible solutions and prioritizing our actions there and then bring them to market and testing them and then closing the loop on that, and so forth. How to do that in a way that is way better scale than it is currently. And I don't have the exact numbers at hand, but you can get into the difference between the efficacy of certain algorithms, especially now as we're training large models, with a sort of a data set of 100 data points every month versus having 1 million data points every week to apply to anything from radiology for in a context of oncology through to spotting mental illness in advance. And I don't want to bring up necessarily Rishi's sort of whole anti-smoking push, and I don't know how controversial that isn't, but the principle of trying to kind of get into prevention and not cure by getting ahead of those problems is just, again, irrefutable in terms of the health and economic sense that makes for us. And so I think there is huge potential to do that with the token-driven incentive mechanisms and the community and the data and the privacy preservation that we can have in our Web3 space. But the challenges obviously are massively regulated, massively balkanized, massive entrenched interests who even probably if they want to do it can't get it out of their own way. And so it's going to take time, but I'm still super excited about what we can do in that area.
Amazing. Yeah, I think you touched upon specific verticals and narratives, and it's really amazing. I think the healthcare, of course, is a really strong use case, as well as B2B2C almost, so the consumer coming in from that side. So that's amazing. Perhaps I'd like to go one level further or one level deeper, which is saying, at the beginning of your basically your answer, you said that what has been happening is that the investment space has been approaching it from a speculative standpoint. We see that happen, and a lot of layer ones are arguably potentially not gonna survive the next couple of years, and we see founders kind of go from a token kind of raise to an equity raise. So from that standpoint, I'd love to hear your thoughts on how you see that. If you see that from founders, founders kind of changing their narrative and saying, okay, now we understand that VCs want sustainable business models. They don't necessarily want the speculative token raise. They want to actually go into the equity side. And the second thing is, in relation to that, is how do you think return cycles will change? Because we've seen that every 4 years cyclically there's a bull run, and we all live in hope that the venture capital space will eventually catch on with the bull run, and we know that there's two more halving dates coming, and that's kind of the two more of those cyclical things happening. So how do you see the return cycles for VCs change in light of that?
Okay, so a few things. So good question, and obviously interesting one for people. So obviously there's multiple threads that come into that question when the next bull run is going to go. Whether it be kind of what is the narrative, what's happening with the interest rate cycle and the macro picture, we risk on and we risk off, what's happening with the halving, have there been any scandals? And so that makes it impossible, obviously, to call always, and perhaps a fool's errand. Having said that, I will give you a precise date. It's November the 28th, 2024. Just make sure you're on board and you kind of get your bags full by then. This is not financial advice, but I guarantee you that that's the date. I mean, look, joking aside, you always have in your back of your mind a kind of a notion of when it might turn. And that, for what it's worth, that's kind of notionally in my head where I feel like I'm, the work that you need to do when the nights are long and you're kind of doing your winter training and consolidating, I want to get done within Fabric and within our firm's portfolio in that time frame. So that's, I guess, the first thing, the kind of free non-financial advice. But on the other points, I think maybe it's interesting to connect it to, we were talking about different sectors a little bit that are exciting next time around. The other way we think about some of the opportunities are, what are the fundamental innovations that are either happened or happening or about to happen, around which new opportunities kind of naturally coalesce, and that there's just technical disruptions. I, for one, when I was building companies, was always got reminded when you got to the competitive point of winning a deal, be it a kind of freemium and sort of, $500 upsell or a 10 million deal, you need like a secret sauce. What is your technical edge that has given you an advantage over somebody else, and have you articulated it cleanly? And so anybody who's looking to start something, I really urge you to think about what are you utilizing that gives you that edge. It's the best I can do in terms of broad advice. And the three areas, we've mentioned one of them already. I think that the stack is reaching kind of, a point of fruition, a point of scalability, the open Web3 stack. I think that's an interesting thing to jump onto around account abstraction, around general, using layer 2s and whatever. That's creating opportunity. Another area that is, well, both of these other two areas still have debates around them. They are basically the whole area of ZK, zero knowledge proofs, and particularly the intersection with machine learning and in artificial intelligence. I think that is a big wind in the sails for the space. And then the further area is token economics. And so quickly on the ZK side, I think incentivizing people to give up their data, preserving their privacy whilst doing it, ensuring that you actually have integrity of the data set that's gone into the models, that you actually have authenticity of the model that is being used, that you actually can authenticate the inference that's come out of that model, and that you have a form of governance that is not, Sam Altman or even a few corporations, but actually makes you feel comfortable that with the social consensus that has risen around a particular AI provider. Those are very interesting intersections of the Web3 space with AI, the way I would describe it, which for me falls within the open web. Happening now, still research level topics and other stuff making really many orders of magnitude progress in terms of their efficiency and speed and so forth, that are ripe for people to jump on and to build stuff around. And then finally, on your point about token economics and
equity,
not looking at sort of for pump and dump opportunities. So I'll say this: our approach has always been the same. We look at this wave of technical innovation, and we're looking for the founders that are most kind of consistently relentless and daring and in what they're building, and talented, obviously. And we want to be aligned with them. And we want to be aligned with them in terms of our interest and to build something. We know that our returns come from the outliers, but also our reputation is built or dashed upon whether or not we looked after founders when things don't go so well. And I've had absolutely my fair share of both of those. And so it's something we believe very strongly. And the reason I say that is because economically then we just want to be aligned on the equity, want to be aligned on whatever tokens, and that's how we view it. So we'd prefer to be in the equity of whatever the firm is, and then in whatever tokens come out, so we can be riding shotgun or shoulder to shoulder with the founders on that journey. And I guess the final thing I'll say is that some people have started to question, can we make token economics work or whatever. I still feel that it has worked incredibly powerfully on the kind of layer 1 level. We see it work even before it's sort of manifested in things like Uniswap. It's not trivial to make a full reality, and we continue to need to do the experiments on distributing the fees and delivering governance and so forth. But I believe tokens really are in a sense, more a part of the product in our space than they are a financial instrument. They just happen to be conjoined. And so if that's another way of looking at baking in true utility to tokens, and that's what we deliver on with new projects, then I think the value will come out of, the value accrual will come, the network effects, the flywheel that we get around the community will come, and we're happy to be patient through those experiments and through the time it takes for that to play out. We're not in the pump or dump game, for sure.
Amazing. Well, I think there's a lot of food for thought there in terms of, high value commercial knowledge and also macro technical knowledge. So thank you very much for that. We have managed to go through the conversation we only mentioned artificial intelligence and utility at the end, so we're really proud of that. And let's give Richard a round of applause. Thank you very much for your insights. It's been amazing. Thank you. I think we're past time, so
okay, good.
Thank you very much.
Hey, how's it all going? Friday, we made it, Zebu Live, awesome. So I'll just let everyone move out of the way and get ready. Next on stage, we have Dr. Lisa Cameron. It gives me great pleasure to introduce her. Obviously, she's from UK Parliament, and it's an honor to have her here at Zebu Live. Everyone who's already here today, it's been 525 days of the bear market. I'm so proud to see how many people are still building, where London is on the map, and we're so passionate here at the Zebu and Flight 3 team about really pushing forward the space. So, Dr. Lisa Cameron, we're great to have you, and please come up on stage.
Oh, thank you so much. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with you today. And thank you to all of the organisers at Zebu Live. I think this is a tremendous event. It's really paving the way to put London and the UK on the map, and that's what we want to support in the Parliament. People may know that I don't have a background in this sector. I'm actually a psychologist by trade, so I'm the first clinical psychologist to ever be elected to the UK Parliament. Obviously, my constituents in East Kilbride thought that Parliament at Westminster needed a psychologist, so that's how I found myself there. And people may ask, how did you then get into this sector? So, So the work that we're doing started really from a constituent that I had who contacted me roughly 2.5 years ago, who had experienced what I now understand it was a rug pull scam, and spoke to me and said, Lisa, can you put me in touch with the person in the Parliament who is doing work on cryptocurrency, digital assets, and who's going to be able to help me to get redress for the funding I've lost and what's happening there. And I said, of course, that's our fundamental job in the Parliament, is to represent our constituents. I went away to find out who was doing the work in the House of Commons, and we had had no debates on cryptocurrency, digital assets at that point. The House of Lords had done some work, but nothing in terms of debates in the House of Commons. So I said to my researcher, can you go away and find out for me, basically, what's happening? Is this unique to my constituent? Is it something that we should be looking at? She came back and said to me, the Parliament itself, the MPs, we're behind the curve, because at that point in time, and that was a few years ago, she said over 4 million people in the UK are engaged in this sector. So why are we not speaking about this in the Parliament? It's absolutely vital. So I came to the sector very much from a consumer protection point of view, looking at the work of my constituent, thinking about their experience and how we could make things better. And they said to me, well, if no one else is doing it, why don't you do this work? So here I am 2 years later. You have worked me so hard as a sector, I have to say. We started off building the all-party parliamentary group in the Parliament. For people who don't know what that is, it's a cross-party parliamentary group. Members of the House of Commons from all different parties, I chair it, and also members of the House of Lords. There are many people who are now engaged in this sector. We've built the group over the past 2.5 years from round about 6 or 7 politicians who are interested to well over 20, nearing 30 now, who take a special interest in this sector. And we had started off with upskilling education for ourselves. We had to catch up with what was happening in the UK, what was happening out there in the marketplace in terms of this sector, because it was way ahead of our understanding. We even had some, and forgive me if you've heard this before, but we had some sessions at the start on education where, because you have your own language, I would say, in this field, so we had to get up to scratch with that. But we had some sessions to start with, lots of different organisations coming in. And in some of those, people were talking about fiat and different, words that people were using. I had members of the House of Lords saying to me, why are we speaking about cars in this meeting? Is it not about currency? So we really had quite a piece of work to do to bring ourselves up to speed. And we did about 12 months of that. We've now, since that happened, had many debates in the Parliament. I've hosted 2 of those debates. My next debate is going to be looking at skills and jobs of the future, because I think this sector as a whole, looking at the engagement between digital finance, payments, looking at the blockchain technology, the merger of that with Web3 and AI, my goodness, we're sitting on the cusp of a digital revolution here, and we want it to be led in the UK as a hub across the rest of the world. So the Prime Minister announced the vision of the UK becoming a cryptocurrency hub. And, we started to think about the potential opportunities for the UK. We did our inquiry report this year, which was the first inquiry report, including members of the House of Commons and House of Lords, to look at the opportunities that face the country in terms of taking forward this work. And we also looked at the challenges, because we can't be a cryptocurrency hub if companies can't open a bank account. And, people have very real challenges in terms of basics of running an operation here. We can't be a hub if it's very difficult to get licensed, and there are only a few companies who are able to do that. So we've had to do a lot of work to bring really the sector into the Parliament to understand the challenges, but also to work and resource and support the FCA and the regulator to make sure that we can get up to speed. Because what we're hearing and what we heard in terms of our own inquiry was that other jurisdictions are moving ahead. We have MiCA now in the EU, looking at the regulatory framework. And I always take myself back to the consumer protection angle where I started for my constituent. Not only, though, is regulatory clarity important for consumers, it's vital, but it's also important for investors. And we see, if you look at the research, I was looking at the venture capital investment, and I think it was PitchBook this year had released some research showing that since MiCA came on board, that a lot of the investment is now moving from the US and the UK to the EU. So I feel, and we highlighted it in our report to government, that we have a window of opportunity now over the next 12 months to generate what we have as a second mover advantage in terms of competitiveness, in terms of creating this hub of digital innovation in the UK, not just in fintech, because we've learned so much wider than that what you're doing here. It has the potential to really change the way we live our lives in so many different aspects. So we've taken those learning curves and we've tried to build upon it. And the next 12 months, we're going to be continuing to look at the regulatory framework in the UK. We're going to be speaking with other legislators. We've already done that with those in Zug. We're going to be speaking with those in the EU, in Paris and Brussels. We're interested in hearing about Dubai's experience, the UAE, and also in Singapore. We want to look at what can a bespoke regime in the UK look like, what would need to be developed to give us a competitive edge. What do we need to do to create what I would call, and really herald to the Prime Minister what's needed is a vision for a digital Britain moving forward. And we need to take those steps, I would say, within that window of the next 12 months. Because my concern is that after that period, as we get caught up in election cycles, governments obviously want to put their own stamp onto things. We don't want some of our work to regress. We want to keep moving forward at pace because this is an industry that's global. It's an industry where companies move depending upon circumstances, and we need to harness the potential and opportunity here in the UK for those jobs of the future. That's my next debate in the Parliament, digital innovation, jobs of the future. And we had the Children's Parliament come in to speak to us, which was amazing because we're sitting there in the room. We have the MPs, we have the members of the House of Lords, we have the Children's Parliament, people there from, age 8, 9, 10, right up to 14, 15, 16. And then one of the first questions that was asked, who understands, the metaverse and Web3? All the children, hands up, they're all understanding, engaged. Not very many MPs, not very many members of the House of Lords, sitting there looking at the children, thinking, this is a digital generation that's ahead of us. And we have to put the work together to collaborate with you in the sector to make sure we bring politicians on from all of the parties on board to see how vital it is, the work that you're doing, to think about how to engage with the regulator to make sure we square the circle, make this a great place for doing business, for starting up, for scaling up. We overcome the challenges, but most of all for giving that education piece and engagement and support to the generation that's going to be bringing forward the innovation, the entrepreneurship, to giving our children across the UK and also those who are into lifelong learning who want to transition into this sector, to give them the skills, to make sure that there are apprenticeships, that there are courses at university, at college, that there are opportunities, no matter your background, to come into this sector. And that, yes, I do a lot of events in London, but yesterday I did an event in Glasgow. I want to see it levelled up right across the United Kingdom because we have people with talent everywhere and we need to draw them in and make the most of this. So my job has really been full steam ahead in helping politicians to come together to try to think about the challenges and the steps towards this digital Britain that the children are already engaged in. And they told us, when they came to visit us, they said, this technological advancement has the potential to change our education system, our lives, sports, arts, culture, not just industry, our whole lifestyles. But they said to us very clearly, it can change our education. We could be using AI and, be in the metaverse, and we could see what it's like to be in a volcano. We could go back in time and experience the Tudor court with Henry VIII, as dangerous as it might be, especially if you're one of his wives. But, you know, they were thinking creative, thinking of all of these opportunities that they could have. But they said very clearly to us too, we don't want to be in a virtual world all day. It's not good for our mental health. We need a balance. And you need to make this safe for us. You need to create safety and security in this going forward in terms of the legislation. So those people are very savvy. They're already engaged. And these are really the skills that we need for the future. Are there going to be jobs of the future? My daughter, we come from a family who have really often gone into medical professions or healthcare professions, and she's not that interested in chemistry and things, and she said to me, oh, I don't really want to be doing that, you know, and I'm like, well, if you do coding, I'm quite happy. So our lives are changing. We don't have, you know, when I was growing up, my mum said, be a doctor or a lawyer. That's a job for life. I don't think the future will have jobs for life. The skills that are going to be transferable are going to be flexibility, adaptability, understanding computer science, understanding creativity, generating those aspects in young people and those who want to engage in the sector. And you're pivotal to that. So my message to you today is please get involved with the all-party parliamentary group in the Parliament. The reason I come to these events is we can't take this forward without you. It's your Parliament as it is our Parliament, and we need to work together to realise what we can in terms of digital generation, supporting them, Digital Britain moving forward. And only when we harness this opportunity will we realise, you know, the UK's place post-Brexit, I think, because we've had so many discussions in the Parliament going round in circles. Well, I'm quite a pragmatic person. We are where we are. It does give an opportunity to create a bespoke regime here, but we have to have it as a what works regime, and we have to work together, something that the Parliament finds very difficult. We have to come together across all of the parties to realise this vision, because the UK is a very special place with special talent, and when we harness it right across the north, all of the different nations, and we make sure that we bring everybody on board, and no matter your background. Often I come to these events and there may be very few women, there may be few people with disabilities, there may be not as much inclusion as I would like. We need to make sure that this is an inclusive digital generation moving forward, and that only then can we realise our opportunities and our dreams. So thank you for having me here today. I was given 15 minutes, so this is probably about the time that the Speaker of the House of Commons would tell me to sit down. I will be about over at lunchtime if anybody wants to speak to me, but my main message in coming today is to say we can work together and achieve this. And we want you to engage with the Parliament to make it happen. So thank you very much.
Hello, hello, hello. How are we all doing? We all good? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a quick 30 seconds to just stretch. I want you to put your hands in the air. I want you to do a little bit of a wiggle, because what we're about to do now is we're about to talk about a thing called fashion. So is there anybody in the room wearing anything fashionable? I can see a few of you in a bit of Louis Vuitton, a bit of Prada, a bit of Gucci. I see you at the back nodding your head. Okay, so one of our speakers today has worked with a very well-known football club. They are blue and they're from London. They're called Chelsea. He's also worked with a brand that I'm sure we all know. It's called Nike. Anybody heard of Nike? No. Nike. That gentleman goes by the name of Matt Sapien. He's here with us today, and he's going to be getting interviewed and having a conversation with none other than Sarah from Light Cycle. Now, Light Cycle is a Unreal. Now, when I'm saying Unreal, I'm sure you all know what I mean by Unreal. Unreal Engine produced virtual world. So without further ado, please let's have our next speakers to the stage, please. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause.
Okay, you go on the left. Let me just grab the clicker. Cool. Right, here we go.
Are you talking first?
You talk first.
I'm going to stand up at the podium.
Okay. Okay, cool. Here you go.
As Charles Darwin once said, it's not the strongest of the species that survive, or the most intelligent, but it's the one who's most responsive to change. Welcome to a journey to the future, distinguished guests and fellow tech enthusiasts. Welcome to Zebu Live. My name's Sarah. Today I want to take you on a journey into the future to explore some of the changes we will make. A journey into a digital existence, a realm of both opportunity and a new disruptive phenomenon. Let's start at the beginning. The original concept of the metaverse, a space to escape, connect and create. But as technology has evolved, so have our ambitions. We no longer just want to escape. We want to integrate, innovate and inspire. The metaverse has been a hot and sometimes cold topic for some time now, and for very good reason. The metaverse has the potential to revolutionise the way we interact with each other, learn, work and play. But let's be honest, the current state of the metaverse is a bit of a joke. It's clunky, it's expensive, and it's not very user-friendly. However, fear not, Metaverse 2.0 is on its way, and it's about to change all of that. While still work in progress and in the very early stages of development, it does have the potential to revolutionise the way we interact with the digital world. It will create new opportunities for businesses and individuals and will change the way we live our lives. A new dawning digital exploration. The metaverse, it's said, will be worth somewhere in the region of $13 trillion by 2030. 76% of companies are exploring metaverse potential, and e-commerce saw the metaverse increase by 120% in transactions. 45% of marketeers believe the metaverse will be the next best advertising platform. Education, 52 educational institutes are considering virtual classrooms. Students in the metaverse-based learning programs showed a 30% increase in engagement. Metaverse 2.0 will be more immersive. Users will feel like they are inside the virtual world, achieved by more advanced technologies such as AI, AR, and VR. It will be more decentralized. With no single entity in control, it will make us more resistant to censorship and other forms of interference. It will be more interoperable, which means that users will be able to move seamlessly between virtual worlds. This will be achieved through the use of open standards and protocols. Just imagine if that didn't happen. Just imagine walking into a vast shopping mall. Instead of the freedom to roam, you must stop and fill in forms, maybe pay an entrance fee, download an app and go through permission changes. Not a smooth experience. Each shop has a set of rules, just the same as an app on your mobile device, and they function independently of each other. These stores in an imaginary metaverse mall keep visitors isolated in their own bubble with little to no interaction. Imagine going into a clothing store and finding you can't get in because your jacket isn't compatible. Now consider a modern-day internet structure as a bustling city where you can easily walk from cafe or a news site and be handed a flyer or a hyperlink that directs you to a nearby bookstore, art gallery or music venue. The fluidity in your journey or destination effortlessly leads to another, allowing for a diverse, interconnected experience. This is the new beginning, the new experimental stage, just like the beginning of any new wave of innovation, each one racing to create a superior experience, the one to unlock adoption through their own platform and ideas. We need our favourite brands to collaborate and work together to create experiences that feed into each other. A collaboration between platforms is key for the creation of a seamless metaverse ecosystem. In conclusion, the Metaverse 2.0 is a vast and uncharted territory, but one that is full of potential. It's a place where we can create a new world, create new experiences and new ways of interacting with each other. It's a place where we can push boundaries of what is possible and create something truly amazing. We can travel the journey together by harnessing the genius and creativity of our minds. Thank you guys for listening. I'm going to hand over to Matt. We work for the same organisation, so our umbrella company is called Vertex Labs. We have a layer 1 blockchain, which is called Caduceus, and we're just launching our metaverse platform, Lightcycle, which is a hyper-realistic metaverse built with Unreal Engine 5 and real-time edge rendering. Matt Sapien is the creator and brainchild from Digimental Studios, and he created a brand called Hape, which has been one of the most successful NFT brands that we've seen in the current years. Has the biggest community of all NFT brands. So I'll hand over to Matt without further ado and let him dig into it more.
All right, thank you very much. Let me go back to the beginning. My name is Matt, also called Diggy in the space. I'm a founder of Digimental Studio, which is a London-based art disciplinary, multidisciplinary studio, and also founder of Hape, which is a collection dedicated to a digital fashion. Today I'll be telling you about our simple journey into the fashion-verse, as I believe the metaverses are a bigger piece of cake. We just want to focus ourselves on this little piece, which is the fashion-related. We want to be a dealers of the style. Obviously, I only got 10 minutes to tell you like such a long story, which is not going to happen because it could be also a Netflix series, but let's try to do it. Starting from the beginning, my life turned into a movie. I woke up one day and I said, my profile picture is my business card. The post went absolutely viral, and the next day, the video I'm going to show you in a second just completely changed my life. Yeah, we approach the space in an absolutely different way compared to other creators and other projects that were released before us. As you can see, we had a very good start. We've broke OpenSea twice. We got nearly 500,000 people in the prime time, which is much bigger than not even one city in the UK. It's definitely bigger than few other cities in the UK. We scored hundreds of thousands of followers across the social media, which basically gave us a platform to fulfill the dream and fulfill the vision. And the vision is basically give people a space to customize their beloved character, identify with themselves, and also build their online presence in a very unique way. For that, we've created our Fashionverse, which is basically a Hape ecosystem where the holders can come, can obtain a different kind of clothing, and they can adjust it to their personal preference. We give them a space to be unique, to be better than anyone else, to change their style 5 times per day if they really want it. Is the way where we invite them to be a part of the fashion journey, but at the same time co-create it with us. Why digital fashion? We obviously talk the metaverses and everything, but the digital fashion on its own is this amazing creature that can stand out without anything. We live in an amazing world. We've got the Web3, we've got the blockchain, we've got the AI. Digital fashion doesn't actually need it. It's just an accelerator for whatever we're doing. As you can see, the predictions are amazing. And there's also appetite from the brands coming to the space. They do want to be a part of this new digital trend, the new digital culture for the Gen Zs. Obviously, those brands, they want to come into the space. They don't necessarily know how to do it. Very often they fail because they don't understand the difference between the traditional consumer as they deal with their clients and the people within the space call themselves collectors, holders, investors, and whatever else. Why we were so successful? Because we hit that X factor. We had exceptional creative, we had a very strong team, people who actually understand the vision and being able to develop it. We had an amazing community, but at the end of the day, we had a passion and obsession. We were talking about breathing Ethereum at this time. We were completely dedicated to what we're doing. That brought us nice collaboration with Diesel, which is one of the leading fashion brands in the world. For us, it was a great milestone just after throwing the previous collaboration with a Jägermeister. They trusted us, we've created something good, we've brought an extension of our own collection. This is a collection co-designed with the Glenn Martens, creative director of the Diesel itself. We brought their unique style into our universe, which also ended up with releasing of this limited edition product for our collection and basically the Hype holders. The Hype holders who obtained the NFT and wanted to get this product with it. Moving on, who would it be without our own credits? Obviously, we talk about the JPEGs, right? We talk about the pictures of the monkeys, but it's just a peak of an iceberg. We want to go outside of that space. The Hype itself is being positioned in triangle between the fashion, music, and the culture, which basically stands as the lifestyle IP. That gives us a credit to create our own stuff and just get out of the surface. And this is one of the examples how we bring it into reality. Picture of our first digital capsule released in a digital, but at the same time brought right into the physical world, because for us the quality, the premium, the luxury style is everything. So whatever we do in the digital, we try to also reflect in the real life through our products. Just to mention at the end, as I already said, right, we are not building the metaverse ourselves. We build the fashionverse within the metaverse. And our ultimate MVP and the place to do that is called the Hype Walk. It's basically a platform for our holders where they can come, obtain a digital collectible, but at the same time they can co-create with us. They can go on a catwalk and express their uniqueness along the community. As Sarah mentioned, you know, this is all about the new culture, about doing those digital boutiques and bringing all of the aspects of the traditional fashion into our digital world. Just an example of one of those coming very soon. It's basically like our own clothing, our boutique in between this world, when we try to express our own uniqueness and personalities at the same time. I actually was much faster than I thought I am, and not going to overexceed all the time. So guys, I just want to say thank you very much for coming, seeing us here, and if you want to give a talk, please do so, and then just grab us after this conversation. Stay hype.
Thank you very much for that talk about the importance of fashion. It is very important to always look stylish. That's what I personally think. Impressions last a lifetime. So our next talk is about a topic that is making a massive impression on everyone, especially financially. It's a topic called DeFi. I don't know if anyone's heard of it. Put your hand up if you've heard of a term called DeFi. Not defry, DeFi. Put your hands up. Okay, so we know what we're talking about here. Okay, so our moderator for this panel is none other than Neil Rankin, and we have him talking amongst the likes of Angus, Michael, Ran, and Eva. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause, people.
Guys, thanks for that. I'll introduce myself first, and I'm going to hand over to the panelists to introduce themselves. My name's Neil Rankin. I am, well, I wear various hats at various times. I've been around in the space for a long time. I know the guys at Zebu very well. I was here on day one, if not day zero, and I'd like to thank them for this surroundings we have. It's a great panel, and it's been really a source of pride and inspiration to me to see how they have done in their journey, you know. I'm representing a company called Cavenwell, which I helped co-found in Dubai. We do corporate structuring, professional services. We work with a lot of DeFi projects. We do regulatory and compliance consulting, all the kind of fun stuff, you know. And I'm going to hand over to the guys to introduce themselves. Eva.
Thank you. Thanks, Neil. Thank you for having us. My name is Eva Lawrence. I am head of EMEA for Figment. We are the leading institutional staking provider, providing non-custodial protocol staking for over 200 institutions globally. My background is in TradFi. I worked at Morgan Stanley as a trader. Was there for 8.5 years and ran their European flow trading desk for securities lending. Then around 5 years ago, I saw the light, came into crypto, and haven't looked back.
Thanks, Eva. So my name is Michael Mendez. I'm head of DeFi partnerships at Trilitech. You can see us as the London hub for Tezos adoption and Etherlink, which is our EVM optimistic rollup. So yeah, lovely to be on the panel, and hopefully we can have a good discussion.
Cheers, Mikey.
My name's Angus. I'm from Chronicle. We're the Oracle of MakerDAO, or that's what we're sort of known for, I suppose. But as of a few weeks ago, last month, we just opened up our Oracle protocol to everyone. We've been their exclusive Oracle since 2017. If you know oracles, then you know what we do. Yeah, it's great to be here with very esteemed panel members to talk about DeFi today.
Thank you. My name is Ran Hammer. I work for Orbs. We're a blockchain infrastructure protocol, been around since 2017. Pivoted a few times along the way. We are a layer 3 blockchain, meaning we provide decentralized backend for DeFi protocols running on L1s and L2s. Some of our most interesting use cases are with DEXs. We do limit orders and TWAP orders for DEXs in a way that's completely decentralized. We have some interesting new projects coming out. Liquidity Hub, which is now live on Quickswap and Polygon, which is a liquidity aggregation solution. We also build on the Ton blockchain, that's the only known EVM, where we are based out of Tel Aviv and just establishing a small office here in London.
Thanks, guys. So DeFi defined. We're going to get to what's next for DeFi, but I think where we'll start is what is DeFi? What does it mean to you? Where is DeFi now? So I'm going to start from my left, Eva. What does DeFi mean to you?
So I think the term DeFi gets thrown around for a number of different things that potentially aren't actually DeFi. And I think it makes us lose sight of the basis of DeFi, which to me is global permissionless finance. It is about kind of opening up, decentralizing finance, and it's not any crypto project that you're not sure what to classify it as, to throw it under the DeFi umbrella. And I think that the purpose of DeFi is important, so we shouldn't lose sight of that when we're pushing the industry forward and when we're championing DeFi. We should be careful to leave out what is not.
What isn't DeFi? Yeah, absolutely. Mike?
Yeah, I can say DeFi, if we look at the verticals between gaming, or NFTs and DeFi, DeFi is the best product market fit that we have, like within the Web3 space. So DeFi to me is more around innovation. Like in a month's time from now, there's some new DeFi protocol. There's half the thing of the protocols, I'm not even sure their names anymore. There's so that innovation is just constantly happening. That's for me is what DeFi is bringing to the table. And also being from sunny South Africa, oftentimes we don't have access to, what in Europe we all more familiar with, like what all the banking sector has to offer here. So DeFi is that global accessibility, as Eva was also saying. So to me, it's a bit of that accessibility and also this continuous innovation in the financial markets, of course. And I'll leave it there.
Yeah, Angus.
I think for me, DeFi centers around one sort of key word, and that's one that Eva actually mentioned, which was permissionless. So I think it's hard to say, what is DeFi, what isn't DeFi, or even talk about all of that in the time that we have on this panel, because essentially it means decentralized finance. And could you explain everything that was in the sort of finance world, right? It's just a decentralized form of that, and therefore there are a huge amount of different applications of financial products that we're seeing pop up in the DeFi space, from remittance to clearing to loans to collateralized and uncollateralized loans. A huge array of products. And for me, it's not really about the product, it's about this whole idea of it being permissionless. There's no one telling you how you can and can't spend your money or your tokens or your capital, where you can and can't deploy it. As long as you know how to do it, you can do it. And perhaps that comes with its own benefits, but also its own risks, of course, because your bank will, I don't know if any of you have ever tried sending money to a crypto exchange, perhaps a lesser known crypto exchange with your bank, or perhaps one that should not be named that is under the purview of all banks right now, that sounds like finance. They will stop you
and they will halt you from making that transaction. And I think for a lot of people, when we're starting to see how banks can step in and stop you deploying your capital or spending your money, it really pushes the envelope for DeFi and helps people really understand what permissionless actually means. Because everything that we're doing in the traditional finance world is permissioned in that sense. So for me, it's about being permissionless.
Yeah, the problem is, I always thought that with crypto I could do essentially with my money whatever I want, but my wife still tells me what to do with it. So for me personally, that doesn't work out too well. But
it's permissioned, right?
Yeah, it's still permission for me. Although we do have the technology for it, though. if I was, but seriously, I would take the more extreme kind of notion. I would say that everything that happens on chain is DeFi. I think that's what's interesting about Web 3 as compared to Web 2 is that you do have the financial aspect to essentially everything that's going on, all the use cases. And if a use case does not have that, it's probably not Web 3. So I would say that everything that happens on chain, from peer-to-peer Bitcoin transactions through everything, all the stuff that we know that we actually call DeFi, right? DEXs and lending and aggregation, that everything that has to do with trading on chain, but also trading NFTs and also engaging, buying and selling friend tech keys. That's, I would say, everything that happens on chain in a way that's intermediary-less and permissionless is DeFi in the broader sense of things.
Yeah, thanks for that, guys. I mean, I think that traditionally we've kind of seen things like staking, yield, certain things that, if you like, return, all kind of an integral part of the DeFi ecosystem. Staking for rewards, Eva, is that part of DeFi?
I have very strong views on this, and as you might imagine, and no, staking, as we're talking about non-custodial protocol staking, is not DeFi. There's no financial product underneath that. There's no investment product on that. A person or an institution, if they're engaging in non-custodial protocol staking, which means the assets aren't transferring, there's no transfer of title, in that action, they're staking to secure the blockchain, to maintain the integrity of the network. As a result, they receive returns from the protocol. Those returns aren't determined by me or by another company in the space. Those returns are determined by the protocol. And those returns are not yield. They do not derive from an investment product. They're based around how can we ensure the validity and the continued success of a particular network. So you don't have the underlying investment product, you don't have the finance aspect of it to bring it into the DeFi sphere. The returns that you get aren't a yield that X person decides they're going to give to one client or one entity. They are determined based on the amount that you are staking and by the protocol. So for that aspect, it's not a DeFi product or a DeFi process that you're going through. But I think what we have in the industry is, unfortunately, people talk about lending and staking in the same breath, and they put them together and they say, oh, well, this is a lending product. If it's non-custodial protocol staking, you are not lending those tokens. You're not transferring them to another counterparty. It's not, like something you would say maybe see on AMM. It's not Aave. That is not what staking is about, and that's not the process that it follows. So I think what we have to be very careful is, again, like lumping these terms together. Definitely you could say some of the lending protocols are DeFi. That makes sense.
Sure.
But staking itself, that doesn't fall within the DeFi category. And then to the other end of the spectrum, you've got things like Lido, Rocket Pool. They are decentralized. Well, in Lido's case, a DAO that is the DAO is determining the returns. They have voting and governance rules in place. Whether they are decentralized, well, that is a completely
It's a rabbit
separate
hole.
topic,
It
and
is a
probably
rabbit
one
hole.
that could take up the entire time of the panel to share a view on. But that is another process for staking, and a completely different setup for liquid staking, which again is not the same as non-custodial protocol staking.
Sure, okay, yeah, no, fair enough, because I think if you remember back to kind of the original DeFi summer when DeFi became a thing, you know, I think one of the kind of adoption curves there was people, you know, effectively investing their capital in Ponzi's, for better want of a better description, and getting yield, getting a return, you know, but it was very much as it turned out, it was an unsustainable return. Whereas, I guess what you're speaking to is rewards being more of a literal reward for staking the network, for adding to the security and distribution and decentralization. So that's not DeFi.
Exactly.
Staking isn't DeFi.
Non-custodial protocol staking does not fall into the DeFi umbrella.
But if you stake with Lido and get a liquid staking token, and you go out and you perform actions out there, that is DeFi.
So that is, in my view, more in the DeFi spectrum. But then I think you come into the discussion, well, to be DeFi, how decentralized do you need to be? What is the minimum level of decentralization to check that DeFi box? So I think
we'll come to that.
That's the other side of things.
We'll keep coming back to that, because it's how decentralized are you? How decentralized can you be? You know, how decentralized is a DEX? I mean, ultimately, there's always some centralized component, whether it even just be the ramp that you get your money in and out. RAND DEXs is on-chain trading DeFi.
Yeah, so obviously, I would say DEXs are like the core, like the cornerstone, right? The most important building block. People talk about DeFi, talk about building blocks, right? Because it's all composable, all just work together. So DEX is the core, most important component of DeFi. There is no DeFi, well, I'm contradicting my previous description, but still, there's no DeFi in the way that we kind of perceive it without the DEX. End of the day, DEX, decentralized exchange, to those of you who do not understand the term, also called usually an AMM, an automated market maker, is essentially the venue where people exchange one type of token for another. You have a bunch of those in different ecosystems. Biggest known one is Uniswap, but you have a lot of other ones in different ecosystems. The first thing you do on a new chain is you go to the DEX. The first thing that is usually developed on top of an emerging ecosystem is the DEX, because that's where the trading happens. DEXs, like having a DEX kind of operate is crucial, but it's also it's a fine balance, because on the one hand, and it's also like a chicken and an egg, because on the one hand you need to have people providing liquidity onto the DEX in order to have the DEX give competitive prices. Because if you don't have liquidity, then usually the prices on the DEX for assets that are also traded in other venues.
And again, they've been rewarded for that. They've been rewarded for that liquidity.
Exactly. So you know, somebody who develops a DEX or tools for DEXs, you want to keep the liquidity providers incentivized, because that what gives you the good price. But liquidity providers would not be as incentivized if there's not already people trading on the venue, which generates trading fees, which the LPs are getting. So DEXs are now, I think, in the lowest they have ever been since DeFi summer. They're having a hard time just because DeFi volumes are low. But
do you know how that compares to centralized exchanges in terms of proportion of market share? Has that changed? Because I feel like that decentralized exchanges is where I see activity, and I'm wondering if, do you see what I mean? Actually, proportionally, there's an increase.
Hey, you're stealing my thunder.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, but yeah. So it's like the lowest ever for DEXs now. It's also the lowest ever for CeFi, and you do see the trends changing. Like you do see more trading on Uniswap as compared to Binance or Coinbase. You see the graphs of like coins going down, Uniswap going up. Also, I feel there's many reasons why it would pick. I think it will pick up again, and why I think the next bull market is going to be on chain and primarily on the DEXs. Just to name a few, I believe that regulatory pressure is essentially pushing people, especially in the US, outside of CeFi and into DeFi. Also, you see that, you know, a lot of time the trends are coming from the newer assets. Like in crypto, a lot of times it's first the retail and then the institutionals coming in. So the retailers, a lot of they're looking for the new, like the next this big thing, the next kind of trend, and a lot of the time those trends happening on chain before they go to CeFi. We've seen that with DeFi and DeFi Summer. We have seen that with NFTs as well, which are now dead. I'm kidding, it's not. Anyways, so with NFTs, you did see how essentially everything was on chain. Like OpenSea is a DEX. There's a question how decentralized it is, but it is a decentralized exchange. And I do believe that right now they are at the lowest, and it's not easy, but I do feel that once things pick up again, DEXs and again, as the cornerstone of DeFi is going to be crucial in the next bull run happening.
Sure.
If I can maybe just add as well. So DEX is because they're the liquidity engine of the ecosystem as well. I actually had a point I wanted to make, and it slipped my mind. Sorry, continue.
No problem. I was going to kind of steer it into. Oh, you've got it.
Yes,
okay,
sorry.
He's back.
We see the TVL. Everyone sees it kind of dropping and thinking, okay, ecosystem, it's all falling apart. Capital efficiency has gotten better with like Uniswap v3, and I think that oftentimes people misunderstanding how the ecosystem has evolved. So I just wanted to make that point as well. So you don't need as much capital in order to be efficient. So just keeping that in mind, we are continuously seeing innovation, especially in the DEX space. So I suspect that your V4s and V5s and V6s and how that will interact in the market will evolve quite dramatically.
Yeah. And I'll try and pull together a couple of points there because it is a game of liquidity. And it was always, and it continues to be interesting to see liquidity slosh around from this hot thing to this hot thing. And you talked, everybody has kind of mentioned regulatory pressure. Angus, you talked about permissionless DEXs. You can go on and you can just trade. I guess how realistic is that to continue? And how, if we look at more integration with traditional finance, how realistic is it that DEXs can kind of maintain that permissionless, anonymous ability to interact? Because it feels to me like the regulatory pressure is just closing in. Are we headed to a space, Michael, where, and feel free to jump in on this, Angus, where permission DeFi will become the norm, or do you think we can keep bits of it abstracted enough that you can still have a permissionless experience, but somewhere at some point you have, proven who you are and where you've come from?
Yeah, I can maybe touch on it first, and then
go ahead.
So, if anyone hasn't read, in September there was an IOSCO report. Highly recommended. If you're in DeFi, please read through it. It gives a lot of recommendations in terms of what global regulators are looking at. So, like what the world regulators are looking for. They want to understand a lot of what's happening in DeFi. And in my mind, what's triggered a lot of this regulatory pressure movement is real-world assets like treasury bonds on chain and securities. As soon as you get into that space, you're in the permissioned universe. You can't get around it. So KYC and KYT, oftentimes people are concerned about it, but in actual fact, it's a natural part of this evolution of the space. So I think permission DeFi will continue to evolve. Like we'll see more, things like ZK KYC. So you don't really need to know all the details of your client, but these are certain things that I think we'll see our market evolve. And Angus, I don't know.
I actually wanted to make quite a similar point, actually. I think the point is that and you touched on this, Neil, that there is a sort of a clear line between permissioned and permissionless finance. And we tend to think of the two things as, permissioned is TradFi, permissionless is DeFi. And really, for me, the big part of how that all comes together is around real-world assets. I think in terms of regulation, I think it will always be very, very difficult for regulators to try and effectively regulate any on-chain activity. So if we're talking about on-chain token swaps and that sort of thing, You know, they can come out with rules, but every sort of regulator will have a different set of rules, and people will just move to that, you know, move their sort of digital activity to that jurisdiction using various tools, IP, switching, etc. So, in terms of, you know, regulation suffocating DeFi in any sort of way, I think that that's not, in my opinion, not a huge risk. In terms of how do we unlock DeFi, how do we combine that permissioned or TradFi space and the permissionless or DeFi space, that's what Michael just touched on there. And it's this whole idea of linking the two together in a way that works for both sort of rule books, right? As we know in DeFi, we don't have much of a rule book, but they do have a very long and complicated one for the traditional finance system. And a lot of it involves around things like KYC and you know your customer, and AML, anti-money laundering regulation, which is there really to try and protect that ecosystem, that fiat ecosystem, and that's never going to go away. And if we want to combine DeFi and TradFi, and we want to do that through treasury bills and you know, deploying on-chain capital into treasury bills, or you know, all these big DeFi players like, you know, your makers and your Aves and your compounds, and even Uniswap, people who have these huge treasuries, you know, multi-millions, in some cases billions of dollars in treasuries, in their treasuries. If they want to find a way to lend that capital out to the traditional finance space, so that the traditional finance space can take advantage of the sort of the cheap credit that DeFi has to offer, and obviously, you know, DeFi gets this ability, has this, you know, new market to lend all their unutilized capital to. Then you need that sort of layer in the middle that's going to effectively aggregate the attestations of those people who have to be in the middle for the TradFi space. You know, your auditors, your issuers, your creditors, your trustees, right? All of these people are going to have to continue to make attestations and continue to effectively sign to the, you know, to verify these transactions to go both ways. But what's missing right now is, and this is something that Maker's, you know, done a lot of work on and is really pioneering, is a way to, and it's what we're working on at Chronicle right now, is this sort of layer that allows that to work in like an institutional grade automated way, right? Right now it's all paperwork, it's all red tape, it's all bureaucracy, and it takes a long time and nothing's guaranteed. But if we can build that layer in the middle that effectively connects those two markets, DeFi, TradFi, the two different right now liquidity pools, if you like, or pools of capital, that's where, in my opinion, DeFi goes to the next level, and blockchain technology with it as well.
It's about bridging the two worlds, and you can't get away from regulations. It's always quite interesting to me, obviously my countrywoman Lisa, before speaking on behalf of the ambitious plans the government in the UK have to, you know, embrace our industry, fintech generally. But at the same time, you have a situation whereby the FCA are bringing in on Monday, you know, really quite a restrictive regime that crypto companies will have to conform to. And I sometimes wonder if, you know, I guess that's the tail wagging the dog to an extent. But if how do you do it without it stifling the innovation? That's the thing, right? It's how do you abstract all this stuff? We're not going to get away from it. Regulation's important. It's there for good reasons. But I think the experience, the UX, the way we interact, I think, you know, we don't want to lose that. So it's how do you, you know, satisfy the requirements, abstract it, and allow people still to transact? Because I think that's absolutely the way it's going. Just walking around here the last kind of 48 hours, the amount of people that are talking about real world assets, you know, it's kind of the buzz. It feels like it might be the next thing. And I'm kind of conscious of time, so we'll move on and start to get into...
I have a funny note about that, sorry.
On you go.
Just saying, like, it's interesting to see how the market move things change, because like 2 years ago, all the institutions were looking how they can have regulation in place so they can put money in DeFi, and now it's all the DeFi people looking to put money in real-world assets and treasury bills. So it's still the same. The incentive is still in the right way, but it's funny how it changes. But
crypto needs a narrative, right?
It's effectively swinging with interest rates, right? So right now we've got this situation where in DeFi, or DeFi as a whole has lots of really cheap credit, right?
Yeah.
But credit to obtain in the traditional finance world is really expensive right now, because as we know, the central banks are pushing interest rates through the roof. So you've got this really interesting synergy right now, which I think you just touched on, Ran, where DeFi's got all this underutilized credit capital, which I was just sort of talking about there, that they want to loan out to people, but people aren't really utilizing on chain. And then you've got the traditional finance world that's dying for capital. They really want the liquidity, but that they can get at a good rate, and there's nowhere to get it apart from on chain. Sure. Right, so yeah, you're right. It's how do we pull those two things together, and as those rates change and as the environment changes, we'll see it probably swing back again, right, the other way.
Eva, you see a lot of institutional business. Obviously, that's kind of your core. Do you see that interest? Do you see an uptick? Are the institutions still coming? Are they here?
Yeah, no, the institutions are definitely coming, and I think some of them are, slowly entering the room in terms of DeFi, but what we're seeing is this convergence of CeFi and DeFi, and we talked about it already with the permission versus permissionless. And what I think we'll see is, the industry work out how we can make these two worlds work together. What we're not looking to do with DeFi is to say, okay, let's take finance and put it on the blockchain. Okay, we're done. What we're trying to do is how we can improve the financial system, how we can improve accessibility. And I think for more institutions to get involved, we'll need to see how we can bridge that gap for access for them, right? You're not going to have a large pension fund go and trade on a DEX tomorrow. It's simply not going to happen. But what you're going to see is firms look at ways that they could maybe start off in the permissioned world and then move over into the permissionless world and then move back again. And having those two worlds work together, I think, is where we're going to see more and more institutions come into the space. They have regulation that they need to abide by. It really doesn't matter to them whether or not DeFi space itself is regulated. They have regulations that they need to follow. So it's kind of how can that gap be bridged to allow the move from centralized to decentralized permission to permissionless and back.
Okay, so we're talking about DeFi, but a couple of the panelists have talked about Web3. And personally, I think that we kind of bucket everything together a little bit too much. For me, I think DeFi is quite separate to Web3 in terms of the way user experience, NFTs. Ran, how do you think those two worlds within a wider ecosystem interact? What about integrations with GameFi, SocialFi? I was saying crypto always needs a narrative. Right now it's SocialFi, everybody's in fintech. It's always the thing, and that's that liquidity slosh that I was talking about. Now everybody's over here. How does DeFi interact with the other kind of crypto narratives?
Yes, I would say it doesn't, because it's the same thing. That's a bit of an extreme approach. So say, if I try to take it like one notch down, I would say there's a very close, mutually beneficial, symbiotic relationship between anything else that's on-chain and DeFi. I mean, I don't know, Friendster, right? That's the cool one now. There's also the dating app one where you gamble on whether or not it. Do you know that one?
No.
There's like a new project now that's becoming quite popular that. There's a live video stream of a date, and you gamble your crypto on whether or not it's going to be successful or not. It's quite big, actually. I know.
It's like the hamsters. Did you see the gambling on hamsters? How long
I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, that was great.
That's decentralized gambling. I sometimes
wonder.
That's
DeFi. That's DeFi. People need. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying like, okay, I want to play in one of those stupid things, right? Like that's what people do. It's not mature yet. That's not the future we envision. But it's happening, and it's happening now. And if I want to play in any of these ecosystems, I want to buy something in the GameFi space. I want to do something like, interact in the SocialFi space. I want to buy somebody's keys on Friendster or whatever. I need to get ETH. So I onboard on crypto, unless I'm already onboarded. And then I go to the DEX. Then I buy whatever specific token I need to get in order to participate. And if I end up making money there, which is still right now the purpose of most people who are playing with these platforms, that was NFT, that's GameFi, that's SocialFi as well. Once people make money, they want to liquidate it, and then they go back to the DEX. End of the day, there's fiat onboarding, offboarding somewhere. People do want money for the real world as well, once in a while. But end of the day, it's all very close. So you see how these kind of things are pushing. Let's just take the NFTs as an example. NFTs, some people look at that as something that's separate from DeFi. Again, I think maybe it's more technology perspective, but I think it's the same thing. But you see a lot of people coming in with money that comes outside of crypto to buy NFTs because it was cool and hot and people wanted it, right? We had Justin Bieber buying apes and Snoop Dogg and whatever. Steph Curry started a lot of it. So you see people coming in with fiat money, buying assets on chain. And the gateway for that is DeFi. So it's quite connected. There's a good feedback there.
So DeFi is like the base layer, and then you have all these other components.
Yeah,
of the
it's all
industry
interconnected. It all works together.
I mean, how do we look to the real scale though? Because for me, DeFi, decentralized gambling, the monetization of everything, tokenization of everything, isn't necessarily the next wave of proper adoption. I feel like it's more about the user experience, abstracting a lot of that stuff so that you don't need to worry about, losing it. My dad doesn't want to lose his private keys and lose all his money, So I'm interested in what the panelists think the next phase is and how all these, building blocks join together. Where do we go first for adoption? What moves the needle? What brings these people in? Will gambling on people having a date and breaking up or not bring in 1 billion users?
It's all about accessibility, really, isn't it? Like, it's all about user experience. If it takes me 10 steps to log into a DEX, swap one token from the other, and then I try and explain that to someone I meet on the street, I'm going to lose them after step 2. And they're going to go, okay, this is meant to be accessible. This is meant to be decentralized. Great, it's decentralized, but I can't use it because I'm completely lost after the initial step. So I think it's for retail and for institutions, it's about how do we make the space accessible and improve that user experience.
Yeah, I'll just say, maybe just also mindful of time. And in my mind, the next wave is interoperability, but not interoperability between blockchains, interoperability between the banking infrastructure and blockchains. And we're seeing a lot of projects like Layer 0, XLR, Chainlink, CCIP, many others, connecting not the blockchains only, but moving messages across infrastructures. So a banking player can keep their legacy tech, don't have to go and have some new engineers coming on board, and they could interact with these various blockchains. And that is incredibly powerful from that perspective. The second prediction is around on-chain derivatives. In my mind, on-chain derivatives is the next wave of just crypto or DeFi-like activity overall. And if there's any projects that are in the crowd that are keen to have a discussion, we are very open to have these kind of chats, because it's kind of aligns with our vision as a company.
And I'd agree on that. That's the most asked question from institutions is about, that I hear is around derivatives.
Is it? That's interesting.
Great to hear that.
I'm going to take a slightly different view. I think I don't necessarily agree. I can't remember your initial statement, Neil, but I think it was around Web3 and DeFi not necessarily being the same thing.
Sure. Well, it was also what ushers in the next wave of adoption,
Sure.
and where does DeFi sit in that stack?
I don't sort of necessarily agree that everything that happens on chain, just because it it involves a token sort of swapping, means that it's DeFi or finance. I do tend to sort of box that stuff off more sort of specifically around actual financial products or the on-chain version of financial products that we know and have great experience of in the TradFi world. So I wouldn't say that sort of everything's DeFi, just because it's a transaction. However, I do think in terms of predictions about what's going to happen next, where we're going. I do think we're seeing now, which is awesome, by the way, the coming of age of DeFi 1.0. Your makers, your compounds, your Aves, Uniswaps even, with these huge treasuries and with these amazing, this amazing sort of ability to ride the wave of the bear market and these huge tests that they underwent.
And decentralization.
These huge stress tests that they underwent. And that, for any financial product or financial institution, is one of the most important sort of elements in their story, is can they survive these huge stress tests, right? And they did, and they came out the other side. And you've got people like Aave making $70,000 a day in rev. You've got people like Maker making over $200 million a year in the bear market in revenue. You know, that for me is the sort of the prediction, is that DeFi 1.0 is coming of age, and how is that now going to kick on to the next level, or what sort of new wave of financial products are we going to see on chain as a result of that?
Sure. I mean, Maker's a gold standard for me in so many elements of decentralization in the space. Thank you for pointing out that timer that I hadn't noticed. So let's go and just give me Angus, you've given us your prediction. Ran, what's your prediction? What's the next big thing? What's the next leg up?
So I think it's quite hard to predict. There's so many competing narratives, and there's always like the one thing that gives the big push in terms of popular opinion. I do think things are a bit more macro. So there's a lot of teams are working now, building crazy stuff, surviving the bear market exactly, and building very, very interesting things that not a lot of people are using, just because where the macroeconomics are. I do believe that the moment interest rates are going to start going down, you'd see risk assets going up, you would see Bitcoin going up, and then everything comes back into the industry, and then that's when we'll see like what's winning and what's competing. But I am very bullish, and I do believe that the next big wave is going to be on-chain, and we'll just have to kind of sit there, keep building, wait for it, and be there when it happens.
Sure. Michael?
I've already given that
more
the predictability. Yeah, we're talking about the interoperability and on-chain derivatives. That was, I would see as the next leg up for sure.
Okay. Eva?
Yeah, I would just kind of reiterate some of the other points. Move from retail to seeing more institutions, increase liquidity, and DeFi derivatives becoming a...
DeFi derivatives. Thank you. So we could keep going, but we're going to have to stop. Thank you, Michael. Okay, guys, thanks. That was great. Yeah, thanks for coming. Thanks for being here. I'm glad we kind of filled it up again. Thank you.
I'm famous.
100%.
Fantastic. Perfect. Okay, so thank you for our amazing DeFi panel. I hope you all learned a lot. I hope you all took a lot away from that panel. Next, we have a very, very interesting panel. It's about infusing blockchain with legacy brands. Now, legacy brands to me means brands that have an impact in society, brands that everybody recognizes. So we've got an incredible moderator for this panel. She's actually a alumni of Oxford University in blockchain strategy. So without further ado, can we have our amazing panelist and our moderator, Novel Renou. Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause, guys.
She's very nervous. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah. Do we all up? Let's head up on here.
My sneakers. Thanks. Hello. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
I'm American, so I'm loud by nature, and it travels. Sorry about that. Thank you, everyone, for staying for this to learn about infusing innovation with legacy brands. We have a couple of legacy brands that we're going to specifically focus on because we have some of their amazing talent on this stage. And I think what's wonderful about this panel, all four women have a lot of experience from, well, maybe some Web 1, definitely Web 2, working enterprise, working at big corporate brands. And so you've got a really nice kind of mix here. And with taking all that experience into in the innovative space of Web3 now, I think we'll have some really, really great insights. Right, so you have Nadia to my left, whose surname I've just forgotten because we only just met. There we go.
I'm from London, and I have the name that matches.
So Nadia is currently VP at Hugo Boss and running many of the Web3 activations and projects. To her left is Mary Fellows. So Mary brings an illustrious career from the high fashion world. Contributor to, I think, 13 different editions of Vogue. She's now very active in her own sustainability consultancy and practice. And she'll be able to talk through how she's leaning into innovation and helping legacy brands lean into innovation as part of a sustainable practice. Then you have Kadeen James, and Kadeen is currently at Artificial Rome, which is a spatial web company, creative agency, and she's going to talk a lot about a project that is live right now with Diesel. And Kadeen previously was at Accenture, Yahoo, I think Verizon, so we'll bring lots of experience from her roles there. And then last but not least, Jen Robeck, who is currently at Metaversal, which is a Web3 IP fund, doing lots of exciting projects. Previous to that, Jen was also working part of the Diesel Falso group, so her and Kadeen will be able to ping pong on that live project right now. And then Jen has also had experience as CMO of Feel Unique, French Connection, Ted Baker, and others. Hi. What I'd like to start with, poor Nadia, who only just, we're going to go straight into KPIs. No, we're not going to make it that boring yet. So Nadia, I was just saying to you when we met, Hugo Boss has been one of those I've been geeking out from afar because I've thought it is so brave, the moves as a brand that wasn't an obvious legacy brand to lean into Web3. You guys didn't just lean in, it felt like 2 feet in.
Jumped.
You just jumped. And speaking of like jumping sports, you come from JD Sports.
Yes.
And I wonder if some of that, we all know the Nike artifact is like a really strong use case. Is part of that street culture, sneaker culture, collecting, trading, utility, access, like is that part of what gave you the motivation to bring some of that into Hugo Boss? And can you just tell us, as a 100-year-old brand, how that culture of innovation, how have you fused that internally to get where you are now, what you've just done at Fashion Week? A lot.
Oh, that's a complex and deep question, guys. I'm happy we're with a friendly audience. So yeah, I was at JD Sports previously, and of course that's everything to do with culture, collectibles. I think it gives you such a great learning because you're working with some of the best and most desired brands in the world and towards a really, really discerning audience, right? The younger, because I'm quite ancient, the younger generations are ruthless and so savvy and sharp, right? Everything that we've had to do at JD was about being at the front of technology, making sure that everything that we're offering is relevant, right, desirable, and finding ways to be as close to those consumers as possible. The JD audience, before we get into everything about Hugo Boss, is incredibly savvy and sharp. Yeah. So one of the things in leading that business where I was before as CMO was about really respecting that audience and understanding how to connect with them in a way that they find valuable, authentic, and credible. Woe betide anyone that thinks a youth audience is just out to spend 110 quid on a pair of sneakers and not want additional value or not want to know more about the brand and the product and the offer and how you can enhance their lifestyles, right?
Right.
That said, there's lots of learnings, lots of stuff working with some of those top brands such as Nike, Adi, etc., that could come and has helped me to settle in to Hugo Boss. That said, all credit is not due to me. We have an amazing chief executive who's put forward our Claim 5 strategy. So when he took the helm about 2.5 years ago at Hugo Boss, he put forward this strategy, Claim 5, which was indeed about re-energizing this dormant giant. We're a 100-year-old brand, so legacy is exactly what we are about. And he has vision, passion, and a voracious appetite for discovering what's new and putting it out there for the consumers in the most relevant and authentic way. So actually, the vision was set as part of our Claim 5 strategy to re-energize the house of Hugo Boss. As part of that, we actually launched a 2-brand strategy so that we have Brand Boss that is targeting a specific audience group and Brand Hugo. That meant we have a kind of Hugo Boss platform and then room to be able to express and experiment and talk and engage with different audiences through 2 very distinct and different brands, which allows us to also experiment with different approaches. Within that then, it's about recruiting people into our brand, it's about retaining people into our brands, and importantly, I think, understanding their lives. So if we take Brand Boss, it's crucial for us to find ways to engage with the existing audience base we have. We're a legacy brand, we have big retail stores, footprint, people like the physical product. We sell, our core business today is physical product, but in the future, that can be very, very different. So for us, it's important that we're always looking ahead and finding the best ways to add value to our consumers. We've activated a marketing strategy that's also heavily driven by social and digital and the creator community as well. So for us, leaning into Web3, it is about finding ways to engage, add value and build sustainable relationships with our communities, whether that's the creators or our consumers.
So all of this is a little bit, could be intimidating and scary for a legacy brand. I'd like to double click on our creators also being a part of that, right? What does that look like?
So for us, I like that I'm the only one talking.
Oh, they'll have their time.
So for us, you know, as part of our reinvigoration of Brand Boss, I'm just leaning into one of our brands for now. We need, 100-year-old, everyone knows Hugo Boss, I think. I hope in this room as well, if anyone ever needs formal gear and suiting and smart stuff, that's the place to go, it's the destination of choice. But we had this audience built in, but we know it's really important to bring new people into our ecosystem, right? Really, really important. How do we do that in a relevant and credible way? How can we tell the right stories? Importantly, not just putting content out about our brands and what we're doing and the exciting events, but leveraging those to show that these are relevant to our consumers' lifestyle. Working with creators, whether that is social creators or personalities or innovators that can help us to deliver certain messages. Athletes, we work with a lot. Artists, actors, influencers from certain lifestyle groups, we work with all of these people, or the consumers that we can activate as advocates as well and creators in their own right. We need to find ways to deliver equitable and more balanced partnerships so that we can have sustainable relationships with them and so that we can really be authentic and true of voice in what we do. So for us, it's about now co-creating a lot of what we do and testing a lot of things with this creator community and taking a lot of their ideas in and really working hand in hand. So for us, that's how we're now starting to work and how we have been working when we talk about that community. So they're part of the Hugo Boss family, so to say.
Yeah, which is Web3 is nothing if not passionate about community and a way to unlock community. And in this new world, I remember 10 years ago, it was scary to think about an influencer or a blogger taking your product, right? And now we're just evolving that on, right?
Yeah, and I think for us, whether that's product or our comms or any of the innovations we do, working with the people who are deeply engaged and passionate about these different topics and areas, it only enriches what we do and it only helps us to really challenge ourselves before we're putting things out there for the consumers at large. So for us, working with that network of creators is invaluable.
I'd like to pick up on something you said and kind of throw it over to Mary. You said that at Hugo Boss, it's retail stores selling physical product, but looking forward to where there might be a digital product. So Mary, when you work with bringing your fashion experience, when you're working with brands on sustainability as a practice and what that looks like, what's the conversation with legacy brands now about phygital or digital lines?
It's a complicated one. And I have kind of various positions on it, and some of those conflict, but I'll outline it. So first of all, the sustainability conversation gets very complicated because a lot of brands don't know how to tackle it. And during the pandemic, a lot of legacy brands, instead of carrying on investing in sustainability to get towards net zero, they then diverted a lot of that funding into Web3 and metaverse. And so a lot of us in the sustainability community got very upset. We're like, really? Do you really think the world needs more skins? And is this responsible? But you can't stop that, right? So knowing that in future, consumers aren't just going to be consumers of brands, they're going to be fans. Like you hear them referred to now as fans a lot. And big brands, legacy brands are behaving kind of like big entertainment industry figures, like they have their fans and their consumers and those things cross over. And so when I say to brands, it's like, if you're going to innovate into Web3 and either do skins or do metaverse activations, go for it. Because A, it's going to be another way to get consumers to engage with your brand as a fan or a user or a consumer or in your ecosystem, in your community, in a way that their digital footprint will be significantly less than the footprint as if they were just consuming product. That applies more actually to fast fashion or the lower end volume players because the footprint of those items is terrible, whereas legacy brands like Hugo Boss or Gucci or Prada, those things don't tend to make it quickly to landfill and incineration or charity shops, right? So there is that. But I'm not against the idea of all of that innovation into Web3 as long as it's done mindfully, because the amount of activity and data mining and energy intensity that comes from that is quite significant. Like the power consumption is insane, the footprint is significant. So I think a company has to acknowledge that elephant in the room. If they're going to encourage all of that digital activity, they've got to acknowledge the amount of power that's going to use, and that won't be power they're paying for. Somebody else is paying that cost, right? So there is that. It's a small thing, but it should be considered. And then the other thing I always say to legacy brands is like, don't just innovate for innovation's sake. Don't just go and do a whole set of skins or create digital fashion because you feel like you need to be relevant. If you're doing it, there's got to be intent and purpose, and it's got to be an extension of your existing brand pillars. Or if it's a new brand pillar, you've got to own that as a new brand pillar. But don't just do it because you think everyone else is doing it. Because it's going to be so competitive, and it's still really confusing for a lot of customers, that whole thing. So translating the red thread from the brand's DNA into that is essential as well. And I think there's the last thing to point out is that in future, what I hope and see is that the girl who goes out now and spends £4.99 on a Shein gold disco dress that she wears once and tosses, right? You hope that the reason she's doing that is just for content. She's not really doing it necessarily for how she's experienced in the room on that party or whatever. It's more for her content because she wants her digital life to have that experience. So the idea is in future that they will then go and buy the skin, and that piece will never involve extraction of raw materials, virgin oil, slave labor, and then end up in landfill clogging up the planet, right? So in that respect, digital fashion could alleviate some of the footprint and the damage that fashion does to the planet by giving users the ability to express themselves through fashion in a digital manner, as long as those emissions are offset somehow responsibly. Here endeth the lesson.
I love that, and that's a perfect kind of lead into what I wanted Kadeen to speak to, because there is this need for expression, right? There is this need for identity. There is a need for newness. That's the reality of it. And how does it all fuse together, right? Kadeen, so I work at a SaaS platform called Smart Media Tech. We worked with you and your team at Artificial Rome on a diesel project, which Jen kindly brought to each of us. And I would love for you, Kadeen, to walk us through the kind of play-by-play of how the project that we've done with diesel goes from the physical item that you buy in store into a virtual experience where then you have an avatar in everyone's got to, not now, but after, go on Instagram, look at this project. The creative is just out of control, like next level creative. So you take the avatar into a photorealistic kind of dystopian future world, and then that avatar doesn't stop there. It morphs and changes through the journey of the experience. So that's a big one. Legacy brand Diesel. Kadeem, what's the play-by-play? Why is this landmark? And like, what are the tips for success in taking a campaign like this and making it work in a legacy brand?
Wow, that is such a loaded question, and it's such a thrill to be on this panel with such amazing women. And I'm going to say that it takes an incredible team. I mean, we work with a pretty small team. Artificial Rome, we're a team of producers, art directors, creative technologists, developers and coders. We're using emerging technologies such as Unreal Engine, Epic Games technology to create virtual worlds and immersive experiences. And with the Diesel project, when we started chatting to Jen, it was very much about understanding how we could help the brand to connect with new and future audiences at scale, including their existing audience. So the Metamorph experience is now live. It's a global campaign that is in stores, in Diesel stores all over the world. It also includes a Web3 metaverse experience where there'll be a music performance from a well-known rap star. There's also MetaHumans technology that we've deployed. We've dressed the MetaHumans in Glenn Martins, who's the creative director at Diesel, in his latest collection. There's also a token experience that we've done with SMT and also with our friends at Public Pressure, which is unlocking brand new experiences for fans of the Diesel brand to get front row on the fashion show in Milan, but also to unlock this incredible watch that they can wear physically and also digitally. So it encompasses the real world in terms of the future of a retail experience, but it also lives on inside a hyper photorealistic AAA game environment with visuals that I would go as far as saying a Hollywood production, and I don't say that lightly. But thinking about legacy, I also wanted to touch on the opportunity that Diesel's tapping into. It's super savvy in terms of connecting with creators. It's also very much invested in the opportunity that new technology can bring in terms of using gaming platforms such as Unreal Engine, but also working with studios that have a really good understanding and insight in terms of how they can create these campaigns and experiences and bring them to life that resonate with their audience and that engage with fans at scale all over the world. We've also done a Ready Player Me activation, so you'll be able to wear the garments on your Ready Player Me avatar. You'll also be able to purchase the collection of the watches in stores all over the world. And I think this is one of the most inspiring projects that I've had the pleasure of working on with the brilliant Jen and also with your team, Noel, at SMT. Prior to that at Yahoo, I was working, producing some very early legacy digital fashion experiences with the likes of Charlie Cohen and the Pokemon Company, which were kind of like very early test cases, and I think we've seen it evolve, particularly over the last couple of years, into this really incredible experience that we've produced for Metamorph and for Diesel and Fossil. And yeah, we're super excited about it. I think it's going to move the dial, and it certainly is something that will stand up and will be something that we'll look back in the digital fashion history books and we'll refer to. I'm pretty certain and confident of that. Jen, did you want to say anything else on that?
I think, from my perspective, I'm coming at it from the client side. So, excuse me, similar to the Hugo Boss perspective. And the most important thing about all of this technology, it's very sexy and it's fun, right? And it's expressive. But ultimately, if you can't figure out a way to use it so that the consumer and the brand actually benefit, it ends up coming across as just tech for tech's sake. And so with this particular project, when I was consulting for Fossil, the thing that we were really focused on was how can we make the watch an experience? And the watch itself is actually an analog watch. It doesn't have anything, not that it's not a special watch, the design, the aesthetic is very compelling, but it's not a smartwatch. So what can you do to connect the new world of Diesel? And Diesel were already quite active in Web3. They have a Discord, they have a community, they have periodic NFT drops. So we had something we could leverage, but we also wanted to take the physical environment and really understand how we could bring those two together. And fortunately, right around this time, Move AI, we're live with I think their second edition consumer-focused offering. So that really enabled us to leverage the watch and connect AI and Web3 together. And I know that's a big conversation right now because those two technologies are becoming more and more symbiotic. So for me, that was one of the bigger breakthroughs as to how we take a physical object and then connect that experience into Web3 through retail environments, which then connect into the metaverse.
And can you hear? Okay, hi. That's where I wanted to go next. Innovation for innovation's sake isn't sustainable. It's certainly not sustainable if you're in a down market, if inflation is high, and the cost of living is up. Everyone's going to be looking for efficiencies. So what I've found helpful in my conversations with enterprise brands is when we're talking about metrics that they can relate to, something that grounds the innovation so that they can start to see that there is a business outcome there, there's some sort of business model. Jen, when you were speaking with the Fossil team, constructing this, were you looking at any metrics that you could hope to derive from the activity? And if, yeah, it'd be
absolutely. I mean, I think so for a traditional retailer, you have wholesale, e-commerce, and physical retail. And ultimately, the thing that matters most is how many units you shift. And the only way to shift units is by driving awareness and demand. So the way that the program or campaign has been architected, it really does extend beyond the tech, right? You have to support it with media above the line. You have to make sure you have enough budget. We signed a recording artist, which provides a lot of PR. And so with these activations, I guess firstly, you have to invest. Because if you're interested in shifting units, the tech itself is not going to shift the units for you, right? It's an activation, just like a physical pop-up at a music festival is an activation. So surprisingly, there were a lot of traditional metrics. I suppose on the more innovative end of the spectrum, we talked a lot about in-metaverse dwell time and other kind of leading indicators that would help us understand how sticky this experience is and how much does it matter to the consumer. And then within the avatar experience, there's a base avatar and there's an advanced avatar. If you buy the watch, you get the advanced avatar. If you're interested in engaging with the brand, you can start with the base avatar and then you can work your way through. So understanding the avatar usage as well was something of interest because the stickier the experience, the better Diesel fares in terms of attracting that consumer back to engage with the next drop or the next community event that they host.
I can tell that our other panelists want to jump in. Go ahead, Mary.
There's something I neglected to mention during the first question, which actually bakes into this one, which I think is really important, in that if we're talking about sustainability and we're talking about general impact and purpose, given that we are in a crisis, the world is on fire, there's also, not just in terms of the avatars and the metaverses and the skins, there's another piece of digital innovation in legacy brands and any brand that I think will be really come to bear in the next 5 years or so when the EU's regulation around digital product passports kicks in. Now, I don't know if has anyone here in this room ever scanned a QR code? I haven't, yeah, okay. So imagine if in future, whenever you buy a piece of clothing or an accessory or whatever it is, it comes with its own digital ID. That digital ID bakes into the brand's ecosystem, and therefore, whatever happens to that item, you should, as a consumer now, be able to get as much information about that product as you do from from food that you buy. If you buy food, you get the calories, the ingredients, the nutrition. You should be able to find out if it was Bangladeshi slave labor or it was, you know, nuns working under the full moon who wove your cotton, right? And you can't, but you will have to very soon because of thanks to the EU, God bless them. But in future, you'll be connected to that brand in perpetuity, and where brands are going to not only be more purposeful and more responsible about staying connected to their customer after the point of sale, is they're going to be able to gather invaluable proprietary data back off the behavior around that item. So did it wash well? Did you repair it? Did you sell it on the secondary market? Did you trade it in? Does it have its own digital ID, which has got an NFT or a token attached to it? And what's the activity and the engagement around that item? Are you plugging it in on social? So there's a whole other way using digital product passports, which is what they're called, which means you can get better customer loyalty. You know, once the item, you don't want to wear it anymore, or it's worn out, you take it back. They've registered it, you've got the code, they give you a voucher for bringing it back, you can then buy something else. And that way, it's like Apple versus PC world, right? Like in Apple, you know you go back and you're always welcome in that brand's ecosystem. The same thing in fashion, and that is one of the most important things to do is if you're going to bake in this digital innovation into any brand, legacy or not, there has to, I think, be this acknowledgement of how you stay in touch with your customer to make sure that you avoid sending things to landfill, and you also can make better profit, like on... You know, an item that if you take a commission on the repairs and the resale rather than just letting everybody else own that, you can, you know, there's a case study we did for this white paper, we wrote about this for the British Fashion Council in a white paper, and a Ghani trench coat study we did, it would cost $500 to buy new, and Ghani could have made back £385 on the post-transaction life cycle. End of. So it's a revenue stream, consumer loyalty, it's not just about let's save the whales and the penguins, it's like let's also innovate our business model. Hope that makes sense.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah.
And Nadia, you don't have to comment on this, but at Hugo, are you looking at passport identity for items and marketplace? And
we are. So that's why I was nodding.
Yeah.
A lot along with this because
I'm sure you sat on a million meetings like this.
It's true, and I think for us that's as a legacy brand and not a fast fashion brand, everything that you've just said, so I won't repeat, but equally because we are a brand actually where we own our factories, so if our product's made in Turkey, we own our factories, so the people that are producing our product actually are my colleagues, they're not another supplier, so that's another reason to engage and discover when you have this kind of information.
Yeah, you bring
and that's also a way of really communicating and interacting with our consumers in a way that's also valuable. So,
right, because in that community internally, right, and then that's I think for the culture of your external or the customer community, that also probably matters a lot too. Right.
Yeah, and I think that also contributes to the fact when we were talking about, okay, you're turning your consumers into fans, and their fans are obsessive about knowing everything about everything and having the most and who did this and that. And I think having that is really critical. And then it's about everything we're doing around that turns those fans into powerful advocates for your brand, right? And that's the thing that gives you the sustainable growth or the emotional connection or the resonance. And it's everything to do with technology it's a platform to service your consumer because the brand is the brand and legacy brand, we're 100, right? So it's like there's always going to be, we hope, we're always there with our brand, and the newness and the tech and the innovation is part of what we need to embrace to propagate our brand and to continue the legacy.
Right. And the storytelling. So all storytelling
100%.
through this new medium.
Yeah, because if you think about it, technology moves on, the things we were looking at 10, 15 years ago that were the new thing, they're not the new thing now, and some of that stuff is just defunct. But the brands are still here.
Yeah.
And so it's like, how do you as a brand and a legacy brand driver find the ways to connect with consumers, find the reasons to leverage technology in a meaningful way that helps you to sustain your brand and your business in whichever positioning it is. For us, of course, that's an elevated luxury positioning. So.
And there's you guys
like a
probably
tag team.
Yeah, I know.
I like it.
We can have to do it. There's this thing called the behaviour attitude paradox, in particularly amongst Gen Y and Gen Z, right? They've grown up in the shadow of climate change. They've grown up as digital natives. They want the world to stop being on fire, but yet they still want to spend 6 hours a day in the metaverse. And how do you square that? Yeah. And that can kind of be squared by embedding this innovation, where as long as a brand doesn't think that the metaverse and skins and NFT departments over there, and then the digital product passport thing goes over with sustainability people, and those two won't. Like, if you can bring them together, you can then help surmount this behavior attitude paradox of consumers wanting to be purpose-driven and more in mindful environment, but also wanting to consume fashion, being fans. You know, that's one way where you can. Right?
And so maybe for the last 4 minutes that we have here, Kadeen, Jen, the diesel metamorphosis, the whole experience from the offline, but particularly the online, that's an incredible storytelling moment. And Jen, you just spoke about how you can upsell a consumer. So you'll give them the opportunity to be part of the story, right? Their avatar, and that gets them in the story in a more immersive way than we've seen before. And then they have the opportunity, taking very much from the gaming world, to kind of up their level and have more experiences through what they're purchasing. So it'd be great to just hear future of storytelling in these environments. Jen, your perspective for 2 minutes. Kadeen, yours for 2 minutes.
Yeah, so I think when you look at retail generally and you look at gaming, the two are converging, right? Part of that's because of collectibles. Part of that is driven by some of the metaverse environments that they're not traditional metaverses, but Roblox is considered a metaverse. So these spaces where Gen Z and Gen Alpha are spending time are the spaces that are going to influence people's purchase decision, right? It's a form of advertising. And so everybody's really gravitating toward that. So I think the future of storytelling is definitely partly in environments like that. And then if a brand can create their own community experience, so Diesel invested very early in that, as have many luxury brands. You know, your captive audience will be a certain size, but on a campaign by campaign or a season by season basis, and I still feel like some of this cadence is a bit more traditional because it's dictated by the fashion cycle, right? We haven't quite outgrown that in affordable luxury or luxury. I think fast fashion is very different. You find yourself in a position where you can tell these stories and you can animate faster, and I think a lot of the AI tools like Runway and Midjourney and things that we've probably all heard a lot during this conference are also enabling creative teams to weave product into these stories that can live in short form and long form and in immersive environments. So I think that's the future, and importing yourself into the environment is one way of engaging. Obviously, being a passive viewer is another way of engaging. And I think you'll just see a spectrum of how much or little people want to be part of that. It's still really early days, but if Roblox is any indication, I think the average Gen Z has something like 80 collectibles in their chest with their Robux currency that they use. So it's definitely, and then they're writing, my daughter's 6 and she wants to learn how to build an app by writing code, and she's in Roblox on her iPad. So that's sort of giving me a signal as to what's going to happen.
She's also your daughter, so.
Yeah, true.
Kadeen, final viewpoint.
I echo everything that Jen says so eloquently, and I think the opportunity as well to kind of leverage the technology, including Midjourney. I know on the Metamorph experience, we have an incredible team of creatives that are all using these tools, and they're tools, right? As part of our, development stage and, kicking off the early kind of concepts. But I see the opportunity, I guess, for those tools to allow us to potentially experience fashion and art in ways that not so long ago would have been completely unimaginable, and it's opening and unlocking, if you like, new opportunities for artists and creators to bring these concepts to life. I certainly think that tools such as Epic Games, Unreal Engine, and the next iteration of that is also going to unleash a next wave of creativity. And then going back to the opportunity that presents for legacy brands in terms of being able to have your content, your print campaign, your media, your hype, your sizzle, your token-gated interaction. You can come into the experience in Metamorph and meet with a pop star who we filmed using motion capture and AI technology. He's going to be there live as part of this experience. Wow. Being able to come in and experience fashion, art, music, pop culture moments, I think is incredibly exciting. And I think going back to what the brilliant Nadia was saying around being able to build that legacy and continue for brands to be able to tell stories, you know, supercharging their content and leveraging the opportunity that tech has isn't anything new. We're just going to keep adapting and picking up the tech, you know, as we've done throughout the history of time. And the brands that want to be there in the next 100 years will need to be using these sorts of innovations in order to connect with their audiences. And going back to what Jen's saying about, you know, young people gathering in Roblox and having their digital identities and digital personas, and the wallet experience and interaction in and around that will become much more simplified. You know, I've got many digital personas and digital avatars. I exist in, you know, many forms with different bodies in so many different worlds and spaces. And I think that will continue. I don't think we're going to press pause on innovation. And I think that the opportunity for brands to tell stories, you know, through this narrative is a really rich one, and one that I'm really excited to be a part of.
Wonderful. I'm going to wrap up on that. Thank you so much to my panel. Can we have a round of applause?
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Fresh air, go and stretch your legs, go and do some yoga, whatever it is that you need to do. Be refreshed.
As DeFi and Web3 applications become more and more complex, smart contracts remain inherently limited, as they run in a very tight sandbox. For that reason, many Web3 projects still rely on centralized back-end infrastructure for certain problems, creating a single point of failure, sacrificing decentralization for practicality. The current blockchain stack consists of 2 layers. Layer 1 in charge of security, Layer 2 in charge of scalability. But how can we overcome the limitations of smart contracts in a decentralized manner? Introducing Orbs. Orbs runs above these layers as a fully decentralized Layer 3 infrastructure blockchain protocol. Orbs acts as a decentralized backend, enhancing the capabilities of EVM and non-EVM smart contracts. The Orbs protocol is executed by dozens of independent permissionless validators, staked with over $100 million, opening up a whole new spectrum of possibilities for Web3, DeFi, NFTs, and GameFi. Orbs provides 2 different execution services. Orbs Lambda is an event-driven, serverless, and decentralized cloud function written in JavaScript, similar in concept to AWS Lambda. And Orbs VM, a Docker-based virtual machine, enabling implementations of powerful custom decentralized services in any popular programming language like Go, JavaScript, Rust, or Python, packaged as a standard Docker container. Join us in shaping the next evolution of smart contracts. Become a part of the Orbs universe.
Brands must adapt or die.
Social media is media.
When we first launched, we were hoping for, maybe 400, 500 people.
Internet culture is culture.
Nearly half of Gen Zers go to social media platforms to get their information.
We're democratizing everything, from the creative arts.
I never thought I could sell my work like this.
To finance.
Retail traders aren't just taking on hedge funds, they're also trying to take them down.
Driving trends, politics, and even our culture.
Social media changed the way that politicians could communicate.
And now, emerging innovations are set to change our day-to-day lives even further.
So, ChatGPT, artificial intelligence.
So you've probably heard about the metaverse.
But in a world of change, the biggest risk to you is falling behind.
So what now? Exponential change has created exponential opportunity,
making traditional marketing and communication methods less effective.
Your storytelling matters more than it ever has before. To be relevant, stories need to connect with culture.
Those that can't communicate their story correctly will fail, but those that can, they're going to thrive.
And that is why Flight Story exists. We understand what it takes to innovate through constant change. We deliver personalized and impactful strategies through our consulting division.
We provide world-first tools that give you the insights that you need. We develop meaningful stories through our content creation studios.
We distribute them far and wide through our extensive earned media network.
Accelerate their growth through our performance media services.
And now, we're helping brands get ready for what comes next. By telling the right story, we build your reputation, deepen the relationships with your community,
and ultimately create value.
For over a decade, our teams have guided leaders for some of the world's most successful companies on the planet.
Having a great story, it isn't enough.
Flight Story will give you the tools to tell it.
As DeFi and Web3 applications become more and more complex, smart contracts remain inherently limited, as they run in a very tight sandbox. For that reason, many Web3 projects still rely on centralized back-end infrastructure for certain problems, creating a single point of failure, sacrificing decentralization for practicality. The current blockchain stack consists of two layers: Layer 1 in charge of security, Layer 2 in charge of scalability. But how can we overcome the limitations of smart contracts in a decentralized manner? Introducing Orbs. Orbs runs above these layers as a fully decentralized Layer 3 infrastructure blockchain protocol. Orbs acts as a decentralized backend, enhancing the capabilities of EVM and non-EVM smart contracts. The Orbs protocol is executed by dozens of independent permissionless validators, staked with over $100 million, opening up a whole new spectrum of possibilities for Web3, DeFi, NFTs, and GameFi. Orbs provides two different execution services. Orbs Lambda is an event-driven, serverless, and decentralized cloud function written in JavaScript, similar in concept to AWS Lambda. And Orbs VM, a Docker-based virtual machine, enabling implementations of powerful custom decentralized services in any popular programming language like Go, JavaScript, Rust, or Python, packaged as a standard Docker container. Join us in shaping the next evolution of smart contracts. Become a part of the Orbs universe.
Hey, happy Friday. Obviously, it's a really big session. Thank you so much for everyone coming after lunch. I know it's a bit, can be drowsy, but we've got an absolute blockbuster panel coming up for you. Just to thank you once again for everyone attending. We're so passionate about pushing London forward and putting it on the map in the Web3 scene. And we've got Tezos and Man United coming up today to do a fireside chat. We've got Sunil, who is an absolute firecracker of a moderator. And if you haven't checked out Tezos, you've got to see what's happening on their blockchain. They're doing so many amazing things in sports, in art, and everything in between. So Sunil, come on up. We're great to host you.
Thank you.
Give a round of applause.
Yes. How exciting. They always put a picture of your face in case you can't see me here. There's a picture of me there. Welcome, everyone. You're back from lunch or back from a break at least. So we're going to kickstart with what I think is a particularly exciting session. I would say that because I'm biased and I'm trying to hold your attention, but it is going to be good. If it's not good, it's Ronan's fault, not my fault. My bit was good, just for the record. So by way of introduction, I'm Sunil Singhvi from Trilitech. Trilitech is a Tezos ecosystem company. Tezos, of course, a decentralized blockchain, so no one works directly for Tezos. But at Trilitech, based in London, our job is to drive adoption. So that's partly engineering. How do we make Tezos faster? How do we make it more effective? How do we do all the things that all of you as builders and collectors and users need from any blockchain? On top of that, we have our business development, we have our partnerships teams, whether that's on art, or some of you might have heard my colleague Michael talking about DeFi earlier. And my job is I get to talk about sport and culture, which is basically a dream job, right? You get to talk about the things that people love. And that's what really drew me to the Web3 space, thinking about that intersection, that moment where people's passions drive their actions. And of course, Web3 technology can play such a big part in that. Now, I'm lucky to have joined the company earlier this year, and we've got some incredible partnerships. A US broadcaster called Flow Sports, who do the most brilliant niche sports you've ever seen, midget car racing, jiu-jitsu, all kinds of things I've had to learn about. But also our wonderful partners who are in the room from McLaren, who we've done some brilliant stuff with. But today we're going to be talking about Manchester United. They've started their journey with Tezos, and they've done a huge amount over the last couple of years. So we're going to start with an introduction video, like a little bit of sizzle. You can see what's going on, and then we're going to bring Ronan to the stage to break down exactly how that's all come to be.
What is it that binds us to United? Some of us still have that home shirt from '99, some of the matchday programmes from our first game, or that scarf from a famous night in Europe. Maybe we've still got football stickers from our heroes, or ticket stubs from those games that did or didn't go to plan. Because despite the ups and downs, these memories make this our club. And as we move from one era to the next, there's a new way to connect with United. The first ever official digital collectible is coming, and it's a gift to fans around the world. We're always looking for ways to get close to the action. With the players that stir us every week, collectibles can help. They unlock a new world where we can chat with players and legends, where exclusive content brings match day to life, and where we choose what happens next. So, what are digital collectibles? Each one is a unique piece of the club's history. They're like football stickers that fans have always collected, only they're digital and are stored in a digital wallet. Own a collectible and you can unlock benefits, like free trips to Old Trafford or virtual events. You can vote on future awards in a community we build together, or watch behind-the-scenes clips not shown anywhere else. How? It's because collectibles are built on something called a blockchain. Blockchains can be used for many things, including tracking the ownership and authenticity of a digital collectible. They're not controlled by one person or company. That can make them safe, secure records of digital ownership, and they can prove your collectible is authentic. Trade it, sell it, collect more, your choice. As blockchain usage has grown, there's been a lot of debate about impact on environment. That's why United has selected Tezos as its official blockchain partner of the club. Tezos provides an energy-efficient, highly secure and upgradable platform for fans worldwide. Ready to try something new? Register now and get a collectible before anyone else. Let's make some new memories with United.
Amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Ronan Joyce. I think Ronan said to me beforehand, don't do that thing where you make people clap for me, but I've done it anyway. Ronan joins us today, Director of Digital Innovation at Manchester United. I wanted to start with this piece because I think what Manchester United have done with this is incredibly smart. A club with over 1 billion followers worldwide, not everyone knows about Web3. Was this done purposefully with that in mind?
Yeah, well, firstly, thank you, Sunil, for the introduction and a round of applause that was spontaneous but not. Thank you very much for having me here at Zebu Live as well, great conference. Yeah, like ultimately, you know, I think as you'd have seen from the video, education and trying to explain this space to a broader fan base is super important. And that's kind of what that was designed to do. I think we'll get into talking about it, but at the beginning of our journey, we wanted to bring football fans in by loads of traditional means, but also showcase the new stuff as we moved through. And I think, you know, we managed to do that with things like this, but it's an evolving journey, as I think many of the topics have covered today.
So we should start with that. Let's go all the way back to the beginning. How did Manchester United get into the Web3 space? What were the first steps you took?
Yes, so it was back actually, I remember the specific date, November the 14th, which
Very
was
specific.
2022, when football paused in the Premier League on the men's side for like an unusual once in a kind of, you know, blue moon kind of period, really, due to the World Cup taking place in the winter. So we used that time frame to announce that we were going to be launching digital collectibles, to explain what they were, and to say that the first one was going to be free, a gift for fans around the world. Before we went into the actual launch, which was the keys, we used that window to launch on Discord as well. And a key theme for us was actually the players taking part in the World Cup, playing for their different teams. It was a great way for fans in that community, as they were coming into that space, to follow those players as they perform for their national teams, and really create kind of excitement and engagement around that. And as we did that, we also pushed educational materials, everything from kind of explaining the lingo of Web3, right the way through to how you actually go about creating a wallet, what that means, what actually a digital wallet is, and kind of trying to simplify the journey as much as possible.
Yeah. And one of the things you mentioned in there is your Discord. The Manchester United Discord is huge. It's one of the biggest in football, right?
Yeah, I think it's the biggest in football. We've got about, I think, 95,000 community members within our server. Yeah, and the conversation is, you know, rapid and real time, and, you know, it takes a lot of moderation, and you've got to stay on top of it. But the fans within that space are passionate, and it's really created, I guess, another form of centralized community that we've had in numerous spaces across more traditional social channels. Yeah. But here the fans are really leading the conversation and talking to one another in a way that perhaps hasn't happened elsewhere.
So you kick-started with the keys. Talk to us a little bit about this. Like, how did this work?
Yeah, so the keys were the first digital collectible, and it was that free gift to fans, as we mentioned. And I guess we kind of gamified it a little bit. We kind of had 3 different rarities, as we've said here. The classic key, which was the most common, the rare key, which was 1 out of 11, and then we had 5 ultra rare keys kind of dangled within the pack. So there was a real incentive for people to go in and to claim theirs, and then to kind of get that reveal moment to see what you got. Yeah. And then actually this related to a number of different factors. If you had an ultra rare or a rare key, you got first access to our next collection, which we'll come on to, which was the Devils. And then after that was the classic keys before we opened it more broadly. So there was incentive plus a bunch of other utility features that we packed in.
Yeah. One of the things that I think is so impressive for Manchester United is if you get a chance to go to the stadium, they've got a museum, and even as a non-Manchester United fan, it's packed with trophies. It's ridiculous. There are so many trophies in there. But as you walk in, the people that own the ultra rare keys have got their names on the wall. Was that a deliberate thing? You've baked it into the sort of the modern history of the club.
Yeah, I mean, look, all of this, just almost taking a full step back, is about engaging fans in new ways. That's, I sit within a team that is all about direct-to-consumer fan engagement, how we can create new experiences and how we can iterate and evolve. We're very fortunate to have a rich history and fans that have been, since birth and going back hundreds of years, supporters of the club, but you've always got to stay at the forefront. You've got to find ways to keep the next generation involved. So actually, you mentioned the museum, that's also one of my favourite pieces. The fact that you go in there as a fan and you see something from the early 1900s, you see something from the incredibly successful 1960s teams right the way through to the modern day, but you also see this. Yeah. I think there's a really nice kind of blend between the two there.
Yeah, and the keys led us to the Devils, which I think is a truly sort of Web3 feel. I think there's been lots and lots of other sports projects that have felt distinctly, Web2 projects just replicated, whereas this felt very of a time and very Web3. How did the Devils come together?
Yeah, I mean, the Devils came together because I guess we wanted to tell a story, and we wanted to, as I mentioned, kind of find a new way of engaging fans. The Devil is at the heart of the Manchester United crest. It's IP that we can tap into, and we were looking for ways to evolve. We also have a mascot called Fred the Red, who's kind of a character based out of that Devil, but slightly different as well. So we almost kind of fused the two. And then when we built these, and it's generative art, there's a number of layers within these, so no one is the same. You can see on screen here the different types of traits that they have, each with their own rarity. But the whole kind of concept was, okay, you'll see even on screen here the kind of iconography associated with football. You'll see little trinkets like that ship, which is actually in the main Manchester United crest, which has been there since the start. You'll see a little rose, which plays homage towards the Lancashire Rose. There's loads of little different trinkets that are associated with the history of the club, and actually fans have had a really fun time kind of, what is that kind of debunking and actually debating, does this mean this or that mean that? And when you have something that has a meaning behind it, it kind of adds a layer to how much you cherish it, ultimately.
Yeah, and actually in the Discord, there's always debates and is this a clue? Is this a hint at something? Which I love, because I think there's the intended meaning, and then there's on top of that, there's the sort of extra meaning that the community's given. These launched back in December, so we obviously had the big hypey period of time. This launched after the big hype of Web3, after the big hype of PFPs. But this sold out really quickly. How was it received by the audience?
Yeah, it received incredibly well. There were 7,777 of these available for purchase. That actually plays on the iconic number 7, which has been associated with many Manchester United legends over the years. And yeah, they sold out, I think, within 72 hours. There was real excitement. We kind of introduced a countdown clock on the site, a countdown as to how many Devils were remaining. And as that got into the last 1,000, you could see people just getting really excited. You saw the conversation. And I think it plays well to a number of PFP projects, right? But in particular, this one, I think we were able to build in those layers, as I mentioned. Yeah. There was, okay, I'm excited, what am I going to get? Yeah. And then when you got something with a certain rarity, or you got something that perhaps had not necessarily a rare piece, but had something that was personally associated for you as a Manchester United fan, that was exciting. You could share it with other people, and it started to represent identity.
One of the things that I love about this project particularly is that it's had ongoing sustained interest. We are now 9 months, 10 months past launch, and Devils sell every single day. And sometimes they sell for, quite high numbers because they're super rare or they're highly in demand. What have you done to nurture that community of holders?
Yeah, we've worked to really make sure that it wasn't just something you displayed as your profile picture and that was that. We focused upon kind of a continual set of rewards and almost incentives to stay with us and make this a long-term project. The most obvious one, I think, as for the Devils has been we have a program that we've ran throughout the course of the second half of last season, which was ultimately called Devil Rewards. And that meant that if Manchester United won at home, men's or women's teams, you received a reward. So all 7,777 Devils and their respective holders received a commemorative token from that particular match into their wallets, airdropped in. But actually, the kind of devil, if you don't mind the pun in the detail here, was that if you had certain traits and Manchester United performed certain actions on the pitch, you received additionals. Yeah. So Blue Devils, for example, that was the goalkeeper's kits last season. Blue Devils, if Manchester United kept a clean sheet, they received another reward. So that's if they conceded 0 goals, another reward. For our Devils that have a trident, when someone scores a hat-trick on the pitch, they received another reward. So you could see that kind of like the certain subsets that start to be created, that generates excitement, people wish to trade them, it leads to on-chain activity, it leads to kind of, a really good, exciting feeling between people that kind of extends the lifeblood of the program.
Yeah, I think that the two things that are so important to maintain projects like this for me are number one, community, and I think you've spoken to that really nicely, but I think that sense of identity and belonging is really important in how do we make people feel as a fan that I can show off who I am, I can show off my love for the club, I can show off my love for this project. So I think that's been done incredibly well. So seasons come and go, we change, we move into the new season, and you've got another project that's running now that we're 7 instances into. Talk to us about this year's campaign. This is Collect United.
Yeah, so Collect United really is designed to, I guess if we went big with our first initial launch, and then we kind of had this Devil community, which is a core audience that keeps building, and we're talking to them well, we're engaging them on a regular basis. As you mentioned, there's a lot of activity there. But how do we make sure we don't just fall into only servicing that community? We go broader once again, and going back to the broader mission of the project, how can we get more fans coming into the Web3 space in a simplified manner? So simply what we're doing here is before every Manchester United home match, men's team, women's team, league matches or European matches, you can go to the site collectibles.manunited.com and you can claim your free digital collectible representing each match. So we have a lead designer on our team, we have a series of designers around him, and the kind of stuff that we put together, you can see on screen examples from the Nottingham Forest match and the Crystal Palace match. The idea is if you collect the full set, you win rewards. So if you collect the full league collection over the course of the season, you actually have the opportunity to win signed training kit. If you collect the whole collection overall, you have the opportunity for a VIP matchday experience at Old Trafford. So there's engagement tactics there, and we will, over the course of the season, kind of offer more as well. So there'll be little pieces, okay, have you collected the 3 2-0 wins? Well, actually, here's an opportunity for you to go and redeem X, Y, or Z. So, I guess I see it as our way to go back out to the masses and make sure that we're not forgetting the broader football community and we're helping bring people on their Web3 journey.
Yeah, and I think from my side, sort of looking at this project, some of the things that I love about it is, number one, this isn't a revenue play. This is very much come claim your collectible, come be part of the excitement of match day, which is intoxicating. That feeling that you're going to win today. I think that is it's great to celebrate.
And that's actually, just to add on to that, like this is kind of really falling into your match day routine piece, right? Football fans are ritualistic. They may go and select, there's a feature in the Manchester United app, you can select your 11 that you think will play that day. You might chat with your mates. You might, go and collect the actual physical program. This is now being baked into people's routines every time that United play at home. And I think there's something powerful in that because, again, going back to what I've heard other people say in the room today, how can you make something feel ritualistic, habitual, and then that kind of drives adoption longer term?
Yeah. So the season is hotting up. There's more and more games. You seem to be in a spirit where we're playing every 2-3 days at the moment. There's a lot of games. These are the current 2 that are available. So Manchester United versus Arsenal tonight, United versus Brentford tomorrow. And for all of you that have got your phones in your hand, here's a little QR code. You get to see some of the work in action. Look at these. Look at this. This is very good. This is built by the team at Trilotech in London. So this is via our white glove product called Canvas. This allows you to come to the site, collectibles.manunited.com, and you can claim your free digital collectible. Hopefully, you should all be able to do it, whether you've had a Tezos wallet before or not. Kukai wallet lets you sign up straight through Gmail or your Twitter or Facebook login, and that should be delivering. I'll be interested to see which ones you picked. That should be delivering into your wallet straight away.
I'm just going to take a snapshot of the
Yeah,
size
everyone
of the
do
room.
it.
We can do conversion rates later.
And interesting to note, which I'm personally very, very excited about. This is the first time that we've had the women's game in the collection tonight, first game of the season. 25,000 claims for the women's digital collectible already. We're still a number of hours before kickoff. And correct me if I'm wrong here, I think that's double the capacity of the stadium. Is that right?
Yeah, so the game tonight is at Lee Sports Village, around about 10,000 capacity. So look, it's great to see the wider fan base is going on. And look, there's so many benefits to this, right? If that means more people are coming in as Manchester United followers and supporters, that's fantastic. There's also a commercial aspect to this, right? If you're bringing in more people, we have lots of other direct-to-consumer products, such as membership, such as our e-commerce range. So there's really good business benefits to this, even if you're running something free. Yeah. But I think you go back to the point you made, like, this isn't about kind of trying to claim cash from people. This is really about a longer-term journey.
Yeah, and I love that notion of, like, this is about building a community, this is about nurturing a community, and then once you have a community, then you can think about ways to do it. It's, from my experience, working in other Web3 projects, it's impossible to do the other way. If you start by trying to put your hand in someone's wallet, it's very hard to build a community from it. One of the other things that I think is really smart about this is a lot of Web3 projects kickstart, and then there's nothing for the audience to do, whereas you're in this real cadence of every few days, and when you come to the front page, as some of you might have done there, you see that there's two options straight away. There's an option for the women's game, option for the men's game, and then next week there'll be Champions League. So I think that's really smart in the way that you've just given people the chance to go, I could come back here all the time. You must have learned absolutely so much in a year of running this project. There's a group of people in this room that would love to hear. What have been your big learnings?
Yeah, there's been a ton.
Can imagine.
Probably could take a while to go through them all. One I'll call out that might seem obvious, but I think I'll just double down on is if you're going to build a community, the community is very demanding. That has both pros and cons to it. The pros are wonderful. The challenges with it are you have to keep making sure you're feeding them. You can't just let it run itself. You do have to have new rewards, new surprises, and you have to continue to evolve. And that might sound obvious, that's like any walk of life. But I just say, again, the power of Web3 is people feel they're not coming in to collect an item, to purchase an item, whatever it is, and then go away with it. They're coming in to buy in and stay in. There's wonderful numerous ways in which I've seen that manifest itself positively, by the way. We talk about a devil community. A great story from them is that on Discord, we had a moderator called Rose, and she did not have a devil, and a number of devils clubbed together to actually purchase a devil with a rose in it as a gift for her.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Is so nice, and just shows the power of that community coming together. Another example is, we mentioned the ultra rare keys, but also there was 3 gold and black devils out of that 7,777. And they came to Old Trafford for an experience to play on the pitch. That was their kind of bonus reward. And they were able to bring a guest each. And one of the guests brought another devil holder that he'd only met through the community, right? Not someone he knew originally, but someone he'd actually found in this community. They built a shared bond, and that was the guest for the day. So it just shows you, there's such powerful stories. There's numerous more coming out of this. Yeah. But the positives of that are fantastic, but you've got to make sure that you continue to feed that system, otherwise you may trip yourself over.
Perfect. And then I think probably the last question for me, there's a group of builders in this room, there's a group of people coming up with their own fantastic projects. What would be your piece of advice? If you were saying to someone, you're going out there, you're going to build your own thing, what advice would you give people?
I would say build for the long term, not the short term. And I think there is a way you can do that by, if you're in an organisation, a football club, an entertainment organisation, whatever you are, there's a way you can build for the long term by basically baking out a 5-year plan. And you can say, in year 1 there's going to be 0 revenue, but in year 2 there's going to be this, year 3 there's going to be this. And that's a very valid way to do it. But actually I'd encourage people to think a bit more broadly. If you are running something that's free or a low-cost program, don't think about that as the only revenue driver. think about the audience that you're bringing in, think about the new people that you're bringing into the space. And if you're a business like ours, and as I mentioned before, if you have multiple different product lines, that's a great way to get to know different fan bases. That for one is great for the club and great for the next generation, especially with the people in the space typically skewing younger. But number two, there's other ways to kind of generate revenue on the back of it that isn't just direct sales of collectibles or NFTs or some of the other things that are really clear within the Web3 world. There's a broader value piece that exists there. So I'd encourage people to think about that when they're looking to get sign-off to go and invest in a project.
My follow-on question to that would be, one of the things that always surprises me as someone that's never worked for a sports organisation, let alone one of the biggest in the world, you ask a lot of your audience. You ask them, like, what do you think about this? Should we do this? And I'm fascinated to think about how you balance those two things of having a plan and sticking to it, and also listening to your audience and responding, especially with an audience where you maybe don't know everything that they're dreaming of and hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've got to have, I guess what I'd say is you've got to have a vision as to where you want to get to, but you shouldn't be afraid to be flexible on the way. We've made some missteps in this course. We've been guided by the community, and we regularly ask them for stuff to give guidance and advice on the roadmap. I would add that, like, there's also lightweight ways you can bring the community in on a regular basis. We were talking before, we had for our collectors last season, our ultimate collectors, those who claimed everything through the whole program, they got access to an exclusive Ask Me Anything with the club captain on the men's side, Bruno Fernandes. They saw that, and then we asked the community thereafter, once they'd had that, those who kind of had done the hard work, if you like, would you like this to be shared with the broader community? And they said yes. And that's a great example of like making sure there's continual buy-in. The biggest stuff in terms of how they affect the roadmap, you've got to be pragmatic, but I'd encourage people to listen, for sure.
Perfect. I want to say thank you so much for your time. It's been awesome hearing from you. Your two things to do. Number one, make sure you're collecting your digital collectibles for the season. If you're a Man United fan, or look out for your team as they come up against them at some point during the season. And we're here at Triller Tech. If you've got a brand or a project that could use an easy way to take digital collectibles to your audience, come find me. We're open for business. Thank you very much.
That was the amazing Triller Tech and Manchester United. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, so next up we have an incredible speaker. Some of you may know him. Some of you may work with him. He's a man, he's a myth, he's a legend. He's none other than the marketing wizard, Mr. Harry Horsfall.
Awesome. What an intro. Thank you so much, Michael. It was amazing actually meeting Michael at the House of Lords that we somehow got invited to last week. And, it's an honour to be on this stage and to see so many people. To go after an MP, Mo Gowda, before Stephen Bartlett, just shows how far we've come. I think just to give some context about why should I be able to talk about crypto and marketing? First got into crypto in 2011, around my first Bitcoin event in 2013. I went full-time crypto in 2018. And, I am so excited about what we can build when we stop using these buzzwords, wallets, L1s, L2s, ZK. I spent my time cutting my teeth, scaling my music festival to over 5,000 people with very little marketing spend. I'm working with Paddy Power and Betfair and various other high-growth startups. If you bought a mouse phone case because we threw it out of a helicopter, that was probably us. We also launched a DeFi project that really gave me my first sort of understanding into building community. We had zero marketing budget. We went 100x. I think it was worth about 280 million market cap at one point. Unfortunately, it went to zero. Turns out we're not very good at actually building the tech. But out of that, I really learned. And I think the real secret, and one of the things that we're all struggling with, is marketing can be great if you're driving people through your funnel, getting them excited, getting them sharing. But for this really to work, we really need three things to come together. We need a great product, we need great marketing, and we also need great timing. And that is the sort of secret success that we need. And lots of people, when I'm talking to projects, they're saying, should we hire a marketing team in-house or should we use an agency? And it's like an age-old debate. because when you have in-house people, they can really, really build your project and your community. What I remind a lot of people is that the honest answer is both. You need, founders that, we see Stanny, we see Robbie Young of Animoca Brands. He's relentlessly on tour, he's relentlessly talking to his community, and he's relentlessly driving his brand. So when we're building this sort of, I guess, trust, and we look at CZ, I know Binance is a bit up and there. CZ's brand is almost bigger than Binance, and the way he's built that, and the way he's built that trust. When we look at sort of decentralization and marketing, before we would have a CMO who would have ultimate control, and we'd all report up into CMO. When we're building in a decentralized way, we need to go from the bottom up. That means as marketers, we need to build material, words, terminologies that allow your community. So for example, with Totem, we made everyone in the community known as a Totem warrior. We built that community, we built a lot of assets. What we're seeing working so well is the questing. Mainly because we've not been allowed to use, I remember in 2018, Aluno and CEO's like, spend as much as you can on Google as quickly as you can, they're turning us off. So for the last few years, as marketers, we've had to learn to use really sort of organic growth methods. And I think the important thing is when we're talking about marketing, we're talking about communication. No one cares about your project. I say that to the teams we work with. It's like, as a Web3 community, we are so passionate. Look at the 45 projects downstairs there for the 2 days. By the way, ZK t-shirts just arrived. Thanks UPS, rugging us, but they're down there to grab one afterwards. But people are giving up their weekends, their evenings. They believe what they're making is amazing, and it is amazing. But if we're going to move out of a niche Discord group or niche Telegram group, we need to make things clear to people. And I think that's really going to be the next stage. When we talk about marketing, everybody says the same thing, like follow, tag, retweet. And so we have to really, to cut through the noise, make sure we beat the wallflower effect. When you're in a busy train station and you're trying to get your train to Paris, wherever it is, all the other noise in the train station is just noise, and you block it out. And when we're on this busy digital world, I'm sure everyone's Telegrams is like mine. Ping, ping, ping. Twitter, Discord, email. I feel like we've all got a bit of ADHD going around just trying to keep up with that. And if your message is not cutting through in that busy noise, it's just noise. That's why I remind people. So I love content. I've always loved creating content. We're putting on this event to make all this amazing content. It's not just the people here, but we share it all around the world. But really, we need content and distribution to work together. So, a lot of the times we remind our projects, if you're getting a PR piece, how are you getting an influencer? How are you getting your community to really, really share it? And I think there's going to be no agency or in-house team that will solve that. I was talking to our head of people, and we were like, I'd like someone with 10 years DeFi experience, 5 years agency experience to come and join the team. They don't exist. So as early people in the space and early people that have been working on it, we're all sort of testing all these different formulas together. And I think what I really want people to remember is consistency is how we're going to win. In the last bull market, we saw projects launching, we saw them raising $20 million in a day. It was DeFi summer, everything worked. One coin, we call it the fake partnerships. You're using AWS to store your thing, and then you're like partnered with AWS. As a sort of industry, we're no longer buying into that. Well, what is this partnership? And we need actually those lasting partnerships. And so. Why do we do this at Flight 3, and why do we exist? I guess we believe that brand is going to be so important. As we move into the next phase and we look at, I know Revolut don't quite have a license, but if we look at how well they've marketed and how well they've integrated, I guess, what is a Web3 solution, it started as they were just taking positions, but I believe Revolut now have crypto. When we see how easily and efficiently they've led people onto that journey, that's the really exciting thing. And I think as marketers, we're really, really lucky because the infrastructure is being built, all of these tools, that means we can use no-code solutions and start to get to working out what are we going to do, what are we going to measure, and how can we get people excited. So yeah, at Flight 3, we've gone through, we believe that the next billion people are coming. We've obviously joined with a big agency group, 6 agencies together, and that's allowing us to keep our sort of degen status, you know, working with really crypto. But what we're really excited about is how does Web 2 brands integrate into this? You know, building a community around an NFT is amazing. You know, we're really early adopters, and I believe of all the NFTs, the few NFTs that get blue chip status and become almost like nostalgia, they'll survive, the others won't, and then we'll move into what really is marketing. You know, NFTs were used for fundraising because we were so early, and we're like, wow, we can fundraise this. The exciting thing as marketers is imagine if our audience, you know, Huel's a great example. They're mega Huel fans, people love it. If you start getting them into closed communities like we've had with NFTs, and we can talk back to them, we can give them feedback, we see which packages they buy, and we can reward them and give that value instead of giving it to Google to do a promotion. But and for that to happen, we need to change our language, because I studied economics and politics. I know what non-fungible token means just about, but it's a bit of a weird word. And I think, as you know, Tommy D, who was here, who's a very famous musician and doing some cool stuff with token tracks, as he starts to use NFTs and his music audience start to use them, the terminology will become a lot easier. And that's what we really believe, that there is a sort of a WhatsApp moment. I love thinking about Glastonbury Festival. Actually, the guy from Camp Kerala is here at the back, and you know, big events. And it's people are signing up into groups of 5 people right now to make sure they get their ticket. If there was enough value at the end of what we're promoting, rather than a token that just went 95% down, as most DeFi summer tokens have, that's where we will really start to win. So yeah, thanks so much for listening. I'm really excited about how we can start to develop as marketers. And you know, at Flight 3, we're really pushing to be on the forefront of this new form of marketing. And thanks all for coming. Thank you so much.
Wow, the man, the myth, the legend. We all wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. So, and obviously the fantastic Zebu team and the fantastic Flight 3 team. So let's give them all a round of applause, please. Okay, so our next talk is about something that I'm sure most of you in the room are aware of and are waiting in anticipation for. It's a thing called a bull run. Has anybody heard of one of those? I haven't seen one in a while. Anyway, so we are in anticipation, and we have a gentleman from one of those things that we're all looking for, which is a VC, none other than Mr. Filippo Cesari, to the stage, please.
Hi everyone, can you hear me? Good, just testing if the microphone works. Are my slides gonna come up? They're not coming up. Oh, there you go. Hi everyone. So first of all, if you see me drinking, I had a very salty lunch, so apologies for that. But it's a pleasure to be here and to talk about the topic of VC. I am still not used to the word VC labeling myself, to be honest, because we just launched our fund, but it's really exciting, that's for sure. So I'm going to take you through a series of concepts that hopefully will deliver on the promise, which is basically giving you an overview of how to leverage the next bull run. And those that know me know that I have been in the B2B space for a long time, and I'm an advocate of B2B, and I'm going to try and convince you that a big part of adoption in our space is actually led by B2B. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce all these separate concepts. I don't think we'll have time for questions after, but happy to pick it up at the end with you in one-to-one. So how do we actually come along? What you see here is a picture of myself and my business partner. She's just in the front. And I have basically been working in go-to-market for the last 10 years, and worked and built some of the, or helped build some of the accelerator programs out there, including but not limited to Microsoft for Startups in the Middle East, IIDF, which is the largest accelerator in Russia, for those that don't know, and before it was uncool to say Russia, and Techstars Web3, where I was recently CCO in residence, so I basically helped build the commercial programming for it. And that's how we became Agile GTM, which is the world's first enterprise Web3 accelerator fund, investing in B2B solutions that enable Web2 audiences to join the Web3 space. And we're based in Lisbon because it is one of the biggest hubs in Europe. So let's start with the first concept. B2B is the next phase of adoption. So last year, I'm going to take you through the numbers quickly. Last year, about 300, well, some of the reports say 315. I actually think it's much more. Around 315 companies out of the Fortune 500 companies that are listed publicly have joined the Web3 space. But they mostly joined to create the next level of customer engagement and brand loyalty for future generations of buyers, of course. There's a 2,572% market increase predicted in the blockchain space. We all know that, according to Gartner. Also a big corporate. But what's most important, and I think that that's where the untapped audiences are, as we all know, a third of the world is in immersive experiences, right? So we have, it's not only 3 billion people, it's 3 billion people that are aged 35, which is a massive purchasing power. It's the age when we all start accumulating wealth and spend it. And it's actually 49 to 51, female to male ratio, which essentially means it's extremely inclusive. So this is an untapped audience for B2B2C, of course, audiences and onboarding those audiences into the space. Another stat that is not written here is that 70% of companies that launch in the Web3 space end up being B2B within their first 6 months. And that is because customer acquisition and commercialization in B2B is much easier to achieve in the short term. So yeah, here's why, in essence, B2B is the next phase of adoption. From our work and also from the companies that are looking for backend at the moment, and from the 315 companies that we spoke about before, there's 8 leading industry verticals, which are the enterprise verticals that are essentially leading our space. And it's a cycle, essentially. It's the enterprises joining the Web3 space, and it's the companies that are building solutions that allow these companies to onboard their audiences. And these are in retail, which includes, this was supposed to be another slide, apologies, but never mind. Retail, luxury and fashion, music and entertainment, sports, food and beverage, automotive, and financial services. These are basically the main industry verticals out there today. Let's quickly define then what enterprise Web3 is. So we have, it's a decentralized, I think that these 4 blocks describe how enterprises have essentially acted or have operated or have launched in the Web3 space. But most importantly, it kind of shows why enterprises are going from the back end from the front end to the back end. So last year, enterprises were essentially using Web3 for customer-facing activities to enhance their customer-facing journeys, as I said before. And what is happening and what we see happen now is that basically they're going to be leveraging the back end to be able to, to engage those customers. And that means, essentially applying Web3 to business operations and things that are beyond, revenue and growth. And so there's 4 layers at which they operate, 4 blocks. They operate in decentralization, or the decentralized layer, in the ownable layer, and in the immersive layer. I have included the searchable layer, which is artificial intelligence, but for all intents and purposes, since it is not a must for it to be blockchain enabled, I've basically excluded it for the sake of the presentation. So let's look at investment in Web3, actually. And when I say investment, I mean VC investment in Web3. Can anybody tell me So we see from the graph that VC deals in Web3 have decreased last year. Can anybody tell me about how much? Does anybody know? Anyone? No? It's a publicly released step. 80, that's correct. 82%. You were close. So yeah, that's what's happening right now, right? So for all of those that are looking for backing, you know, pitching a VC about your Web3 project is extremely challenging. Now, why is this happening? For a series of reasons. First of all, we haven't achieved product market fit. Many may disagree with me. Actually, Richard, the gentleman that I was in a fireside chat with earlier this morning, said we have achieved product market fit only in the Web3, so for Web3 audiences, right? So perhaps the way to rephrase is we haven't achieved audience message fit beyond Web3, right? The Web2 world doesn't care about blockchain, essentially. And so that's why when we look at this, consequentially, most Web3 ventures are early stage, if not all, and there's very few scalable deals because the concept of product market fit cannot be reproduced and scaled. As a consequence, from an investment standpoint, seed checks are signed at pre-seed stage. What that means is that instead of, you know, a pre-seed stage is usually defined by a check size of up to $500,000. We see deals that are pre-revenue with a valuation of 18 million, asking for 5 million, and to me that's a joke. You know, it's not, nothing has been proven there. So in very extremely rare cases, there's a really, really strong team that can actually deliver on an idea, and you potentially know that it can be figured out by them. But in reality, or the reality is that it basically presents a problem for the future. And last but not least, token raises are self-serving and unsustainable. I'd love to have a chat with all those that disagree, but I think that, you know, token raises, many projects have raised tokens in the last 2 years, essentially as a self-serving model to raise because they couldn't raise equity. And I think that there's a paradigm shift happening at the moment. You know, and ventures are essentially looking to raise equity, and we're moving from unsustainable business models to sustainable business models. And so, how should we leverage the bull run? How can we prepare ahead of the bull run? Well, first of all, what we see from the graph is that every 5 years there's going to be, every 4 years, sorry, there's you know, the cyclical halving event, and that kind of dictates how the market goes. And curiously enough, we see venture capital flows coming into, or I guess capital flows coming into the space just after, a couple of months after the bull run. So, you know, if let's say that in a year's time, you'll be in a great place to raise because you'll be able to convince everyone. But the truth is, if you want to position yourself ahead of that, you should be acting right now, right? You should be building right now, you should be acting right now. And so, you know, given that, I think it is worth mentioning, I'm out of time. How can we actually drive adoption? So the focus of investment should be, instead of mass adoption, everyone's talking about mass adoption, it should be, you know, last year we went from mass to purposeful adoption, and now we're going into what is called sustainable adoption, which is basically powered by sustainable business models. And the focus of what the investment theses and what founders' work should be is UX UI, first of all, which we know is this is the adoption, we call it the adoption pyramid. So UX UI is the basis, it's the most important part, as we know. On top of that, we need to make our users feel safe. So you know, ventures should make sure that users feel safe to use the technology, and you know, above and on top of that is education. Even though most people think education is the most, I guess, it is the first part. It really isn't. It's the last part, right? Any good UX UI will always beat any good education of a product. And so now we are left with, you know, institutionalization and how institutions will change the landscape. I know I'm out of time. So I'm just going to briefly say this and leave this for food for thought. So what is happening with institutionalization? I'm sure that many of you see this in the news, and every 2-3 seconds you see, you know, BlackRock or JP Morgan or whatever, basically in the news saying that they're looking into, you know, adopting Web3 in a wider sense, and big regulation is coming our way in Europe. In the UK, it's already been implemented. So you have the traveler rule on the 1st of September that forces UK crypto asset companies to essentially be transparent about where the capital is coming from and their transactions. And the one that's coming in the 8th of October, which is literally next week, it's going to be about the marketing. So basically marketing of financial products that are in a crypto space. And they need to be, according to, I've written this down, they need to be clear, fair, and not misleading. So that's going to be hard for many of the Web3 projects out there, I can tell you that. And so what we see is that this is going to push enterprise enablement, right? You see the Financial Conduct Authority putting, I guess, a delineation of what is allowed and what is not. And the MiCA regulation coming across Europe that is starting in June next year and will end up being implemented, or the last phase of implementation will be in December next year, that will level the playing field, across all of Europe in terms of adoption. So yeah, I hope I've left you with plenty of food for thought in terms of where investment should go in the next year, from a year to the next 4 years. And I would love for you to connect with me, and thank you everyone for listening, and happy to take questions after, and hope you have a good day.
Okay, there you go. You all got your alpha. You know what to do. Okay, so next we're going to be talking about long-term brand building. Now, if you're building a business and you're not planning on building a long-term brand, then I don't know if you're building a business. So we have got the right people here for you to learn from. This lovely lady that's going to be the moderator of this panel, she actually has a degree in the psychology of fashion. So please brace yourselves for none other than Miss Anna Mala to the stage, please.
Hi everyone. We'll just wait a second for all of the chairs for my amazing panelists today, and it's amazing to be back at the stage. I had a panel yesterday with my friends from Dressex and The Fabricant, and it's lovely to be here as a moderator today with some of the most incredible women of Web3. And we will be discussing marketing in Web3, which is something that we are all super excited about. So I'm inviting the panelists to sit down, please, once we're all sorted.
Remember what your face was? I think my face was here. We'll work it out.
If we can have our faces come up on the screen. But I would love to introduce Lauren here, Renee, Camilla, and Neve, who will be talking today on the panel. And ladies, if you would like to present yourself, we can start.
Of course. So my name is Lauren Ingram. I'm the founder of Women of Web3, which have been running for the last something like 20 months. I'm talking about it as though it's like a baby. So we're on a mission to educate as many women as possible about Web3, help them seize opportunities in it. Previously, I was a marketer. I've been a marketer in tech for about 12 years across from like sort of tiny little blockchain startups in 2014 all the way up to Meta a few years ago, and now running my own thing.
Hi everyone, my name is Renee Francis. I'm here from Australia, in case you can't tell from my accent. I'm the founder of two agencies. My first is The Bubble Co. It's a Web2 digital marketing agency, been running for 7.5 years. And more recently, I founded Take 3, which is a Web3 dedicated agency. And in Australia, we work with clients like Binance. We help them with their content, Layer 1 blockchain called the Red Belly Network, the Australian Crypto Convention, crypto lending protocol, so a wide range of clients. I entered this space around 2019, 2020, when I started learning how to invest in crypto, and in the last bull run, I think there was a point where I had about 100 altcoins in my portfolio, so, but it was a good bull market for me, and I'm really excited to be here, so thanks for having me.
Hi, my name is Neve. I work for a company called Factor Labs. We are an on-chain credit marketplace connecting investors with businesses looking for alternative sources of capital through the tokenization of real-world assets. I also run Women at Web3 alongside Lauren. We met at Meta. I was there when they did the pivot from Facebook to Meta. But my background is mainly in ad tech and martech, so I've worked at Meta, Adobe, and Hootsuite.
Hi everyone, I'm Camilla Perkins-White. I'm a brand marketing leader, and I've worked with leading brands such as Unilever and Coty Beauty and really helping them propel not just their brand marketing, but entering the space of emerging tech. I'm also the host of the podcast Web3 for Good and run a research aggregator called Glitch Glam, which is aggregating all beauty brands' adoption of Web3 and emerging technologies.
And my name again is Anna. I'm a marketing lead at DressX, the biggest digital fashion retailer. I joined the company 3 years ago, just at the start, and I'm leading all of our marketing activities and projects with companies like Meta, Google, Snap, Roblox, and all of the major fashion brands that you see fashion activations in digital at the moment. So I would love to start this conversation actually with the switch from Web 2 to Web 3. And I know that some of the panelists have their experience in Web 2 as well. And we can see, obviously, after this fashion month, that lots of brands are starting to dip their toes in this space and try something new in tech. So I was going to ask you, whoever wants to start, what do you think are the most important things to consider whenever you're thinking of trying and making some project in Web3 space as a Web2 brand? And what are the common mistakes and maybe the best advice you have for the brands?
Be happy to start if you...
Yeah, I'm happy to kick off. So, yeah, I traditionally come from working with a lot of Web2 brands. And of course, the big question that has been on our lips for the last couple of years is, should we or how do we adopt Web3 technologies? From a marketing point of view, we have to really understand, is our consumer there, or is that the consumer that we're looking to convert? And we need to think of things in a short and a long-term plan. I think it depends also how broad you take Web3. You know, if you look at something like just on-chain, or if you look at emerging technologies like augmented and virtual reality, then the adoption can be much more entertainment-led and bringing people in that sense. But from a marketing standpoint, I'd say the traditions remain the same. It needs to be consumer first and serving them always. And when we think of from a wider business adoption, you know, I think we really see the successes when it comes from the top. And you can see that in some conglomerates that are really adopting technology. But I would say you need to make sure that your strategy is aligned into why you're going in there before you start playing in what sort of spaces you're going to develop.
Yeah, I would agree. I would also say, having been in a big organisation that did a pivot from Web 2 to Web 3, don't forget to educate your internal staff and team and bring them along on the journey with you. Explain the reason why you're doing this, why you see the value in it, and why you're investing in this space. I think if you fail to do that, you're going to fail, just in general. I also think thinking about, do you actually want to have something that's going to be ongoing and long term, or do you want to maybe just dip your toe in and do something that's a one-off activation just to see if the appetite is there with your audience as well? It doesn't necessarily have to be building an activation on Roblox or Fortnite. You could just do something with an agency that's a one-off kind of experiential, immersive advertising experience and see how that sits and lands and then build from that.
Yeah, so just to add on to the education piece, so running a Web2 marketing agency, we have large multinational global clients, and the way we actually started was with education. So we actually developed a whole Web3 training workshop, and we went to all our Web2 clients, and these clients are in the construction industry, industrial manufacturing, so traditional industries that are always behind in digital and behind in emerging tech. And we just watched their minds being blown one by one about, you know, blockchain technology and different use cases and applications. And from there, after the education is when we started building in specific proposals and use cases for them. And it's not always marketing as well that attracts them. So, for example, we have a client that does power tools for tradies. And one of the biggest issues in that industry is tool theft. So a lot of tradies leave their expensive tools in their trucks, utes, and cars overnight, and it results in a lot of theft. So we introduced blockchain technology to them as a way of, reducing tool theft and being able to make trackable and unstealable tools in a sense. And then obviously, we partner with blockchain development houses to to deliver a project like that, and then obviously we help with the con side of it. But it's all about, yes, education, but then showing them very specific use cases that show, that solve a problem that they've had for a long time in the industry.
Yeah, and I guess sort of connected to all of that, any Web 2 brand just needs to get really clear about the why, like what are the actual objectives for going into this, because it's going to cost quite a lot of money, be a lot of late nights. So is it worth it? Is it a money-making exercise? That's okay if that is the objective, but getting clear on, okay, it's a revenue-generating exercise or it's a sort of cost reduction exercise. If it's there might be some aspect of kind of blockchain for supply chain, there might be your motivation in that sense. It might be more of a sort of PR push of getting your brand to be seen as a sort of innovative brand leader. But just coming back to that reason is what's going to sort of drive things forward. Otherwise, you can't make any decisions off the back of it. So as soon as you're clear on that, then it becomes clearer how to make every decision beyond that point.
Yeah, actually working at DressX, we noticed a lot that big brands would be a bit scared of like losing their main audience, their a normal traditional audience that has been with them for a while trying to get this new people who are more interested in Web3. What do you think is the best strategy for like testing the ground and understand how your main audience will treat your kind of next step in the Web3?
I won't keep going in a line because that's never fun, but I think it's really funny because I have a lot of deja vu because we were having the same conversations, would you believe it, when social media came out. And as brands, we were like, oh, I don't know, these young kids on YouTube, I don't know, like they're not for us, I don't understand it. And now if I ask anyone in this room what YouTube was, they would be able to answer me in 3 words very simply. So new technology, we always go through this process and there's like always fear of, is my consumer there? Who is my consumer? And normally that comes from like, I don't understand what it does. And how people use it. So I think what we need to do as well, like destigmatize the fear around like adoption, because we're with it with everything. Even from our mobile phones, moving from playing Snake to now, trading crypto on our mobile phones, there's always change. And that's why as leaders in this space, it is your job to make that UX as clear as possible, make that language as clear as possible, and make it as inclusive as it can be, so that kind of that fear of adoption
you
goes.
You need to speak to both audiences. You've got to have both audiences in mind of your Web3 native audience who might be sort of primed and ready to buy from you, or your sort of typical audience, if say you're like a Louis Vuitton of this world, that a lot of people that are buying luxury aren't necessarily familiar with a lot of like kind of any Web3 technology and would be actually quite turned off by it. So it's really hard to create messaging that speaks to both and doesn't alienate either audience, but you've got to have messages available to both. Because if you go on to probably most DeFi or crypto-focused websites, if you're not already deep into this stuff, it is a completely alienating experience, and it wouldn't give you any reason to go and sort of buy or trade with this company. It literally wouldn't. It would be actually a massive turn-off. So there's got to be things that also speak to them, and exactly as you were saying, it's like normal, natural language. People don't speak in acronyms when they're down the pub. So how do you speak to people as the real humans that they are?
Exactly. And just to Camilla's point around social media, I love that point, because I've been in marketing for over 15 years, and I remember having conversations with founders, with GMs, CEOs, saying, okay, you need to get into social media. And they would literally sit there and say to me, there's this young girl telling me that my big company that's been running for decades needs to now post pictures on the internet every day. Like, it just doesn't make sense. And it's so good bringing that conversation back up now when we're trying to introduce Web3 and saying, do you remember what happened when we spoke about social media? And, this is, another technology, evolution that's happening. So it is really good to remind them of that, actually.
I'd also say, I'd just add to that and say, think about what it's going to bring to your end user. Think about what it's going to bring to your customer. Are you trying to shoehorn the technology into what you're offering because you want to be seen to be innovative, or is it actually adding to the experience that the customer is expecting from you? And I think that's kind of where the luxury and the Web3 space really melds quite nicely, because it does give that kind of exclusivity like rarity, scarcity element that people who buy looks enjoy. And so they've kind of managed to marry those two. But if you are just trying to force the tech into it because you just want to be using it, then I think you're not going to get very far.
Actually, sorry, just one more thing to say on when speaking to Web 2 brands. If anybody in this room is also kind of tasked with speaking to big brands about how they might activate in this space, I think we do tend to talk about Web3 as a sort of inevitability, as a kind of like, everything's going this direction, there's no going back. And even though I do kind of feel that in my heart, Web3 isn't going to replace everything that came before it. We're not going to be only using decentralized technologies instead of anything like Instagram. We're not going to sort of see everyone just dropping those technologies. And so we need to be sort of making sense for these brands of in what way it would be additive. You know, it's a sort of selection of different things you can do online. It's not a kind of, right, crypto's here, everything else in the bin. So just that would also kind of prevent them being too scared off by the whole thing.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And because we always talk about decentralization, which can scare some people, right? Like this idea of a world where there's no one controlling anything and it's all P2P. And so what we often say is that we're not really moving to a decentralized future. We're just moving to a more decentralized future than what we have now. And that's a really important point to make, especially with these Web2 traditional companies.
And we kind of touched upon the education bits already, but it's very interesting that you say that obviously the language is very different. Everything around Web3 is very different to the Web2 native companies. And I've been to a lot of panels recently during the fashion months and overall the Web3 kind of loves conferences. And people are talking a lot about the point of education as maybe that's your kind of marketing failure, as if you didn't explain it well enough so people don't understand. Like, you don't need education, you just need to maybe make your UX clearer or work in your wording or something like that. But I'm wondering what you think about this education bit in the whole Web3 space. How would you tackle it? Do we need it at all? Do we need to educate the audience, or do we need to simplify our product to make it appealing?
I feel very passionately about this. My background is in partnerships and enablement, and I always think that if you don't educate people, you're just going to run into troubles later on. I think that you can't advocate for a more decentralized future and then also say that people don't need to be educated about the autonomy and the ownership that that's going to bring for them. I think you don't have to go overkill on it. Like, it depends on what you're doing. So, for example, if you want people to be using NFTs or using crypto or POAPs or whatever, they're going to be getting a wallet. There's an inherent degree of risk there. You do need to educate them. It's careless if you don't. But if you are, like the example I used earlier on, in a kind of B2B situation, if you're like a financial institution and you're integrating blockchain technology to help you with like internal processes like, KYC or anti-money laundering or any of that sort of stuff, and all people have to do is upload their documents, and behind the scenes the blockchain's taking care of it, you probably don't, right? So it's like picking and choosing of what where the education needs to be, where the risk is for the end user. I think there's a lot of like first movers in this space who are a little bit impatient. They want people to come along quickly. They want it to happen now, but it's not that easy for everybody else. And like you say, like with the jargon and the language that is like readily used in this space, it's really off-putting for people, and it's hard for people to get involved. And there's no structure to it. If you start to try and learn about Web3, you could start anywhere, and it'll take you on a crazy journey, but you have to be self-disciplined. You have to really want to do it yourself. And I just think, it's a bit of a responsibility to bring people, of the companies that are in this space, to bring people along with them.
Yeah, people have to be very motivated to go and actually learn about this stuff in any great detail, because it's not actually something they desperately need. So, you need to give them a reason to need it. But building on that sort of jargon point, something that we continuously hear in the Women of Web3 community is how alienating that jargon is and off-putting, and actually the more we do to kind of get rid of these jargon and acronyms and actually say what we mean, that will speak to everybody. So I think it sort of does a doubly good job in terms of bringing more women into this space, because if you think about them as, if they are potential customer base, you're speaking to like 50% more people. The other 100, the rest of the population, even if you're not thinking about diversity as a, good thing to do in a sort of more moral sense, it's a massive commercial opportunity, is speaking in a way that appeals to the other half of the population. So, and I think that does start with the education piece, because again, what we're hearing from women is that they feel like they need to know enough about sort of NFTs or crypto, anything like that, in order to transact on the blockchain. Because the UX is, am I allowed to say clusterfuck on stage? A lot of it is a clusterfuck. But the UX is, it's quite hit and miss. So when people arrive there, they don't know what's needed, and they sort of lose motivation because they're thinking, this is too hard, I don't know if this is right for me.
Exactly. No, I fully agree with everything that's been said. Education is how I got into the space. Like I mentioned earlier, I got in through financial education, actually through a company based here in the UK called Investment Mastery. And that's how I learned about crypto, and that's what made me feel comfortable about coming into the space and investing in assets that I didn't understand at the time. And it's only through education that we make people feel more comfortable and onboard more people, and especially with the Web2 traditional companies, they need the education to understand why they should even bother looking at this in the first place, right? But to the earlier points about the jargon as well. So one of our clients in Australia is actually, it's Australia's largest blockchain development agency, and they target both Web2 and Web3 companies. And we have completely different messages for both markets. So for the Web2 messaging, it's very simplified. We're saying, do you have this problem? Okay, and we can solve it. But in Web3, for the Web3 audience, we're saying, do you need DeFi and DApps and tokens and smart contracts? Because they understand that. But if we were trying to use that language to the Web2 market, it would just go straight over their head. So yeah, it's very important.
So basically, you're saying that the companies also need the education inside the Web2 company for their employees to understand where they're going, right?
Absolutely, because with the Web2 companies that we do work with, we find more progress with the companies where there's a Web3 advocate inside the business who understands, is passionate about it, is pushing for it as well. Where we have a Web2 company where there's nobody internally pushing for it, it's much slower and much more challenging.
Right.
I love that tip. Like every business should take home, whether you're a Web3 or a Web2 brand, to go back and allocate a Web3 advocate within it.
You'll find them. They
all left their jobs about a year ago. Remember the Metaverse chief officers? I think they're still kicking around, if any of them are still surviving.
Like how do you find a vegan in a room? They'll let you know. It's the same with Web3. If somebody's obsessed with Web3, they're really obsessed with it. Yeah. We're the ones going and doing that. We're the ones down the pub talking about it.
I'd say there's two really strong take-home tips with education, especially now we're in a bear market. I think it's more important than ever. So there's a brand building point of view. So let's say you're a Web3 company. It's tough times. But the fact is brand education and brand awareness doesn't stop. Whether you're a beauty brand selling a lipstick or a sustainable blockchain, people need to be aware and be educated on your brand's mission, values, USP, and that doesn't go away. So you've always got a job to do in your business to be educating people on why you exist. I think the second tip is that while perhaps brand partnerships or these Web2 collaborations are less now, as it's not as hot right now, think about, can your business offer that arm to businesses? I don't know if anyone saw the VR downstairs, Kinetic Art Labs, but they're building these branded virtual spaces. And again, that's a great opportunity where brands could have that headset in their office to educate their teams. And when the time comes to think about the next marketing campaign or think about the next education strategy internally, that they're going to think outside of those horrific video calls that we're all on in 2D and think about how we can bring in new technology. So as you're scrambling to maybe raise money or bring in revenue, think of as well how you can offer that wider B2B education arm as experts in the field.
Yeah, definitely. I just want to quickly add to that. If anyone here is running a business where you are in a position to do that, to offer the education, do it, because the amount of benefits you will get, and just as an example, when we started under the Web2 agency, the Bubble Co, doing Web3 training workshops, all the businesses were like, wow, you guys are so ahead of your time. Like, we don't even know where you guys are coming from right now. So if you can position yourself as being thought leaders and educators in the Web3 space, which is like the next iteration of the internet that hasn't fully happened yet, you're just going to be miles ahead of everyone else in the industry.
Actually, coming back to Web 2, my next question is coming more from a traditional fashion perspective, because when we're working with DressX, we actually also propose our products to the influencers and key opinion leaders, and that has been our pain since day one, because obviously in traditional world, you offer a product in exchange for some support or testing or anything really. And when it comes to Web3 and digital industry, you obviously are offering either a technology or a digital product, something that doesn't really exist in a way, like you can't really touch it. So we found a lot of trouble with actually getting people excited about it and try it and maybe do some service for us in exchange for something that they can't touch. What is your take on working with key opinion leaders and influencers in Web3? How does it work for you, and do you have any advice on that?
I still give people lipstick, so, but look, I think there's two things with influencer marketing. The first is like truly finding who is influential for your audience. Now that might be like the head of HR in a business. That might be like the head of commercial. It might be more of like helping them do learning sessions in a business. You know, it's not always this kind of Instagram exchange. But when we think of it in that sense, actually like the trade-off of experience is another one that you can look at. And actually this is just something that a lot of people will use in like the traditional fashion world, where they will take someone on an experience and in that time educate them on their product and their service. And that as well can be like a trade-off. So maybe your like exchange isn't your physical product, but it can be an IRL experience that they can still remember and still share that journey through. So that's some kind of like 101 tactics in old Web 2 that I think translate just fine over.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is about getting clear on what that value exchange is, because I mean, it's not as common now to be giving NFTs to influencers for good reasons, but that's not to say it's not possible at all. And so it's just thinking about what that value exchange is, because actually, as well as giving them some kind of digital token or having them as part of your community in some way, you probably are also going to need to pay them if you're talking about somebody seriously influential in any sense. But they might have a different, basically sometimes companies are very ready to just be like, oh, but I'm giving you a free NFT, but actually maybe that's not enough for influencers to want to, say, post about things, especially because of the kind of volatile nature of NFT markets and sort of broader Web3. There's a sort of reputational risk there, so there's also an opportunity to be educating those influencers too.
I was just going to say, I come from like a B2B environment. Not all influencers are on Instagram and TikTok. You know, there's people who are very influential within communities, at conferences, within the finance world. So like you can always approach those people as well and see if they want to come into some sort of like introduction agreement with you, or referral agreement, or if they want to become an ambassador for your company. Again, usually it is an exchange of like monetary value because it is their time and it is their reputation. But you know, it doesn't have to always be online. Like there's as much value to be gained from somebody who's very well connected in the real world as well, even if it's just to introduce the product that you have.
And especially in with this, when we talk of like this higher level opinion leaders in more of a corporate world, you know, you should always be really open as well into seeing how you can integrate people into like board of directors, because actually like people just love that. They love to feel like they have that high level input and they're helping drive the industry. So, you know, invite people to the table. And again, you might find that that is going to really elevate your business and your brand building a lot more, being associated with these very, very high-level corporate leaders. So that's another kind of door you can open that may not cost you much, if anything.
Yeah, absolutely. And my take is that they're very important in the space. Obviously, if audiences trust somebody, and then you can tap into their audience and sort of leverage of their audience, then you know you can build that automatic trust with your brand as well. but it comes with doing a lot of research and due diligence as well. So if anyone is looking into working with KOLs and influencers, you need to do a lot of background work before you engage. I mean, we all have seen what's happening with BitBoy at the moment as an example. So it's not just like jumping in too quickly with anyone in this space. So, you know, when we engage influencers, we will sift through hundreds and do research before we put them in front of our client and before we actually even consider getting them involved. So it's really important to make sure also that they're aligned with the brand so that there's still a lot of authenticity around the partnership. I think that generally audiences, communities, and you know, us as people, we're much more educated these days around things that are sponsored and ads and who's being paid to push what. So there still needs to remain an element of authenticity around these partnerships, and there needs to be a good brand fit and brand alignment that needs to be taken into consideration.
I would just say one other thing as well is that your influencer or your thought leader, whoever it might be, might not be a Web3 person as well. It could be somebody who's like very well respected in like a traditional or Web2 industry, but who has their finger on the pulse, who's a bit of a future forward thinker. You know, someone that just popped into my head there was Martin Harbeck, who we worked with at Meta, who if Martin posts about anything on LinkedIn, it just blows up immediately, and he's always interested in emerging tech and what's happening. So it might not necessarily be someone who's like a leading voice in this space. It might be somebody who's going to be that kind of bridge between the two.
Adjacent thing. Yeah. And then looking from the sort of flip side of if you are approached about you know, essentially in a sort of influencer sense, because everybody in here is almost like a sort of ambassador for Web3, if you're already sort of working full-time in it. Think about if you are approached, if your values align, of like if you are being given something like a free NFT or free product in whatever sense, think about are you actually happy to sort of be promoting that or aligning yourself with that company? What is the value exchange? Are you being paid for it? And then also just one other thing to be aware of is if you do have something like an NFT, if you're given that for free and if that increases in value, you also pay tax on that because it's like being paid in any other sense.
Can I just add that there's a whole bunch of rules coming into play in case you haven't heard about them, just with influencers and KOLs, especially in the UK, so you should definitely check that out as well, especially around promoting any sort of investment education and so definitely check that out because it's all like playing out right now as we speak.
Okay, I'm taking notes here. It was really insightful, but I'm mindful of time, so I think we should get to the next question. And obviously, as you know, Web3 space is very much prone to hype. And speaking back to our kind of main topic of the panel, what do you think is the best approach here? How do you get this long-term brand building mindset rather than, you know, getting into all of the hyped up topics and everything, and then suddenly it kind of goes away, and now Web3 is actually not a very sexy word, and you know, NFTs are not popular anymore. How do you actually keep up with your strategy and make it work in the long term?
Have a strong marketing manager that pushes back. There's always going to be people within any business who, when the tide starts to turn, they'll kind of just ask, should we be doing this? Should we be doing this? Like, should we be directing our attention here? Should we just put a bit of AI in and say that that's what we're doing now? And, you know, having somebody who is at the helm of like your brand and your messaging who can kind of push back on that and say, no, we have a good product, we have a good idea, we're bringing value to our customers. You know, there's power in repetition, and like consistency is very key. Like, I think we get sick of our marketing messages a lot quicker than our customers do. We get sick of them before our customers have even seen them. Do you know what I mean? They go through that many iterations and approvals and all of that sort of stuff. By the time they actually go to market, you've almost got a bit of fatigue. But like, you don't know how long it's going to take for that messaging to resonate with your customers. So I think like just having somebody who owns that within your business and who is consistent with that is really important. I think chopping and changing, it only confuses your internal staff and your company as well, but it also confuses your customer about like what it is that you stand for, what's the value that you bring, and what are they going to get out of it. So I think just having that like one strong owner is really important.
Is that those values, that purpose as a business, that if you take away the hype of like, oh yeah, we're something exciting that's on the way up, what's your brand or your business actually about? Like, you know, what do you stand for? Would anybody else be able to repeat that back to you as to what your brand is about and stands for beyond just the kind of what the mechanism of what your product does? So and that will sort of hold that will hold true regardless of what the market is doing. Is if you sort of, as you say, just sort of keeping repeating messages. Don't be afraid to hit people over the head with it, repeating your messages and what you stand for.
Yeah. So just to add to that, there's a statistic from Kerwin Ray, if you've heard of him, where traditionally consumers needed to see a marketing message 3 times before they retained it and took action. And because there are so many channels these days, that number has actually grown to 20. So consumers need to see a marketing message 20 times before they take action. So, to all these great points, we get sick of our message quicker, as you mentioned. So don't be afraid to keep hammering that message a bit longer than you might have originally. But to answer your question around sort of, building in this market, so yes, it's around having a clear strategy and a plan and sticking to it as well. It's about having a very long-term vision. So you're not expecting everything overnight. So, what we've found in the last 12 months in the longest bear market on record is it's actually been the best time for us because we're actually working with real, legitimate builders in the space. So people that are still here, in the longest bear market, they're here for the long run and they're the people that you want to partner with. Whereas in the bull market, we were having to turn down and say no to so many people with ideas every day. So it's actually been a really good time to build, and this is the time to build if you're working in this space.
And I would just leave you, I guess, with a little bit of faith. No matter what industry you're in, marketing for any brand is always going to be like this. And sometimes you're hot right now and that lasts a year, and then a competitor comes along and it crashes and it comes back up the next year. That can be days, weeks, months, but that is going to be building a brand and a business, and you have to always be strategic and agile at the same time. So I guess it's a little bit don't fret, but just keep going.
Okay, that was actually very insightful and reassuring in a way in terms of marketing. But I'm just mindful of time, so I believe that Lauren, Renee, Neve, and Camilla are all staying here for a bit. So if anyone has any question, please catch us after the panel and feel free to ask us anything. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are paying attention because literally the next talk is actually called Pay Attention or Die. So, I'm going to say that again. Please pay attention or die. That's the message coming to you from your flight captain, none other than the CEO of Flight Story, Mr. Oliver Yonchev, who's currently being mobbed. Let's give him a clap.
There's some hella drama in there. Hella drama. Pay attention or die. It's Friday afternoon, so I feel like I should be very honest with all of you. I was here to speak about AI. I didn't know exactly what I was going to talk about. So I did exactly what any self-respecting person does in 2023. I cheated. I used ChatGPT. I said, I'm going to do a keynote at Zebu Live. What would you guys find interesting? And funnily enough, ChatGPT, super helpful. Gave me a range of topics from ethics in AI, automation, all the way through to we're fucked, right? Really broad spectrum. And something ChatGPT probably doesn't get enough credit for is not just the information provided, but the advice. So I'm advised to pick something and talk around the event theme. Event theme, what has all of this been about? Bear market. What comes to mind when you think bear market and AI? Not Friday afternoon topics. My mind goes to very nefarious places. So I'm going to park that. I'm going to say thank you, ChatGPT, and I'm going to park that for a moment. Got me thinking, what is my expertise? Well, I founded a company called Flight Story, and foundational to what we do marketing and communication, but we believe and understand that the world changes. And we understand not only that the world changes, but it's changing fast. It's changing incredibly quickly. And I think about this word often, change. It's something we hear all the time. And more often, we feel it. When things change, we all kind of get that allergic reaction. So what do most people do when they get that reaction? Well, they do a few things. They ignore change, they get frustrated, or they just sit in hope. But there is another choice. There's what the minority of people do. They acknowledge change, and I would argue many in this room, considering the nature of the event and what we're talking about, I would say you're embracing, but more importantly, they lean into change. And this is my type of crazy. I love leaning people. I've been doing this for over a decade, supporting some of the world's most successful organizations understand change and take advantage of the opportunity that it presents. And I hope by the end of this session, some of you will join me in being a little crazy. So what we're going to talk about, AI, big topic. Well, I think first and foremost, I want everyone to understand why AI matters. Why should you care? And alongside that, there is a lot of noise. There is a lot of information. It's rather intimidating. What should you pay attention to now? And whenever you want to understand a topic, what most people do is they go deeper. They zoom in. And in part, that's part of the solution. But if you truly want to understand something, it's important that you zoom out. So let's just forget the word AI for a second. Let's talk about innovation. There are only 3 outcomes when we innovate in the world. Number 1, the world changes. The internet, the computer, social media. Many of y'all are going to say the blockchain. The world fundamentally changes as a consequence of these innovations. There's a second category of innovation. Temporary, hype, fads. I replaced every single TV in my house to a curved TV screen, thinking I would never see a flat screen again. I was wrong, got caught into the fad. And then there's this final category of innovation. Things that shouldn't have been invented in the first place, pointless. Illustrated here. Can anyone tell me what this is? Where is that data going? How is it being used? And fundamentally, I don't think we should be encouraging people with strong opinions of the toilet to touch things. Misuse of innovation. AI. Where are we on this spectrum? Pointless to we have just changed the world. It's certainly not pointless because AI is not new. The term artificial intelligence was actually first referenced in 1957. And if I think of the last decade, how have we interacted with AI? Well, AI has been used to rationalize huge data sets, automate, and produce more relevant experiences for all of us. It's the exact reason why my Amazon recommendations are different to yours. It's the exact reason why my Netflix algorithm serves me different things to you. And our entire digital lives are being powered by extremely powerful AI recommendation engines that are just built to serve you the perfect thing at the perfect time to keep us hooked on these devices. AI is not new, but there is a shift. I'm sure many of you have felt it. It's not just in the air in terms of the vernacular and language you use. There is a shift. Because if I can describe the last decade of where AI integrates into our life, it's largely being used to curate better and more relevant experiences for us. But what we are moving into is a generative era, generative AI, which fundamentally means we've moved from curation to creation. And that is creating new things that have never existed before in real time. And this is a shift. And one of the things that frustrates me when I speak to people, they say AI is not being creative. It's like predictive text. It's literally just predicting what comes next. And I say to those people, they are wrong. They are fundamentally conflating what creativity actually is. Creativity is taking experiences, taking inspiration, and producing new ideas and new things. Taking data and producing new things. And that's exactly what we are seeing in the generative AI era. And I think it's going to set a new precedence. And if you don't believe me, I know some of you all will be skeptic. You'll be skeptical. I ask you to consider a few things. If you zoom out and at a macro level, governments around the world are grappling with how do we take advantage of this profound technology? How do we regulate? How do we govern? There is more capital being flooded into the development of AI than any time in human history. You have titans of tech and the entire startup community building application layer after application layer at what some argue is an unethical level. And yes, every kid in their bedroom is interfacing with generative AI. I am fundamentally convinced this is a change the world innovation. And you don't need to take my words. You can use a simple objective framework to decide if what I'm saying is true. Why should we innovate? We should only innovate for a few reasons: to make things faster, cheaper, and better. Does AI make things faster? God, yes. We can produce things at speeds thought unthinkable just several years ago. Cheaper? Absolutely. The application of AI is considerably cheaper in many cases. However, I will say the development of the technology is very expensive, requires a lot of processing power. By contrast, a Google search is about 50 times more cost effective than a ChatGPT prompt. Better. The verdict's out. At many things, yes. At some things, no. And there's a quote I love, and it basically described the generative era as we see it today. And it said, mediocrity is now free to everyone. Humans have to step up. And that's how I feel. And even that I feel that, I am always pulled back by this idea of change and this exponential curve. And I have to remember that what we are seeing today is the worst it's ever going to be. It's the slowest, it's the most expensive, it's the least effective. And I think many of us can agree some of the things we are saying can only be described as magic. AI is being used to identify and screen certain types of cancers with a greater accuracy than a clinician. AI is being used to predict weather patterns with a 10,000 times greater accuracy than previous models. AI is being used in remote locations all around the world to teach those less privileged numeracy and literacy. And yes, marketing teams are doing some dope images. The work we often do, I think it trivializes sometimes what's actually happening. So the question shouldn't be, is this a change the world innovation? I think it's the wrong one. I think the question is, how much is the world going to change? And lucky for you guys, there are smarter people than me that answer this question. So Sam Altman, the founder of OpenAI, when asked that question, he didn't respond straight away. He started to talk about the economic models that the world is built upon. So instead of answering how much will AI change the world, he said, we have two primary economic costs, energy and intelligence. And what did he mean? Well, the main things within our society are the costs of energy to produce and move things. And the second big cost is intelligence, human ingenuity to create and execute. And instead of just answering, he went, what happens when one of those costs goes to zero? When intelligence is democratized and scaled, changes everything. It really does. And it's Friday afternoon, so I usually spend a bit longer talking about some of the perils of AI, but I'm not going to do that. There are unintended consequences to all technology, and there are things we should be cautious of. But what I'm encouraged by is the opportunity. The opportunity is profound, vast, and varied. So, what should you pay attention to? What is the opportunity right today? I'm going to go really practical, and I'll speak from a personal perspective of running a business. We're about to move into an era where productivity will expand considerably. We are going through a productivity paradigm. In the simplest sense, I can 3x my productivity and attend 3 times as many meetings by sending my Firefly, a little rude, having it curate the recommendations for me and drop that into my Notion, and then I can act. That's one simple example, but there are many. I could go on for days and days around how small teams are now going to achieve things only possible by teams much greater resource than them. Intelligence. We all have intelligence at our fingertips. In my world, I can take the top 100 top-performing TikTok videos in any category, and I can say, give me 5 characteristic traits of these videos that will give me a structure that will inform my decision-making and my creative choices. Everybody within every single team is enabled to do this. And developers, there are some of in the room. Developing was this language that few understood, and it was a superpower. Developing is going to change. GitHub, 50% of all code on GitHub is now artificially intelligent created. That's profound. Think of that exponential curve and what does it mean? So of course, the big question, jobs go. Some jobs will go. But I'm encouraged because many will be created, and most of all, jobs just change, right? And the thing that I get really hyped about is if you remove all the technical barriers that used to exist in the world, the barrier to create anything and everything has been lowered so significantly. And for me, when I think of the barrier of our technical limitations no longer being there, I'm encouraged because I think this means there will be an explosion of great thinkers, great minds. I used to talk a lot about social media and how that was a leveler. If you understood the internet, you could do things that those with much more resource could achieve. You could capture attention. Now we can do this across everything. And AI, particularly generative AI, is powering this movement. So I'm very encouraged by this. I'm super hyped and illustrated time and time and time again by things like this. Okay, coming up soon, Stephen has a podcast. Some of you will be familiar with it, Diary of a CEO. How are teams like DOAC using AI? Well, a few months ago, we were speaking to Spotify, and we asked the question, very ambitious, world domination in our size. We asked the question, what is stopping us growing into international markets? Spotify said the most obvious thing, language. Language is a barrier. So what did the team do? They set out to find the most efficient and effective way to translate DOAC, Diary of a CEO, into multiple languages to open up new markets. They hired Dave. Dave spoke 3 languages. Japanese, believe it or not, Spanish and Italian. Didn't sound like Steve, so they had to figure that piece out. But Dave was very competent. A few months passes, wheels are in motion. This happens.
When you say the word toxicity, how are you defining it? You're saying like toxic chemicals que introducimos en nuestras vidas, en nuestra piel, consumimos, inhalamos, tenemos a nuestro alrededor y que están en nuestros alimentos, etc.
Stephen learnt Spanish. He's a very talented guy, but he learnt Spanish. I want to put this in context. Dave and his role is now redundant. And I don't take pride in that, but what I do take pride in is the idea that AI solved the biggest blocker in international podcast expansion in a matter of weeks. And this, for me, is just a gateway to way more extreme possibilities. In my world, marketing, the attention economy, we're often trying to create more personalized, relevant experiences for customers. Well, imagine a world, a generative era, where everything can be created in real time based on your wants, needs, and desires. The boundaries between what's real and fake, what's digital and what's not, those lines are continuing to be blurred. And the art of possible is going to get very strange.
Here in space. As a painting? In a Hawaiian shirt with sunglasses. Eating a pizza. No, here. Perfect.
Raccoon t-shirts are going to be a thing. Promise you, it's coming. I'm going to conclude with a human point. Cognitive dissonance. And if you're not familiar with the psychological principle, it's something that we all suffer with. And it's the state of having inconsistent thoughts, beliefs, or attitudes, especially as it relates to our behavioral decisions, how we behave. And when I think about AI and I hear the skeptics, I see this playing out at a macro level. It's much easier for us to tell ourselves the uncomfortable lies. That is, AI isn't going to change everything. Well, you know, it's just good. Homework's finished, but so what? It's the same reason that smokers tell themselves that uncomfortable lie all the time. They know it kills, yet they say it loses weight, helps them relax, but they know it kills. Humans don't like facing those unpleasant truths, and there are some with AI. And I was speaking to my friend, he's a technology enthusiast, I think he's in the audience, so I don't want to roast him too hard, but we're talking about Bard, and he used it for the first time. And he said the words, "It's not quite there yet." So what did we do? We rolled our eyes, and you did what any friend in a group chat does. Sent him pictures of the first computer and just said, "It's not quite there yet." Sent him the first car and just said, "You know what? It's not quite there yet." And then reminded him that in 1903, the New York Times wrote a very famous article. They said, man won't fly for 1,000,000 years. To build a flying machine will require the continuous efforts of mathematicians and mechanics for 1 to 10 million years. New York Times is a credible publication. What happens a few days later? Just 9 days. The Wright brothers went, hold my beer. They took to the skies. And I don't even think they had ChatGPT. I'm going to be honest. Maybe they did, but I don't think they did. I will leave you with a concluding point. We cannot comprehend what something 10,000 times our intelligence can achieve. So my only advice that I hope you take away is lean in. Lean in to new opportunities, because Dave can still win, but he can only do this if first he acknowledges, he embraces, and he takes that first step. And I say this because I started with death. Smarter people than me are saying we could die as a consequence of AI. So thank you very much. Appreciate the time. Thank you.
Okay, we were making waves there. Nobody died, so that means we were all paying attention. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Once again, massive thank you to Oliver for that talk. Next, we're now going to be talking about something else that makes waves. That's a technology called radio. And these gentlemen own a platform and work on a platform called Rug Radio. So what I'd like to do is introduce the main speaker to the stage. Please can we have Yakov to the stage, please? He was just here. Oh, there he is. I can see his lovely long hair fluttering at the back. There we go. Okay, let's try that again one more time for him. We didn't clap loud enough for him. Let's give him another round of applause, please.
Check, check. It's working. It's working? Yeah. All right. Wow, there's a lot of people. I think it was just like 1/10 of this yesterday at Saatchi.
I thought this was going to be one of those Web3 things where there's like no one there, so we didn't really prepare. But
that's what we were talking about back there. We're like, shit, There's a lot more people than I thought there would be at this conference.
Unfortunately, we're a man down. Our good
We are.
friend Michael Anderson, aka Mando, has the man flu. A lot of mans in that sentence, but
Yeah.
he's unable to make it with us today. So
He tried to come. He was like, I'll come. We're like, please.
yeah, to be honest, mate, I don't really want to get
Stay
what you've
home.
got, so just stay at home.
We selfishly asked him to not come because we were not down to get sick on this trip. But we're here, 2 of the 3. Oh, this photo's still up there. But, shout out to Mando. He's with us at heart. I know he wishes he was there for sure. But, first things first, GM. Nah, hold on. Are you guys tired after 2 days? What's going on? GM! There you go. Is that how they do it here?
This is not North America, man. So you're not going to get the same reception.
I don't know. It was a lot of fun last night when I went out. You guys get down here in London.
In London, you need to have at least 5 pints before you get a good GM back. So.
Okay. So again, GM. There we go. I can tell already who the Web3 degens are, and there's not a lot in here. There's probably like 5 of them. I see the Costa brothers right there. I see Ryan somewhere out there. I see. There you go. I see someone. So first things first. I would love to, get to know a crowd here. How many of you are actively in Web3? Let's just show of hands. Okay, wow. Shit. Well, that was much less GMs than people in Web3. Disappointing.
Surprising.
Surprising, though.
Yeah.
You know what? I think the whole of Web3 is in the room right now.
Yeah, so the last 100 people left in crypto, basically.
Shout out to Zebu, though, honestly, because this is really impressive. Because the conferences in North America are getting a little less crowded, but you guys show out in Europe.
Yeah, no, great. Good shout out to everyone who's traveled all the way from Central and West London to be here. Sorry, I didn't mean that in a bad way.
Let me tell you, man, it took me longer to get here than it took me to get here from Canada. But we took the tube. It's called the tube, right?
It's called the Tube, not the subway. Yeah, that's right.
The tube. That's what Hannah says, the tube. And I was like, you got to take the tube here, the Elizabeth line. She said there was aircon, but I definitely didn't feel that. Maybe it's the hair.
Yeah, that's more to do with your morning after feeling, I think.
Probably. Again, shout out to Zebu for that. So it's good to know there's a lot of people in actively working and operating in Web3 right now. So I guess we don't even need to do the panel. Because we're going to talk about the power of Web3, but you guys already get it.
I think people need some encouragement.
No, they do.
They need a little bit of encouragement.
So we were thinking with Ovi, what do we want to talk about? Of course, we're man down, so last minute we had to make some very last second changes earlier, about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. And we're thinking, well, what are we going to talk about? And of course, first would be, to understand who's in Web3 here, and obviously a lot of you, most of you are. But second thing was yesterday, we both had the honor of speaking at the Saatchi Gallery, which was really an incredible time. Still get shivers and goosebumps when I think about it. Ovi had his art exhibited over there, which was really special, and got to speak on a second panel. But the topic of my panel was, are NFTs dead or worthless? No, it was, are NFTs dead?
And worthless.
And worthless. Not or worthless. But it was really the topic. I'm not even making this up. But sadly, we didn't get to the actual juice of the topic because there were a lot of people. It was a great panel nonetheless, a great conversation with beautiful people. However, it led us to we thought we'd come here and kind of like expand on that topic and perhaps, put some, hope in the room, but also speak about what the power of NFTs actually are. But I'd like to ask the audience here another question, which, by the way, is really a big audience. When you look back, it goes really deep. It's a lot. Wow. But I'd like to ask by a show of hands, how many people here think that NFTs are dead? Raise your hand. What? Get him, security! Get this man out of there with the white shirt. Okay, so 3 people.
That's not bad.
That's actually not bad. I was expecting.
Yeah.
No, because the rest are just coping. They don't want to admit it.
Yeah. Everyone else is bag holding.
Yeah, exactly. Don't worry, we're not going to talk to you about Pepe or Frentech today. That was a month ago. But so that's good. So a lot of people still have a lot of conviction in the space. Obviously, so do we, which is why we make the trek to Woolwich. They made fun of me the other day because I called it Woolwich by mistake on the show, and a bunch of people were tweeting at me. I was like, shit, it is Woolwich. Woolwich. Is there a football team here?
I don't know. There are football teams close to here. I don't know if there's like a Woolwich football team, but
okay, we can make one maybe. Anyways, so a lot of people have conviction in the space, which is great. And we were thinking maybe why don't we just talk about what Web3 can actually empower and why NFTs are actually not dead. at all. And what I find funny is when people, obviously, mostly mainstream media and gamers and people who don't usually like us, love to say or think that NFTs are dead because they see the mania or the euphoria or the vaporware that's down about 95, 90%, whatever. But if NFT is dead, in my opinion, so are baseball cards, soccer cards, those paninis that we used to collect as kids, and maybe most of art. Because if you ask me something, most of the art that's hanging on people's walls is probably not worth a lot of money, right? And it's the same thing in the NFT space. On the contrary, I like to think that 5% not being dead is actually a very bullish signal. Because we've only ever had one cycle when it comes to NFTs, right? Obviously, NFTs are not new as a technology, but it's something that really took off in 2021, which is when we joined around the same time in the first quarter of 2021, and then we saw everything that happened. But NFTs are from dead, and I think that a good example that happened most recently, and what we want to talk about today, is the power of NFTs in this technology that is a blockchain, which was the Pudgy Penguins, right? How many people here are Pudgy Penguins holders, or Lil Pudgies, or Rug holders? There you go. There you go. Awesome.
How many people have heard of Pudgy Penguins in here?
Yeah, how many people have heard of Pudgy Penguins?
That's a lot. It's decent, yeah.
It's a lot. I love that. So Pudgy Penguins, TLDR, PFP project, launches in 2021 in the media, goes up a lot, goes down a lot. Founders are kind of like shown the door by the community, yada, yada, yada. The project is bought out by a good friend of ours, 24-year-old founder, Luca Netz. He's a CEO at the moment. Bought it for about $2.5 million at the time, which $2.5 million at the time was 750 ETH. Good times, huh? But
those are the days.
Man, those are the days. And so buys the projects, turns it around completely. And last week makes the announcement that we obviously covered on the GM Web3 show with Mando and Ovi, that they were in 2,000 Walmart stores across the USA. And actually, yesterday night, I don't know if you saw the announcement, you guys have Smiths here? Smiths?
Yeah. It was spelled SMYTHS.
Smythe.
Yeah, I've never heard of that store, but
You're not supposed to.
Oh, South African.
So it's Smith or Smythe? Because they always make fun of my English. Ovi bullies.
You got it right. You got it right.
Okay, I got it right. So they're in Smith and in Walmart, and and obviously that's powered by Web3 and powered by Web3 IP and Web3 identity, which is amazing. What Luca managed to do is that he managed to license penguins, so those cute little PFPs that you probably see on all over Twitter, to license from their holders in order to sell on Walmart, and obviously some of their holders are able to make some money from that, and of course the brand is able to generate revenue in a bear market without selling more NFTs to their community, right? And which is something that we've seen a lot in the space over 2021, is a lot of people had to resort to selling more NFTs. And when the bear market came, a lot of these collections, especially the secondary and tertiary collections, for some of them became worthless because the primary collection could barely hold any value. And I think what's amazing about this space and the power of blockchain technology and NFTs, and the reason why I genuinely believe that they're not dead, is because we managed to put blockchain technology into 2,000 Walmarts in the depth of the longest bear market in history. I don't know if it's worse than the last one. I wasn't around. I'm not going to act like I was. I do hear that the last one was much worse because there was not people showing up at a conference in London, in Woolwich, and it wasn't full, that's for sure. But it's 520-day long bear market, which makes it the longest bear market there's been. Yet it doesn't even feel like it, right? When you look around, there's so many founders, builders, collectors, and people that clearly were not in Web3 because not everybody raised their hands, that are curious enough to learn more. And so I think it'd be interesting to expand on that, and I'd love to ask you, Ovi, what you think. First of all, I'd love to ask you, are NFTs dead? And second question is why are they not?
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's call a spade a spade. Most NFTs are down about 90 to 95% from their all-time highs in terms of prices. Most NFT volumes across the marketplace are down 80 to 90% since their all-time highs. The number of active daily traders on OpenSea was, I think, about 500,000 at its peak. I think it dropped to as low as 10,000 people, literally 10,000 people out there in the world trading NFTs.
Now or something
yeah, maybe it's even 5 now. So on basically every single metric that you can measure, activity, price, whatever you name it, was down 95%. So is that enough to say NFTs are dead? Well, yeah, in some ways, yes. Like, I think many NFT projects are dead. I think many NFT projects right now sit at zero and probably will never recover. But, NFTs, just like any other asset classes, NFTs, just like any other asset class, will go through cycles. You see financial markets go through cycles. You see crypto go through cycles. We're now in the 5th or 6th crypto cycle. And this is really actually the second NFT cycle. You had a big push and everything in 2017, 2018, then it went back lower again, and it went back up, and then back lower again. So the important question to ask really is, like, forget about like the existing NFTs and existing NFTs collections out there. Is there enough behind the ideologies and the technologies to create a future in which this is going to improve efficiencies, improve like B2C relationships, improve technology? And I think the answer to it is probably yes. So drawing your point on Pudgy Penguins, let's say you woke up tomorrow and you're like, oh, cool, I just want to make a toy company. Well, where do you start? Like, who's going to buy? And let's say you want to call them like, let's say you want to call them Sleepy Sloths. Sleepy Sloths, I'm going to have some like.
That's actually not bad.
I actually used a different example, but I wasn't sure if it was like PG or not to say it. But Sleepy Sloths, and you want to make Sleepy Sloth toys tomorrow. Like, who's going to buy them? You don't really know. Like, you don't really have an audience. You have nothing. You have no IP. You have no brand. So if you go out there and go to Walmart and it's like, hey, I had this cool idea to make like Sleepy Sloth toys, which by the way, they're not that different to like Pudgy Penguins. Why would Walmart want to have a relationship with Pudgy Penguins and not Sleepy Sloths? That's because Pudgy Penguins already has huge IP. It already has a massive brand. It already has a massive community across the globe. And it's achieved that in the space of about a year. It's actually achieved massive IP and brand recognition in such a short and compressed period of time because it was like an NFT and because there was speculation around it, because people wanted to make money off it, whatever it is. But you can't deny that they have this IP and they have this brand, and they've now proven that by getting this deal with Walmart. They've proven that by grossing $1 million already in revenues, having launched their toys in just 6 months. So what Web3 and NFTs have actually allowed people to do, and Pudgy Penguins is not the only example, and it won't be the only example, and there'll be plenty more examples going forwards for founders and creators who are smart about understanding how this works. But what it's allowed them to do is create IP and brand, community, following in a very short space of time in a much more powerful way than any other traditional method for any other company or brand. And the reason why they were smart was because they were like, okay, we're now going to take this IP and we're going to take it out into the real world. We're not going to take this IP and just sell you guys more NFTs and sell you guys more NFTs and sell you guys more NFTs because, yeah, we'll get rich off it for the next few months and then we're just going to die and go to zero like most other projects out there. But what they've done is like, cool, we're going to go to the outside world because we already have a following, we already have a consumer base, we're going to sell them something different. And they're just toys. It's not rocket science. Like, it's not like Luca Netz invented like the plushie toy, right? It's not rocket science, but he's been able to think outside the bigger picture and find a way to boost and increase that brand and IP to the external world. I think that's the right way to do it. And you compare it to something like Doodles, where Doodles were like, okay, we want to go mainstream and bring the masses in, and our way of doing this is we're going to sell 100,000 NFTs or like 200,000 NFTs, and all these guys are going to come in. It's like, mate, like I'm sorry, but no one, like the random guy on the street is not logging in online to set up a MetaMask wallet and write down his seed phrase and then go onto your website and then buy like a $10 like digital sock. Like, I'm sorry, but who wants to do that? No one.
Doodles
right?
catching strays today.
Yeah, you just got to be realistic. So I think Pudgy Penguins understood that, and I think that's a fantastic example of like an NFT success story because they were able to realize what it was that they created and where the strengths and the power was, and adapt it to a real sustainable business where actually you're benefiting your holders, you're not taking away from them. And look, if Pudgy Penguins become like top 10 world's favorite toys, then guess what? Like the original Pudgy Penguins NFTs will be worth a lot. Like imagine if Disney started out as an NFT company and the first ever Disney thing was the original Mickey Mouse NFT or the original Aladdin NFT, whatever it is. Like today, those things 100 years old or whatever would be worth loads, right? Like think about how much edition 1 Harry Potter books go for, et cetera, et cetera. So
Charizard.
Yeah,
Pokemons.
exactly. So them being able to achieve success in the real world actually indirectly drives so much value back to their holders without them having to create something that's Ponzi-nomic in nature. And I think it's fantastic. And I think that sets the stage for other people to do the same. And I think it will set the stage for other people to do the same.
No, I think that's very well said. And obviously, we're using this example because it's the latest use case, and I think it's one of the most important ones and biggest one. I mean, you're talking 2,000 Walmarts. There's only like 4,000 in America, so it's like half of them, right? Which is really impressive. But similarly, I think that what's beautiful about NFTs and the space, and why I think it's actually important to double down in a time like this rather than just get away from it, is because first of all, there's much less people, there's much less speculation, and you can obviously build meaningful connections, which is great. I met a bunch of great people outside just now, and every time I come to a conference like this, especially in the bear market, is where I actually meet some of the best people, to be honest, because those are people that actually have conviction and actually care in the space and want to be, involved. So as cheesy or, woohoo as that may sound, it's the truth, right? Like, there's people that come and fly from all around the world to speak here today and yesterday, but there's also people that come and listen and want to build meaningful relationships and network. But furthermore, like something that I always talked about when building Rug Radio and launching it early on in 2021 was, I feel like launching an NFT project, or would I say launching a project via NFTs, is like building a company or a brand on steroids. And what I mean by that is like you have directly access to multiple, like thousands of holders and community members. And I don't call them consumers, I call them participants, personally speaking, though a lot of projects will treat NFT holders as consumers, but those are the projects that are probably bleeding the most today, which is kind of something you were talking about just now. And I think that that's what the beautiful part is about NFTs. If you take the speculation out of it, which is gone, and we all participated in it, right? And we will all probably participate in it again when it comes back. I genuinely believe, and that's just me, and obviously take this as hopium if you want or not, but I genuinely believe that the next mania will be bigger than the last one, because you cannot stop or control human greed and the will to speculate. However, I think that the best thing you can do right now is get ahead of that curve and connect with the right people and get involved in the right communities. And potentially, if you have it in you and if you want to, not everybody needs to be a founder, right? But build something or work for a brand that is building something that you align with in this time, because there's no better time than now. And in the next bull market, whenever it comes, I hope it comes, right? Yesterday I was talking to someone, your business partner, he's more the cynical one, the third guy. And someone else said, yeah, I think we're going to crap forever, sideways. I was like, shit. I got a few more years in me, man. I don't know how long I can go. No, I'm just kidding. But, whenever it comes, it doesn't matter, because whether it's 2025, 4, 5, or 6, we're going to be here, and we're going to build for that. And that's what I like about projects and NFT brands, is because automatically you have thousands of holders and thousands of participants and thousands of people that want to believe in you, and that invest not just their money, but their time and their energy into you and to what what you're building. And to me, that's why NFTs are not dead, and that's why NFTs will never die. Because guess what? Just like the internet, you can't just shut off blockchain technology. Because what is blockchain? It's just a layer being built on top of the internet. A lot of my friends, they'll come to me and they'll be like, Farouk, I see you doing all this Web3 and crypto stuff. And they go, but what the hell is Web3? I feel like last bubble, last cycle, we tried to complicate that so much. Like Web3 you know what Web3 is? It's just a natural continuation of Web2. It's just the evolution of the internet. We go from the internet, we go from mail, right, paper, to the internet, to blockchain. And that's all it is. It's what ties to us peer-to-peer in a frictionless, permissionless, and trustless manner between one another, but it's also what allows us to build brands in a much faster manner and to go bigger, which is why, again, you see Pudgy succeed. But also you, and I want to go to you now, Ovis, you posted this morning, you guys are doing this non-alcoholic drink, right? I mean, talk to me, take me through that, right? Do you think you would have been able to build something like that without having a project first or NFTs tied to it in a community?
Yeah, look, it's the same concept and playbook as we just talked about, but I think there's probably lots of NFT projects or founders out there sitting in a situation where it's like, we have this thing, we have a community of whatever, 10,000 random people across the world who like this thing for whatever reason they do. And how do you take it to the next level? How do you use that IP and brand and apply it to something that's going to be a bit more meaningful than just the NFT market and just Web3? And you have to start thinking outside the box, because, you know, I'm as bullish on the space as anyone else is, and as the next person, but you have to read the room, and right now there isn't enough people in there for you to grow organically, so you have to push outside. And, you know, for us, Rect Guy, I don't know, it's not on the screen, but Rect Guy is our project, NFT project, I guess, or Rect is the brand, and it's literally just a guy holding a drink. So we thought, you know, why don't we make an alcoholic drink and just go out there with a Rect rum or something like that. It turns out that you can't have an alcoholic drink with a brand Rect because it doesn't encourage responsible drinking. So we found some hurdles there. But you know, for us, it was like, well, non-alcoholic beverages are such a huge growth sector. Doesn't really cost that much to just create a drink and get it out there. But now we have an existing brand that already, you know, that is already there, that has a community that people want to participate in and get involved in, and we already run events and stuff, so it's very easy for us to have it there. So, you know, I just think I viewed that, for me, it was like, yes, stuff is dead and it's a tough time for founders, but if you just take a step back and think outside Web3, I know this is like a very Web3 focused thing, but think outside Web3, but how we can apply whatever you've built within that to the outside world, it can be very powerful. And so I think you'll see more of it. I really, really think you'll see more of it. And, you know, some people, you have to find the right product. You know, some people have tried like Bored Apes. There's been like Ape Water or Bored Ape clothing line or whatever. And
like also the Bored in Hungry, like the
Bored in Hungry, and they haven't taken off because, you know, it's not like something that it's not the right product fit or the right brand. It's not something people could relate to, whatever it is. So you have to make sure you get all that stuff right. But I think for existing projects, you know, everyone always asks when the bull market comes back, this famous fabled bull market, when that comes back, will NFTs rebound? And I think the answer to that question is the NFT projects that actually manage to diversify and continue to build their IP and brand outside of Web3, I think those are the ones that will come back. And the ones that didn't and just sat on their hands or just tried to dilute their holders and stuff, I think they'll have a tough time, because once you lose that following, once you lose that loyalty, it's very hard to get it back in the real world. And in the crypto world, it's about 100 million times tougher to get it back, because it's a world of rug pulls and bad actors and villains, etc. So you have to get it right, and you don't have much room for making mistakes. So yeah, but let me throw it back to you. What do you think it will take for the NFT market to rebound, and do you think existing projects will participate in that rebound?
It's a good question, because we were actually talking about that yesterday night with just the friends and everything. I think generally speaking, for the NFT market to rebound in general, if we're just talking price-wise and whatnot, it'll take obviously a better crypto like market in general, and obviously the state of crypto now is we're still in the bear market, though. We've done pretty well this year versus last. You know, when you look at it, when you zoom out a little bit, year to date, right? Like what, Bitcoin's up 60% this year, and ETH is up, 35% or something like that. We were talking about this on the show, I think, 2 days ago. But I think it'll take like a more stable crypto prices and whatnot. So I do genuinely think that when it comes to the NFT market itself, we're still in for like 12 to 24 months of like a similar type of market. Maybe we're bottoming out now, maybe we're not. I just have a hard time thinking of how much lower we can go, right? Because even Bloomberg's making fun of us. So when they all make fun of us, Rolling Stone, Bloomberg, Forbes, all of them, is, you know, usually my signal that we're starting to bottom out. Because last market, they were ramping in our DMs to interview us, and now they're making fun of us. You know, even Van Eck made fun of us, the issuer of the ETH ETF, the other day, saying that they are doing low volume just like our JPEGs. And usually, like, these are signals that I look for, right? Like, when we're being mocked and laughed at and everything, is usually when I like to double down and show up even more, because I love getting laughed at. I think there's no better time to build than when everybody's laughing at you. But with regards to what it's going to look like, though, when it does come back, because it will, I'm convinced it will, because you can't just strip away the technology. You think, you know, Bored Ape Yacht is going to go overnight and just die, or CryptoPunks, I'm a punk maxi, no, they're not, right? And whatnot. So that's always going to be around. But I don't know if the projects that were successful yesterday are gonna be successful tomorrow. I don't think so actually, because I do think that the next bull market is gonna just give us a crop of founders that are probably better than the last crop of founders, right? People that honestly probably better than me.
You hope.
Look, I hope so, but people that are better than me, that probably have a better background, that probably have been doing this for longer than I have, right? For what it's worth, we both did, right? We got in, we went all in, and we were like with a flashlight in a cave. I always talk about this in building Rock Radio. I'm like in the flashlight in the cave, just trying to find out where to go next, because nobody did it before us, right? We're just trying to figure it out, right? It's not like someone paved the way and say, hey, I want to build a decentralized media ecosystem, and that's how you do it. I have no freaking clue where to go next, but I just know the mission and where we're going, and I'll figure out every step of the way how to do it. And I think similar when you're building the Rect brand, right? It's like this thing and the next thing and the next thing that show up. But I don't think that I put my hopes on betting that all the projects that were expensive last run and this and that are going to come back, because first of all, a lot of them don't have any more funding, right? A lot of that is dried up, and it's very sad because a lot of them are my friends. A lot of them are people that I put my money and time in, and I look around, a lot of layoffs in the space. We've seen it again last week, I think, and you hate to see it because it's our friends that are affected by that, right? And so, but I do think though that we will see smarter, better people come into the space, because when it comes back, that's going to be the round where like, well, shit, it didn't die, and and it's here to stay for a long time. So I do think that the next run it's going to be good. I wouldn't go and buy every NFT that was expensive last run now and go on a rampage after this, unless you're buying Rock Radio and Rec Guys. It's different, NFA. But it's just I would definitely bet on the market coming back and then see what happens then, because I'm definitely bullish on the technology and it's not going to go anywhere. And as much as people are trying to wash out the word NFT, you can wash it as much as you want. It's always going to be around whether you like it or not, because it's a technology, right? I think yesterday on my panel at Saatchi, someone said something really well. Alexandra she said digital art has been around forever, but it's only when NFTs came around that it became huge and relevant, and now it's Saatchi. So back to you, I guess, last question, because we're on time here, but what do you think?
I think things will come back. I think crypto's been around for over a decade. NFTs have been around for actually more than 7 years. People just don't really realize it. And things are destined to come back. The time where it feels the worst and most brutal and you feel like giving up is a time when you should be buying. This time when you should be putting your effort into it and grasping and seizing the opportunity. And I think you just have to take the other side of things. Like you don't want to be the person who says, "Oh, I'll just wait for things to get better and then come back," and then by definition, you're buying things at higher prices and you're behind the game versus everyone else. So you have to find something you really believe in and attack it. And now is the best time to attack it. Like when I entered the space in 2021, which is pretty late, like most people, for crypto people, that's a late entry. I always felt, man, how am I going to be like an OG or get stuck in and compete against these people? Well, now's the opportunity. Like if you stick around for it, you have that opportunity now. And I would just say, make the most of it, because I think we're in a special moment for technology, and you won't get this opportunity again. So grab the bull by both horns when it comes. Because
they say, stay hungry, stay foolish, or stay hungry, stay bullish.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Stay bullish, keep doing your thing. Most importantly, everybody here stay curious, and I really want to applaud you guys for showing up today in the bear market, because that's what's the most important. And I think this room filled honestly gives me the motivation to go out there and just keep going. So thank you very much. I'm Farouk. This is OSF. Shout out to Mando. Thank you for having us.
Okie dokie, so it's getting pretty exciting here. I can see that we're all very, very excited for our next headline speaker. I'm pretty sure I don't have to tell most of you in the room who that headline speaker is. So what we're going to do before that, we're going to give you all a quick 5-minute break. That's 5 minutes exactly to grab a glass of water, to stretch, to do whatever you need to do. Go to the loo, probably. Just so that you don't miss a single second of our headline speaker today. So go and enjoy a quick 5-minute break and be back with us exactly 5 minutes time. Thank you very much.
Let's see, how do I start this? I'll just do it and tell me when to stop.
3, 2, 1.
The naive view of crypto is that this is some speculative asset that people are trading and they're going to lose their shirts. That's missing the forest through the trees. And it's early days. Yes, some people are trading it as an asset class, but they're also starting to use it in many novel ways. What happens is they often get a little bit of crypto and then they start to use it. They start to send some payments. They start to use some decentralized applications. They start to do the next step and the next step, and they go down the rabbit hole. And eventually they start to think, okay, this feels like the early days when I first started using the internet. Fundamentally, crypto is not a financial product. It's a technology that can update all kinds of financial products. It can improve settlement times. It can make it cheaper to send money to your family overseas in another country. It can be a new way for artists to get paid and have a direct relationship with their fans. Cryptocurrency, regardless of what you think about it, it's not going anywhere. It can't be uninvented. Most of the world is embracing this technology now to update their financial system. And what I fear is that we're going to be sitting here in 5 or 10 years and we're going to come back to crypto and think about it like we did with 5G or semiconductors and say, wow, now it's a matter of national security that we get it brought back onshore. If you want to help the average person in America, we need to make sure we have economic growth, and everything that underpins that comes from science and technology. I think crypto is the most important technology to update the financial system and create more economic freedom in the world.
As DeFi and Web3 applications become more and more complex, smart contracts remain inherently limited as they run in a very tight sandbox. For that reason, many Web3 projects still rely on centralized back-end infrastructure for certain problems, creating a single point of failure, sacrificing decentralization for practicality. The current blockchain stack consists of 2 layers. Layer 1 in charge of security, Layer 2 in charge of scalability. But how can we overcome the limitations of smart contracts in a decentralized manner? Introducing Orbs. Orbs runs above these layers as a fully decentralized Layer 3 infrastructure blockchain protocol. Orbs acts as a decentralized backend, enhancing the capabilities of EVM and non-EVM smart contracts. The Orbs protocol is executed by dozens of independent permissionless validators, staked with over $100 million, opening up a whole new spectrum of possibilities for Web3, DeFi, NFTs, and GameFi. Orbs provides 2 different execution services. Orbs Lambda is an event-driven, serverless, and decentralized cloud function written in JavaScript, similar in concept to AWS Lambda. And Orbs VM, a Docker-based virtual machine, enabling implementations of powerful custom decentralized services in any popular programming language like Go, JavaScript, Rust, or Python, packaged as a standard Docker container. Join us in shaping the next evolution of smart contracts. Become a part of the Orbs universe.
Gotta change around here. Gotta change around here. Can't go on this way. Things gotta change around here. Say it loud, say it clear. We gotta change around here.
Brands must adapt or die.
Social media is media.
When we first launched, we were hoping for, maybe 400, 500 people.
Internet culture is culture.
Nearly half of Gen Zers go to social media platforms to get their information.
We're democratizing everything, from the creative arts.
I never thought I could sell my work like this.
To finance.
Retail traders aren't just taking on hedge funds, they're also trying to take them down.
Driving trends, politics, and even our culture.
Social media changed the way that politicians could communicate.
And now, emerging innovations are set to change our day-to-day lives even further.
So, ChatGPT, artificial intelligence.
You've probably heard about the metaverse.
But in a world of change, the biggest risk to you is falling behind.
So what now? Exponential change has created exponential opportunity,
making traditional marketing and communication methods less effective.
Your storytelling matters more than it ever has before. To be relevant, stories need to connect with culture.
Those that can't communicate their story correctly will fail, but those that can, they're going to thrive.
And that is why Flight Story exists. We understand what it takes to innovate through constant change. We deliver personalized and impactful strategies through our consulting division.
We provide world-first tools that give you the insights that you need. We develop meaningful stories through our content creation studios.
We distribute them far and wide through our extensive earned media network.
Accelerate their growth through our performance media services.
And now, we're helping brands get ready for what comes next. By telling the right story, we build your reputation, deepen the relationships with your community,
and ultimately create value.
For over a decade, our teams have guided leaders for some of the world's most successful companies on the planet.
Having a great story, it isn't enough.
Flight Story will give you the tools to tell it.
What is this archaic system?
Mother's maiden name? Leibowitz?
You're telling me this guy is how things get verified.
That's my job.
I'm just saying, you shouldn't have to buy $10 worth of gum if you just want 79 cents worth of gum. Why do you get charged your money to take your money from your account? And if you're out of money, they charge you for being out of money?
What?
An overseas transfer takes 5 days?
Business days.
Why? What are they using? A Zeppelin?
I deposited the check Monday.
But Monday was a bank holiday.
Why is this the way it is?
A bank holiday?
This system makes no sense.
This makes no sense.
Who designed this system?
Ma'am?
Is this really the best we can do?
Hello?
Don't we deserve better?
And Web3 applications become more and more complex, smart contracts remain inherently limited, as they run in a very tight sandbox. For that reason, many Web3 projects still rely on centralized back-end infrastructure for certain problems, creating a single point of failure, sacrificing decentralization for practicality. The current blockchain stack consists of 2 layers. Layer 1 in charge of security, Layer 2 in charge of scalability. But how can we overcome the limitations of smart contracts in a decentralized manner? Introducing Orbs. Orbs runs above these layers as a fully decentralized Layer 3 infrastructure blockchain protocol. Orbs acts as a decentralized backend, enhancing the capabilities of EVM and non-EVM smart contracts. The Orbs protocol is executed by dozens of independent permissionless validators, staked with over $100 million, opening up a whole new spectrum of possibilities for Web3, DeFi, NFTs, and GameFi. Orbs provides 2 different execution services. Orbs Lambda is an event-driven, serverless, and decentralized cloud function written in JavaScript, similar in concept to AWS Lambda. And Orbs VM, a Docker-based virtual machine, enabling implementations of powerful custom decentralized services in any popular programming language like Go, JavaScript, Rust, or Python, packaged as a standard Docker container. Join us in shaping the next evolution of smart contracts. Become a part of the Orbs universe.
Okay, mic check, mic check. We are finally here at the moment you've all been waiting for our headline speaker. So first things first, what we want to do is want to give a massive round of applause to the Zebu team. Let's make some noise for the Zebu team. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. So you can all get your early bird tickets now. You will want to do that. Trust me, do what you can right now to get those early bird tickets. So this headline speaker, some of you may have heard of him. Some of you may have seen him before on a platform called YouTube. Now, I'm very, very lucky. I actually met this guy many, many, many moons ago in a place called Manchester. And he had a sickening work ethic. There was a rumor that he'd even dropped out of university and he had nowhere to live. But the one thing that I did hear is that he had a sickening work ethic and he had something that we all have in this room. So what I want you to all do is if you all got a right hand, I want you to take your right hand and I want you to put it on your chest. You see that thing that's there? That's your heart. That's what Stephen had. And he shared it with most of the world and bared himself to the world. He also had purpose. And with that purpose, what he's done, he's gone on to become the digital Midas of the world. Anything he touches turns into gold. He was actually one of the first people to put a slide in an office in Manchester. So he's done all sorts of crazy things, like taking a company to a valuation of hundreds of millions of dollars. And one of the things he's doing right now, he's actually dedicating $100 million or pounds to Web3 and to finding the next leaders and shaping the world that we're all striving for. So, without further ado, what I want you to do is I want you to stand up. Stand up. Okay. So, I want to try something. Let's try this. So, first of all, can we do a drum roll? Okay, nice, nice. And when I say Steve, you say Ven. Steve! Steve! Okay, a little bit louder. When I say Steve, you say Ven. Steve! Okay, thank you very much. So without further ado, Alex Pella and Stephen Butler!
Thank you.
Hello everyone, thank you for being here, appreciate it. Thanks for hanging around.
Ooh. Hello everybody, I'm Alex Pell and I am the technology editor of the London Evening Standard. And I'm delighted to be here with you all today to have a fireside chat with, I don't think you really need much more of an intro than you've just already had. Stephen Bartlett. It's a pleasure to be sitting here with you talking. We're going to be talking predominantly about Web3 and entrepreneurship, and it's in particular a bit of a London focus, why London's regarded as a centre of excellence for Web3, but we're going to broaden the conversation out, talk about different types of technology, different issues, and of course anything you'd like to bring into the mix is all good. But I think what might be fun is maybe a couple of, because obviously a lot of the audience will know you through TV, from Dragon's Den or from the podcast, but maybe they don't quite know the real you. So maybe a couple of icebreaker questions might be fun. No, you know I told you this, right?
No, I thought you were pulling out the icebreakers.
No.
Okay.
I've just realised I forgot to take my phone out of my pocket before I sat down. All right, so we're all going back to yours afterwards. No one told you, and there's no food in, so what are you going to order for takeaway?
Oh, a takeaway. I'm being really healthy at the moment. Some of you will know of a company called Zoe, which is a personalised nutrition company. I've actually spent all morning with the founder, and then the team came over to our office in London. I went for lunch with the founder this morning as well, talking about the future of the business. We invested quite heavily into that business, about $2.5 million through my fund, and it's really changed my perspective on food. So right now, if I was to order takeaway, it would be a salad. We have one person that loved that. It would be something because I'm thinking a lot about getting the 30 plants I need a week into my gut microbiome. I have a really narrow gut microbiome, which is causing me a ton of issues, so I'm trying to broaden it out. I'm the person who orders the same thing every single time in every restaurant, and that has a consequence. You get a really narrow gut microbiome, so I'm having lots of plants at the moment. So it's the worst answer I could have given, but
I
that's
thought
the truth.
I might have known you'd get a plug in there somewhere.
Well, there you go.
Most people have just said a pizza.
Hashtag ad.
But that's cool. So one more.
Okay.
So you're heading to the gym.
Yeah.
You're in need of motivation. What's your power song? What's going to get you?
Well, I was listening to the new Drake album that dropped this morning. The jury's still out. My power song in the gym, I'm listening to Fred again a lot. I just because I'm doing a lot more sort of cardio and stuff, that sort of monotonous, repetitive music I love. So Fred Again, anything in the gym right now. Clara, that song for Clara on Fred Again's track, I listen to that a lot. Yeah.
Okay, right. Well, I think we're suitably warmed up. Let's get into it.
Did I mention Whoop? I'm joking.
Okay, so obviously a lot of people here will know you from from Dragon's Den and the podcast. Maybe they may be slightly less familiar with your role at Third Web, which is obviously a platform for organisations who want to build Web3 technologies, and Flight Story, which obviously is a marketing agency for all types of different new emergent technology companies. So I suppose that puts you at a very interesting sort of nexus, because you're across this in so many different capacities and ways as an investor, and in all the different types of roles that I've just described. But so you've seen it from lots of different angles, but the thing about Web3 in particular is that it actually covers quite a lot of different types of technologies. Yeah. And they're connected, but people, for those who are maybe less familiar with it, maybe you're going to give us a very positive definition of what do you mean by Web3? How do you see it?
I don't use the word Web3 a lot because I think it's beneficial to be specific. But when we think about Web3, it's this new iteration of the internet, which is more transparent, ownable, immersive, decentralized. And within that, you have lots of other intersecting S-curves that are going to impact what we call Web3. Artificial intelligence is one of them. In the not so distant future, quantum computing is going to create a whole new plethora of opportunities as a brand new S-curve that's going to change the game. Renewable energies is another S-curve coming off all of this that's intersected. So I think it's really beneficial if you want specific lessons and you want to be specific about the disruption that's going to be caused. You have to be specific about your vernacular. So when I think of Web3, it's this catch-all term for lots of things, but AI and VR are not the same as the blockchain. So I specify, and throughout whatever I'll say on stage today, I'll be talking about specific technologies. They're all intersected, and I think this is the really exciting thing, which makes it a singularity where we really don't know what's coming. Because when quantum computing arrives, that changes the game for the blockchain and AI. And when renewable energy and energy gets cheaper, that changes the game for virtual reality and artificial intelligence as well. So it's a big catch-all, and it will fall away over time. That's the truth. And even the term Web3, we don't use the term Web2. But in the start of the S-curve, we have specific vernacular, which falls away, which happen in all iterations of the internet.
It's always the danger of these kind of conversations that, that is always a challenge. To people know what we're talking about, we tend to use a shorthand that we may not use generally in business. And we will actually be talking about the intersections of all these different technologies. But just to be clear, are we saying that that, that for the purposes of this conversation at least, that Web3 would be, the common thread might be the blockchain that runs through them.
Yeah,
so that would
okay.
include, NFTs, crypto, and also metaverse, all those kind of things. But although AI and quantum will obviously impact them, that's not necessarily what we mean for this conversation when we say Web3. Is that?
Yeah, I think so. We're going to talk about the blockchain predominantly. Is that what you're saying?
Well, not necessarily about the blockchain, but things that are linked by the blockchain,
Sure.
all those different topics.
Sure.
Would you agree?
Fine.
Yeah. So with that in mind, obviously, there's a lot of talk about Web3 startups, Web3 technologies, but what, there's been some disruption, but there's also been some challenges. I would like to talk to you about London's role in all of this, because obviously London is a centre of excellence for all different types of technology. How do you see London's role in Web3 technologies, and why is it an exciting place for these types of companies?
I think London's obviously, it's like the capital of the UK, but the UK and London, London has, if we think about intellectual capital, it has 5 of the world's top 20 institutions here. It has more venture capital investment in deep tech than, I think it's 3.1 billion, than France and Germany combined. So you have really smart people, you have huge amount of capital, when you have a multi-ethnic, whatever the politically correct word is, multi-ethnic, diverse culture, you get a conflict of ideas which is conducive with innovation. So it's funny because sometimes people think that London chose innovation, but I think innovation chose London. I think it's got more capital, it's got great talent. The legal framework is pro-innovation usually, where in other countries it's not. That's why we've seen this huge explosion of fintech here. I think we're now 4th in the world in terms of creating unicorns in London, behind San Francisco, Beijing, and I'm going to say New York. That's London. And I think those are the big drivers of it. I think those are the big drivers of it. Really smart people, conflicting ideas, legal framework is supportive and not restrictive, more capital. An open society really matters as well for innovation.
Okay. But it's not all gravy, right? There's some challenges here. So what would you see, that might hold, what are the problems London faces in terms of being that centre of excellence that we just talked about specifically for Web3? Specifically for Web3, but it's the same answer for all technology and innovation, is the rate of change is only going to increase in the world. If you listen to Ray Kurzweil, who was a director of engineering at Google, if you listen to any of the futurists that lead, what they say is the rate of change in the world is going to accelerate at a rate of knots that is pretty staggering. So if you're 40 today, by the age of 60, you'll experience a year's change in roughly 3 months. If you're 10 today, you'll experience a year's change in 11 days when you get to 60 years old. That's in the 21st century, 20,000 years of change we'll experience because of the rate of acceleration. So there's going to be so much cognitive dissonance, which is that feeling of kind of when something's at conflict with what you know and who you are. There's going to be so much of that. There's going to be so much skepticism for all these new technologies and fear because people are being disrupted, their lives are being disruptive, so they'll have that temptation to dismiss it. But also legislation, there'll be pressure on legislation to ban things and stand in the way of innovation. The biggest threat in that world, where change is only going to accelerate, is we're going to put legislation in the way of innovation, and other countries won't. And I think there's a lot now with AI. It's kind of like you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. But if the UK, who do need to put in sort of regulatory bodies, like you have the FDA that monitor food and medicines, if they come down on the wrong side of innovation, they're only going to be cutting off their nose to spite their face. And that innovation will just move to Portugal, like a lot of it has and Dubai, as we've seen with Web3. It will go to a better place. And we are moving into this like innovation revolution with all of these immense S-curves that are coming into play at once. So how do you find the balancing act between protecting society from the harms of technology, but also not stifling innovation? And then I should say it on an individual level as well, because you're all probably founders or involved in companies. In that world that we're heading towards, the most important thing for you to capture the opportunity that change creates is culture. And if you think about it, like countries have a culture, and our country's culture towards innovation has been conducive with good outcomes. But at an individual level, you, as a human being, you have a personal culture and philosophy towards change. Do you lean in or do you lean out?
When you saw people spending 100K on monkey pictures on the internet, did you close the browser? Did you, because of the dissonance that that caused, it was such unfamiliar behavior, did you dismiss them as scammers, or did you think they were crazy? Or did you realize that all innovation starts with that feeling of dissonance, and did you lean in? Whichever type of person you are on an individual level will probably correlate to how well you do at capturing that opportunity that this change is creating, and on a team level. When you think about your company culture, I spoke to both Brian Chesky, the founder of Airbnb last week, and Daniel Ek, maybe the week before Daniel, can't remember. Brian and Daniel, Daniel Ek's the founder of Spotify, and both of them, in their 20-year sort of careers building their companies, whatever it's been, said to me, when I was 20 years old, I didn't know why culture mattered. When I was 30 years old, I didn't know what it was. When I was 40 years old, I realized that the culture of the team and their attitude towards change is the single most important thing. And Daniel Ek referred to me as Spotify's mistake rate. How do we increase our rate of mistakes? Our experimentation rate, how much we're leaning into this change that's only going to increase. And I think it's teams that have that culture towards change that is proactive and positive that stand the greatest chance of capturing this next wave of innovation, and countries and individuals. So it's really, for me, it's a psychological thing and it's a culture thing.
Interesting. Okay, so we've touched a little bit on how big brands have worked with Web3 technologies. I'd be, and AI obviously, but I'm interested in your thoughts on how companies that maybe don't have much expertise in Web3 or know very much about the idea, is this something that they should be looking to get on board with, and how can they get involved? In what ways could they do that and maintain credibility?
So it goes back to what I said earlier about this kind of like mistake rate idea, leaning in thing. I've come to learn that, and there'll be questions you ask me today where I will say, I don't know the answer. And the reason I'll say that is because you're lying if you say you can predict a future where things are changing so unbelievably quickly. So when people ask me about like what's an algorithm going to look like in 6 months, I go, I don't know the answer, but in 6 months' time I'll know the answer. Because our rate of experimentation far precedes everybody else that we're competing against. So if you think about it in the context of the Diary of a CEO, we have a head of experimentation, a full-time data scientist in the team. We're conducting more experiments than we believe than any podcast on planet Earth. So I don't know what platforms or algorithms we're going to be using in 6 months' time, but in 6 months' time, I'll know. Because we have a higher experimentation rate than all of our competition. In a world that's going to accelerate in its rate of change, the thing every team and company and individual should measure is their rate of experimentation. And I've studied Amazon's Jeff Bezos, who in his shareholder letter said, we're the best place on earth to fail. None of you know A9.com or the Ruthless or the Fire Phone or whatever, but you all know AWS, which was the 1 in 10 experiments that paid off. Moving into this world of cognitive dissonance and accelerated change, what you need is a better experimentation rate. So I would say to those companies, how do I set up your team to remove all of the things that are disincentivizing your people to fail faster, to lean in, to get their MetaMask wallet and download a JPEG and play around with it? What are all the things disincentivizing your experimentation rate? One such example I always give is that I work with two brands within the same family for many, many years, the dad and the son. And when I took a new idea, say it was the blockchain, to the dad's business, I would wait 9 months for Joanne to get back from annual leave for him to consider it. I took the same idea the same day down the street, 100 yards, to the son's business. The son, halfway through my explanation or suggestion about using this new thing called AI or the blockchain, would stop me, get his assistant to call the team in, tell me to repeat what I just said, and he'd look at both of us and say, we're doing this now. We're doing this today. What he intuitively knew, I believe, was that the biggest cost in business is not a failed experiment. It's not downloading the MetaMask wallet and playing around or messing around with OpenAI. The biggest cost in business is the time you waste making decisions that are either irreversible or low cost. The son proceeded quickly. He had this attitude towards failing fast. And that meant that that one experiment, I believe, gained that particular brand. And there's some people in this room that worked with this brand. I can see some of my former colleagues gained that brand more than 5 million Instagram followers, but probably less than 10 million, somewhere in that range. That one experiment. If it had failed, the next day the son is on to the next experiment, closer to the 1 in 10 that Jeff Bezos was talking about. And by the time the father decided to run the experiment, it didn't work anymore. Instagram had closed that loophole. And then the son's business outgrew the father's business and then was eventually acquired. I just watched how speed in decision making and what Jeff Bezos often talks about making type 1 decisions, irreversible decisions, as fast as you can, being the most important thing. And that's only going to get more important. When I say this, it doesn't happen because the thing that controls behavior is incentives. So, someone in this room will go back to their office and say, right, I listened to this guy, he's a podcaster or something, he's on Shark Tank or something, and he said, fail fast, I'm going to write it on the wall. Good luck. But the incentive structure of the team, you look at their job descriptions and it says, do your job. Do your current job. And most systems don't change because incentive structures stay the same. So you have to redesign what a company looks like. You have to put mistakes and failure in everyone's job description and measure it. You need to promote people that are out failing, and you need to make it in everyone's interest to fail more. Reward that the experiment has been done, not the outcome of the experiment, which is out of their control. And it's a whole new cultural mindset, which I think will capture the opportunity of the 21st century.
Okay, interesting. I'm going to push you a little bit here, because I know you said you can't predict the future, but I do believe that you are in a fairly unique position here because of the fact that you're not only investing in and working with Web3 companies that are literally building future technologies using the third web platform. You do have a bit of an insight as to what's coming down the track. And I think what's most exciting about Web3 is not the things that we've already seen, which have largely been transactional in terms of, as you mentioned before, NFT assets or currency, cryptocurrency type things, but the things that are yet to come that similar technologies could enable. And I just wondered if you could give the audience just a little bit of a flavour of a couple of things that, maybe not in detail, but just a few things that uses for Web3 technologies that we'll see in the years to come that you know are being built as we speak.
The most interesting one, I called my team before this, and I was speaking to the team in America at Third Web. So, we've had more than 1 million contracts deployed on the platform. We've got hundreds of thousands of developers building on the platform now. Clients are the biggest brands in the world to small startups. I said, what are the most interesting use cases we're seeing? And what's making you bullish about the use cases we're seeing? Gaming was the one that everybody agreed is the biggest, feels like near-term opportunity. There's so many things I could talk about, where we're talking about identification and how I think in the future our IDs and how we vote will be run off the blockchain and how it changes the game for healthcare and supply chain management and all those things. But the near-term stuff that I'm seeing is, the biggest market I'm seeing at the moment is gaming. That's where it just makes so much sense that when you're, think about, FIFA, and you're buying these digital assets for them to be interoperable with other ecosystems and the value that creates both for the developer of the game but also for the individual that can own their assets in these games. That's just a huge exploding industry for us. And about 6 months ago we hired the former head of gaming from Meta for that very reason. I think he'd been there for almost 10 years because we just see it as one of the huge near-term opportunities for disruption. And then if we take that forward off into the mid and the long term, we won't even be talking about the blockchain because it will be making so many of the things we do every day better, faster, cheaper, easier, like the internet has. And there's no one that can convince me otherwise. I actually see the skepticism as a positive forward indicator that it's meaningful disruption. I would never commit my life to building in an industry where there wasn't a group of incumbents that are pissed off. Think about what that being pissed off is, the skepticism, all that nonsense. What that is a group of people that are experiencing cognitive dissonance, they feel somewhat threatened, and something's at stake. And all iterations of the internet and great innovation have come with that. Electric cars, the internet, all of it. So even social media, when we started building social media businesses, I remember being laughed out of the room at the thought from a big major London brand that we would start a Facebook page for them and that they could go viral. They were horrified by the prospect that they could go viral, they would lose control, and that people could comment on their thing. That's everyone's dream now, right? You pay people to do that for you. But I've seen these cycles of dissonance, and this is just another one. So with all the skepticism, what I do is I look past it and say, is there an underlying technology here that stands to make things we want to do in our lives and are doing now better, faster, cheaper, easier. And with the blockchain, you have security advantages, transparency advantages, speed advantages, as we're talking about DeFi and currencies. So, yeah.
But do you think the technology can be a distraction then? Because it feels like, especially when it comes to Web3, people have strong opinions on it because of isolated instances and well-publicized issues. But is it really a question that, in the medium term, like you just said, that the Web3 technologies will be the plumbing, if you like, that essentially provide the backbone of the things that we do every day, and we won't think about it in the same way as we don't talk about the cloud anymore. We used to talk about moving to the cloud as if it was a big thing. Now, you don't have stuff stored on your computer anymore. We just get on with it. Do you think that as we move forward, Web3 will essentially just be the bits of Web3 that work well will be the new plumbing for the way that we do things, and we won't think about it and talk about it as a distraction?
100%. I mean, a year ago, you had to download some MetaMask wallet or some other wallet just to take part, and that whole process was weird and clunky. Now with Third Wave, you just log in with your email. And I think a lot of it's going that way. You won't even know you're using the blockchain. And that's when we would have hit the proliferation and the sort of mass market usage that we all feel is inevitable.
Well, is it inevitable though? Because this is a lot of people say, I don't want to sound like Trump here, but a lot of people are telling me
this is the wrong room to run. I can protect you a little bit.
I know. As soon as I said that, I thought I know what that sounds like. That's not what I meant. A lot of people genuinely though talk about, is Web3 and its decentralized nature, is it inevitable? Is it suited to mass scale, mass adaptation? The very fact that it's decentralized means that the processing is the overhead is higher, and there are environmental issues. The environmental burden of crypto is equivalent to the Netherlands. So do you feel that that these challenges inevitably can be overcome, or is it something that we'll struggle to really break out and become the very underpinnings of everything that we do?
My brain, as you were speaking, just teleported back to watching these news anchors talk about the internet several decades ago, and I can't imagine the way that they would have accessed the internet back then. Not even dial-up. A computer was the size of a room, and I watched them argue. There's this clip on YouTube of them arguing, what is the internet? And they're trying to figure out what that @ symbol means, and it's weird, and they're skeptical. We're in this exact same place now with the blockchain, and we're probably going to go through the same, we are, with AI and with generative AI. All the challenges you've talked about, the environmental challenges, the security challenges, all of those things are being addressed and have been addressed with certain innovations like layer 2 blockchains and things. So all of that, there's nothing that I can see that undermines my thesis, my first principle thesis, that the technology will make things we will always need to do better, faster, cheaper, easier in certain areas of our lives. And so it will 100% become the plumbing. There's not been one challenge someone has said to me ever in terms of blockchain mass adoption that I couldn't see how innovation is eventually going to solve for, in the same way that once upon a time, you just think about the dial-up, most of us were in the dial-up years of internet, where you couldn't use the phone at the same time as going on like RuneScape. Only me? Metropolis? Okay, only me. But think about it now, we're sat here walking around with this super-powered internet in the palm of our hands. I believe in the innovation, and I believe humans will move it towards human value, so.
That is very true. I remember for several years people were talking about how the mobile would be the future of the internet, and it felt crazy at the time because phones just, there was pre-touch screen, and using the internet on your phone just felt like a horrendous experience, but you couldn't visualize what that would look like with better technology. And that's kind of what you're saying, that, that we'll get there if it's the right thing to do, right?
100%. 100%.
But this isn't to say that there aren't challenges along the way. I mean, we should not pretend that it's entirely a bed of roses. Obviously, there's been well-publicized issues with crypto, in terms of scams that take place every day,
and with cash.
And well, that's true too. That's true.
I know a couple of people that have been scammed with cash recently. I actually know more people that have been scammed with cash than crypto. So.
No, listen, I'm just that's fair point. But if we look at the volatility, in particular with NFTs, do you own any NFTs still?
I own a couple NFTs. Yeah, I own a couple.
Are you planning to buy any more, or are you?
I buy some every now and then. I'm not doing it to try and buy a yacht. That's not the way I make my money. But I buy them because I want to stay involved in the technology, and I think there's tremendous value in some of the very early projects. And there's no. I stood on the stage last year, this exact conference, the exact stage, and I did say that like 99% of the activity we're seeing in NFTs doesn't meet any sort of clear first principle standard. What it sounds like is people are using the cloak of the NFT hype to deliver things that have no apparent reason why they couldn't be delivered in Web 2 or without the NFT technology. The NFT projects that I believe in and the applications of the blockchain I believe in are contingent on using the blockchain. So when I think I was at an NFT conference last year, I know the guy stood up on stage and he says, we're going to do all these perks. If you buy our NFT, you're going to get to come to some party. I'm like, bro, I'm not sure anyone wants to come to your party anyway. Like, regardless of whether you're giving out tickets or giving out NFTs, the thing has to be inherently contingent on the use of the technology for me to believe it. Or else what you've done is you've just had a Web 2 idea and just added the word NFT to it. But there are some applications where transparency and security and decentralization make perfect sense. And so from a first principle standpoint, I go, sounds like a legit project. Also, the other thing I talked about last year on the stage, which I remember, is a lot of the NFT projects were selling you the product now, but promising you the delivery of the product later. And I go, no. Tim Cook doesn't stand on the stage at Apple and say, this is the iPhone box, and you'll get it. There's a roadmap, we're going to build it, we promise you. It just doesn't make sense. It's a violation of first principles. So all of that stuff I always ignore. But there are use cases, and we're working on a lot of them. I'm seeing a lot of them at Third Web with the biggest e-com companies in the world who, in this bear market where everybody stopped selling NFTs, those guys haven't stopped. Their RFPs haven't stopped coming into Third Web. They're still building their loyalty programs on top of the blockchain, and you'll have no idea that it's built on top of the blockchain because they know it makes it better, faster, easier, cheaper to do it that way. So,
and this is what I was getting at earlier. It feels like many of the most exciting applications of blockchain and Web3 generally, we have yet to see. People have been so focused on the transactional side of things, whether it's buying and selling assets or using it as a currency, have been a distraction from what it could be and should be in terms of its ability to enable communities to have better and more equitable governance among themselves, and all that kind of stuff. And it feels like that perhaps. Do you think that the Web3 community as a whole perhaps hasn't been particularly good at communicating those benefits? It's maybe a bit elitist and talks among itself a little bit too much and doesn't take mainstream society with it in terms of saying, look, we've got these amazing things that will really benefit you beyond just getting rich quick and speculating on assets. Do you think that that's a fair comment, or is it?
So I think at the start of every S-curve, including the internet, at the start of it you have huge optimism, which is probably overinflated. But in those S-curves, you do have a technology that does stand to make people's lives better, faster, easier. Then you have this vernacular emerges with that technology that's super exclusive. Going back to when Tim Berners-Lee invented the internet, the vernacular would have sounded absolutely exclusive, like it was just a bunch of geeks talking to themselves. And as that S-curve goes up and round, you have more legit projects that funding is allocated much better from the public. It's not just throwing their money at a pets.com before the .com burst and that IPOing with absolutely no product and users and plummeting at, I don't know, a $50 billion valuation. And in the sort of plateauing and the rise of the S-curve, that's when you get the real innovation. The world comes in and the vernacular disappears, as we talked about. The term Web3 will disappear. You won't even know you're using the blockchain necessarily. And you'll have capital allocation much more reflective of value, which you don't see at the start of like one of these innovation S-curves. So we're just on it's like history just playing out over and over again. And you get good people coming to markets, you get not so good people coming to markets. But I care more about where we're going over any decent time horizon, over a 10, 20, 30-year time horizon. That's what I'm ultimately betting on. And the rest is just noise. Now, you can zoom in on the noise, and you can use the noise and weaponize the noise, right? I could use a couple of cases of an NFT being a scam thing to try and say the whole thing is bad. Not useful for me. I care about the technology, the innovation, and the impact it'll have on their lives. I don't care about narratives. Or you could use the noise and overinflate the upside and say that the blockchain is going to change everything and we're all just going to live on the fucking blockchain or something, which is also an overinflation. I also don't care about that. I care about the underlying technology and its chance of bettering our lives.
No, that is absolutely true. That if you hear enough technology pitches, which we both have over the years, that the one thing that you come crystal clear focused on is that not only do you hear the same patterns repeat themselves, but it's all about what it can do to improve people's lives. What is and if it doesn't have that running through it, it doesn't really matter what it is other than that, right?
Amen.
So let's talk about a bit more about AI, because we've been super focused on Web3 so far. I mean, obviously AI is the thing that everyone's talking about at the moment. But do you think that, in a way, people get too lured into, like we were saying before, about specific technologies? Oh, suddenly everyone's talking about AI and they've forgotten about the metaverse or indeed Web3, and then it's all about, do you think that there's a danger that both investors and also people who are launching businesses get too distracted by one of these things? And is it really more a question of thinking what's the right tool for the right part of what the bigger idea is?
It is, yeah, and I don't think it's there's a bit of a narrative that everybody's kind of like left blockchain tech and Web3 and kind of bounced over to this new AI Web3 thing. The people that are building real technology, solving real problems, have not. They see that it's not a either or, it's an and situation where AI serves to make things better, faster, cheaper for certain parts of our business, and so does the blockchain. And I think they're both incredible technologies that are going to have profound impacts, and AI is going to disrupt, I think, potentially a little bit more than any technology has in our lives. When you think about it from a first principle standpoint, I remember someone on my podcast, it might have been the founder of DeepMind, it could have been Mo Gawdat, said to me, which really crystallized it for me, he said, imagine through this little, whatever this is, this wall here, imagine if there was another Steve and he could think 100,000 times faster than you can think, and he knew 100,000 times more than you knew. Who would be calling the shots? And what work would you give to him versus this Steve? And I go, I'd give this guy nothing. And I think that was a really nice frame for me to think through, because that's the nature, the speed of compute, but also the vast amount of knowledge. I think it will disrupt pretty much every job that relies on human intelligence and decision making. It's hard to think of many things that don't. Driving is the biggest employer in the world. That's decision making. And it's been shown through level 5 autonomy on Teslas that I think it was like 1,000 times less likely to have an accident if you use AI to drive the car versus a human. So I just think that's a real big societal issue that we're going to have to solve for. And it's funny that the people that are building the AI technologies are all now talking about universal basic income. I mean, that's what Sam Altman's doing. I mean, that was for me the most terrifying thing when I saw these like world orb things, whatever they're called, popping up in all these countries that I was visiting. Because I was like, Sam knows something. Sam knows that we're going to have to distribute value to individuals based on their retinas, because AI is going to take the jobs.
But is it though? Because with every wave of new technology, people say, "Oh, there's going to be no jobs." But really, new job categories invent themselves.
Yeah.
The very fact that we have social media, we have SEO wasn't a thing until it was a thing. Now we have prompt engineers needed for AI. There's going to be all sorts of additional roles created that people just haven't quite figured out what they are yet. And I think maybe you're being a little pessimistic with regards to what it can bring to society.
I've just spoken to so many of these experts and they're not optimistic.
Okay.
So who am I with my chimpanzee brain to be more optimistic than someone who I think has a $4 billion company in this space? And if he tells, and I remember arguing with Mustafa at DeepMind, the former DeepMind co-founder, and I was like, Mustafa, your book starts with, we can't contain AI. And then at the end of your book, it says, we must contain AI. Why didn't you end the book with, we can contain AI? And he said to me, he goes, because we must. I go, but can we? He goes, we must. I said, Mustafa, can we? He goes, we must. And then he crosses his arms. And I was like, oh, you motherfucker, you know something I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't sound very promising, I have to admit.
But you know what? So yeah, you're right, I think, to a point that with all these revolutions, the Industrial Revolution, there was big forecasts that it would result in nobody having a job. I think this is slightly different because I don't think intelligence has been disrupted yet. And I think intelligence is actually and language is the foundation of it's the glue of our society. I was watching this video and it talked about the importance of language for humanity and how our whole society is like held together with it. I'm not just talking about passwords, I'm talking about religions and how we interact, and the introduction of large language models that are so impressive, I think, is just, it really is like a singularity where I don't think anyone who is intellectually honest can see past that point. So what happens? I don't know, but we do need to get legislation in governments very, create a sense of urgency, I think, with governments, because there are some near-term consequences, like we're talking about whether you believe content or not, and how much of our lives are run off believing the things that we see and experience, how much of our lives are run off seeing something on the internet and believing it to be true. So everything is relies on that. So I think about hacking, I think about misinformation at a political level, but also on a day-to-day level. And there's this real near-term risk that I'm actually personally slightly panicked about. And I've put stuff in place in my own life to ensure, and some of my friends know this, to ensure that the near-term risk of misinformation, i.e. seeing something and it not being true, is we're preventing the downside. And also, you think about like hacking. You think about hacking someone or hacking something in the age of artificial intelligence. If the hacker is 100,000 times smarter than me, I think it's just a whole new world. And Sam Harris, who I spoke to, a lot of you will know Sam Harris, said he thinks that in a decade's time, the internet will be like, well, he thinks, and he could see how in the near term, the relative near term, the internet will just be a wasteland because you won't be able to believe all the things you're seeing. Interestingly, if we're talking about S-curves intersecting, the blockchain is one of the only ways I've seen to verify the things that we're seeing. And there's a big initiative going on at the moment with Getty Images and Adobe, where they're using, and I think the New York Times, where they're going to be using the blockchain to verify the content that they publish to the world. Because what happens if we get a notification or see something that says there's a nuclear bomb coming for London, you know, and people start, I don't know what they'll start doing, stealing Panasonic TVs or toilet roll or something, I don't know, but you have to trust what you're seeing from the news or else you can't trust the news. And that's, again, a pinnacle of our society. A foundation of our society.
I mean, interestingly, I saw that Spotify last week have announced that they're using AI to translate podcasts, including yours, into different languages, and then also clone your voice so that you can be simultaneously
Spanish.
Speaking in Spanish, or at least the AI version of you is speaking in Spanish.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that? And what happens if the AI version, Spanish-speaking Stephen, comes up with better ideas than yours?
Wouldn't surprise me. So I think it's a great thing because the biggest barrier to growth in content is language. So the biggest barrier to growth in podcasting is language. Is about 10% of the world speaks fluent English as a native language. So you think we sit there, we do the Diary of a CEO, we're speaking to great people, we believe good ideas to share, but only there's 90% of the world that are theoretically blocked out of that information. So it'll make the world smaller. It'll make it easier for us to communicate. Conferences like this, I remember doing one conference in I think the Middle East somewhere, where there was a booth of translators. There was 13 of them down the side translating it to people tuning in. The world becomes smaller, content reaches further, and I think as long as there's transparency around the fact it's generated with AI, I think it's fine. And by the end of this year, so we've got a couple of podcasts coming up, all of our podcasts going forward will be translated into, using Spotify's system, but also our own in-house system for YouTube, will be translated into Spanish, French, and we've got Sanguru coming on, so we're translating that one into Hindi as well. So excited about that. You know him? Yeah.
Okay. So we only have a few minutes left, and I think it would be a crime if we did not talk a bit about business and Dragons Den and pitching a little bit more, right? Because, what advice would you, I know you get probably asked this 100 times a week, but in particular, thinking about companies that are at the cutting edge of technology, like Web3 or AI or emergent technologies, what are the biggest mistakes you see them making when they're pitching an idea, and what advice would you give to them?
I think the most important pitching advice I can give anybody is to remember that humans care more about stories and emotion than they do facts, stats, and figures. And the best pitchers in the world are, in fact, just great storytellers. They take you on wonderful emotional stories, and they view the art of selling their business or selling themselves as a job of telling a great a really wonderful, great story. I went around the world in 2019 and spoke 50 weeks a year on stages in every corner of the world, from Sao Paulo to the Ukraine to Barcelona. And every presentation I did, up until pretty much the point I left my business, every presentation I did on stage started with me walking up on stage and saying the following. I'm going to reenact it for you. I'd walk up on stage. This is exactly what would happen. I'd walk up on stage and I'd stop and I'd say, nice 10-second break. It makes everyone focus on you and get really sort of apprehensive on the edge of their chair. Then I'd say, this is exactly why you were expelled from school. You are incapable of sticking at anything you don't believe in, and you always think you know a better way. Don't call me, and don't call the rest of your family until you go back to university. And with that, my mum hung up the phone. That would be the start of every presentation. And what I'm demonstrating there is I view the job of selling a marketing agency is in fact the job of telling a great fucking story. And through that story, what you would learn about was that we're the best at fucking marketing. And I would conclude the story by, just before I left the stage, I'd say to the crowd, I'd click over to a picture of me and my mum together and say, and me and my mum have never had a better relationship. Thank you. And I'd get the same reaction, right? And I think what I take from that is like, and I've done, in my new book, I talk about all these studies about why humans remember things and what resonates with them. And it's not stats, facts, and figures, it's emotion. Founders and pitchers don't understand that for some reason. They think their job is to talk about, and marketeers don't understand that. They think their job is to talk about the utility and the practicalities and how it's more convenient and cheaper. But when you think about the brands we love the most, like an iPhone or an Apple, they are deeply wedded in emotion, to the point that we make illogical decisions to buy things that are more expensive and probably not as good because of that emotion. Great founders, great storytellers, great marketeers know that. And that's what we care a lot about.
Interesting. So, if you were starting out yourself again now, like without the vast empire that you have built, what would you pick as an idea that you would think I could really get behind that and make a success of it? What industry or technology or what idea? If you were pitching to this audience, would you go, that's my thing?
So if I was 18, or if I was 21, or if whatever age, if I was starting my career again from scratch, what I would think is, so I write about the first law in, not plugging my book here, but first law in my book is about these 5 buckets that we all have to fill in our lives. And I tell this story of Elon Musk coming up to my friend in San Francisco and this conversation they had where Elon's talking about building rockets and Neuralink and all these crazy things. When Elon says that, because he's got 5 full buckets, which I'll explain, everybody sells their house to back Elon Musk because he has a full bucket of his knowledge, a full bucket of skills, which is what you can do, full bucket of his network, which is who you know, a full bucket of his resources, which is what you have, and a full bucket of his reputation, which is what the world thinks of you. When you're young, these first 2 buckets of knowledge and skills are the most important. These are the 2 buckets that no professional earthquake or anything can ever unfill. You can lose your resources, you can lose your reputation and your network, but you can never lose your knowledge and your skills. Everything originates from those 2 full buckets. The other buckets just fill when those 2 buckets cascade. So the question becomes, where do I go and get the most high-value knowledge and skills? I would go and work in an industry where there's a clear wave coming into shore. One of those S-curves I talked about, artificial intelligence, the blockchain, quantum computing. And because you want to be as close as possible to the failure, I'd go and work in a startup. I would go and work in an AI startup that's probably going to fail because that would be the highest returning for that thing for those first 2 buckets of knowledge and skills. So that's what I would say that's what young Steve would be doing. And it's also why I said earlier on that my life I've tried to build in areas where there's a huge amount of skepticism, where there's a huge amount of apparent disruption, like social media, which used to be disruptive. Then the blockchain, I built a business there as well. And AI, I'm sure I'm going to build a business in artificial intelligence as well. Because hours spent there return the most in terms of forward-facing personal value.
Okay, great. Well, it looks like our time is up. So, we could sit here and talk for another hour quite easily. But I'm afraid, the clock is against us. So, Stephen, I'd like to thank you very much for sharing your insights with the audience.
And thank you as well. Thank you.
Thank you to all of you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. No problem. Very diverse.
Thank you so much. Before the panic ensues, wait a minute. I promise there will be time to take pictures with Steven. There will be time to network. There will be time to party at Coco later. If you're approved, you must register. Please do that. Thank you so much for being here today. I am so honored and proud of my team, of everyone in Flight 3, Flight Story, the AV crew, the design team, the volunteers. Give them a round of applause. Woo! Before, no, not done. You cannot go out that back door. You have to go through this exit right here. But before we go, we have 2 special announcements. Please stick around for them. Shouldn't be more than a couple minutes. So my name's Ashton. I am really excited to present to you the winners of the D-Gen's Den pitch competition. Woo! Honestly, this came together a little bit last minute. We're going to plan more in advance next year, but I think heard a lot of good feedback. It was really amazing. Judges were awesome. The pitches were awesome. And so with that, we have a special announcement for the top 4 winners. There's 4 winners. We have the number 1 grand prize, 40K in winnings. Woo! This comes with Flight 3 rebrand, marketing consultancy, humans, cyberscope, audit credits, mentorship, connections, all that good stuff. And drum roll, please, for the winner! Woo! Sleep.io! Woo! All right, congrats to that team. Please come up here if you're here. We're going to take a picture after this. And second place, please, another round of applause, another drum roll, sorry, for 10K in winnings. Drum roll, Live Tree. Woo! Woo! Whoop, kick that. And then 4th place and 3rd place. It's actually a tie for 3rd place. Drum roll, please. 5K in winnings going to Caddy. Woo! Caddy! And Tenderize. Woo! Yes. Thank you so much for pitching. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Ashton, Cashton.eth. Thank you so much. With that, I'm going to give it over to Henry, and we'll see you later to party and hang out and do all that good stuff. Henry, co-founder. Yeah, come on. Go on.
Hello.
All right.
Hello.
Henry and Harry of Flight 3.
Yo, I'm gonna keep this quick. Haz, come up with me. I just wanted to say from the bottom of my heart, we're very old friends. I used to actually be his MC. We lived together at university. We've been here a long time. We've been doing this for a few years now. We're Flight 3 somewhere, the marketing agency. We used to be called Zebu, now part of Flight Story. We'll be back again, where you can talk a bit about that. But I just want to say thank you so much to the team. Thank you so much to everyone, all the speakers, the sponsors. It's been fantastic. Haz, I'll give this to you, mate.
Yeah. I dragged Henry to be our MC when he wanted to play video games. Ironically, he went on to be very, very skilled at video games, and I now dragged him into Web3. For those of you that know, Web3 is our massive passion. Everyone in the room, we appreciate you. You made this happen. We're back next year, 9th and 10th of October 24. LFG!
10th and 11th.
Thank you so much.
Sign up now. The tickets are live. The website's live with the new refreshed landing page. Thank you so much to Zebu Live team, Flight 3 team. Get your tickets now. Only 40 pounds. Come on, only 40 pounds. Sign up. Limited time. Yes, let's get a picture. Sleep.io! Hey, how's it going, man? Congrats. Yeah, let's get on the stage. Let's go on the stage.